call the meeting to order. First item will be flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, our first item on the agenda is to appoint Joe Ottensmeyer.
I'd make that motion to appoint Joe to fill in for a cancer.
Okay, and I'll second that. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Have you ever done this before?
I think she has.
Yeah, many times. Many times. Usually for me.
Okay. So I thought I would just start by reviewing the election report that I sent out. And I thought we might have more people, so I figured people would want to see the counting process, but there's going to be a lot of information on the screen, so feel free to turn a chair around if you want to see the screen.
Your eyes go back to your head.
Okay, so the first thing that is on the screen and that was in your packet is the voter turnout. After the latest advanced ballots that were received came in, we had the total voter turnout was 31% in the county. And then we have our my summary report. So we had a really smooth election. Final voter turnout was 31%. The majority of the equipment in the polling locations worked very well. We did have some intermittent problems with the printers on the electronic poll books at several polling locations. And so that was a little bit of a headache, but we have protocols in place to address that, and the poll workers followed them, and so we didn't have any real issues with voters having any delays, nothing significant at all. We did have 13 voters that had to sign in on paper instead of electronically, but other than that, that was the only glitch that we had equipment-wise, so it went really, really well. We did have a couple of complaints that we checked on during the election, on the election day. So we had complaints about political signs being too close to a polling location, and we checked that 3 different times during the day. And two of those times we did move signs. So, so we did take those serious, and we went and took care of that. And then we had an individual that called, and they didn't believe that all of the Marion City Council candidates were listed on their ballot when they went to vote. So we went back to the ballots. We checked all the ballot styles to be sure everyone was listed, and they were. We even went and checked the machines to make sure that when you pulled it up on the machines, all candidates were listed, and they were. So that they may just not have seen, but that was not a valid concern there. So
What are the regs as far as a sign distance?
250 feet from the entrance. And it's generally, if it's a building with multiple entrances, like if for the courthouse, I would do it for all entrances. For the voting locations, we would generally just do it for the place that they enter to vote. So if there's an entrance on the back side, but they're only using the front for voting, we would check that from the front entrance. We did implement some changes. We've learned on our equipment and from some previous elections. Our last election, you might remember, we had the scanner, when we had our folded ballots, it was picking up the folds as a line it didn't know what to do with. And so at the last election, we had 112 ballots that we had to hand count. And at this election, we had 16 total ballots that we had to hand count. We made a change to how we folded those ballots so that none of the fold lines went on a line where a candidate's name could potentially be. And that worked beautifully. The scanner worked perfectly on election night. In your packet, I did put what our scanning procedures actually are. So we start off by running a 0 totals report, and then we have the scanner set up to sort. You see that there are 3 trays here on the scanner. So the middle and the bottom tray are both processed, and the top is the only bin that wouldn't be that is unprocessed. So the way we have it set up is if there are any invalid IDs or a ballot that the scanner just cannot read, it's unreadable, like, then it goes to the top, so we know there's an issue with those ballots. And any of the other ballots are all processed. We do, however, program the scanner to sort the write-ins to the middle bin. And so it will process the whole ballot, but if it picks up that there's a write-in on it, it'll put it in the middle for us so that we can put that in a stack to send up to the resolution boards, because a human being has to record all of those names. And those are recorded by, actually, I had 3 boards of 3 sworn election workers on election night recording those, and those go into these tally books that are here. So they also, all the ballots that were sorted to the bottom, which would include just regular ballots, or if someone did an overvote, an undervote, if it was a printed ballot that was blank, those all were processed and it went to the bottom. And so just to ensure, there's one instance where a machine might not read a vote correctly and it would count it as an overvote. And so the only real instance where that would occur is if a voter on a paper ballot marks a circle and then crosses it out and marks another circle. So the machine would read that as an overvote and it would not count that vote for that race. And so we also send all of the process ballots up to the boards to look for any of those marks like that might have been missed by the machine. So not only did they get processed here, but then they went up to the resolution boards. We had 2 upstairs and 1 in the treasurer's office on election night. And so they were instructed to look for voter intent, like if there's something that they felt might have been missed. And so then if there were some of those marks, they made a note on, they put a sticky note there on the ballot with the mark, with a notation, and then they would have recorded that as a hand count if they had those. So that's the process of that. Do you have any questions about anything so far?
Not so far.
Okay.
You might just clarify what an overvote and what an undervote is.
Sure. An overvote is if a person votes for more candidates than they're allowed to. And if they do that, then we can't count either of, like say that it's a vote for 1 and they voted for 2. Well, we don't know which one they actually intended to vote for, so we can't count that. And so the machine will not count an overvote. They will count everything else on the ballot, but any race that has an overvote on it, they will not count. It will not count. An undervote is, say if it's a vote for, like for school board, vote for 4, and somebody votes for 1, 2, or 3, that's an undervote. And they can do that. They don't have to vote for all 4, but they are entitled to vote for up to 4. And so the machine will read that as an undervote, but it'll still count it as a valid vote. Okay?
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
Before you start, I have questions. I mean, if you are you getting ready to start?
Nope.
Okay.
I got a ways to go.
Go on. Okay.
Okay, so then once we confirmed that the bin sorting was correct, we scanned the advance ballots. So we had a sworn advance board come in. Those are my election results, Phyllis.
Oh, okay.
The packet I emailed out, so that's what I'm.
Yeah, there was 44 pages, so.
Yeah, so I'm just on the report right now. I didn't print paper, sorry. Okay, so we did have a sworn advance board that came in at 4 o'clock, and their job initially, after they were sworn in, was to open the advance ballots that came in by mail. So they open those, and then they separate them from the envelopes, and they do not look at the ballot when they're doing that. They do a count to make sure that the number of ballots we received, the number of envelopes matches, and we get their totals of how many advance ballots that there were. Also, when we get those back in the mail, we have to check them in on our computer. So we know how many there should be, and our numbers did match. We had 102 advance ballots by mail that were processed on election night, and so those were run through. That as we're running through the ballots, every time we save a batch, we are keeping track of it on a worksheet that we've developed since the last election. So that's an example of that was in your packet. We also run what's called a batch bin report, which I'll show you, that it shows in the top bin if we had any that we couldn't process. It'll show, you can press the button and it'll say what the problem was with that ballot. if it was unreadable, which that's, I think every one of them was an unreadable image. And then on the middle one, it shows processed, and it shows that it was all write-ins, and then at the bottom, it shows processed and how many of each ballot style, basically, the processed. We also ran results after we did the advanced ballots and the early ballots. Okay, and then as part of the process at the polling locations, the election board has to certify to me how many voters they've had. So that total number, which I can show you on the paperwork, is the number of ballots that we should have. And so in every case, that did match with what we processed. And it's in evidence by our batch bin reports that we did. We also developed a tracking worksheet for every batch that we filled out and put in the bag with the ballots. And when they went up to the resolution boards, they knew on that worksheet it would tell them whether they were looking for write-ins, if they were just verifying voter intent, looking for overvotes, or if they were hand counting a ballot that couldn't be read. We did have 2 blank express vote cards that were in with the voted ballots, and one of those appeared to be a voter error where they did not print the card after they voted. Either that or they just rejected it and put it in the can without voting it. So there was one of those, and then the other one was from another polling location, and it just appeared to be maybe one that got stuck together with a different one because it was completely blank, but they didn't have a voter check-in to go with that. So that was my assumption, is that it probably just stuck together and it was just completely blank. Does anyone have any questions so far about the process? For compiling results, everything that could be scanned by the scanner, we ran the precinct level and totals on election night. Any hand-counted ballots and the write-in votes that the resolution board tallied were recorded in the tally books here, and they're all handwritten. And then our process from there is we take each set of those books and we type those all onto a spreadsheet. So we have a tally book that's on the computer, and we type everything that board gives us. All 3 boards, we type everything onto the computer, and then we have 2 people check it to make sure it matches their books. We total the number of votes for each set of books, and then we resort it by the positions and candidates so that we can combine. And then we continually recheck those. Everything is checked at least twice after it has been entered. And then from there, when we run the results on this machine, we're able to save it to a flash drive, and we have an election reporting module computer that's all it's used for, and it's not connected to the internet in any way. And we are able to bring those results in, and it can combine for us. Well, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but we pull that into the computer, and we're able to do an export into an Excel file. And so that's where the election night totals come from. And that's a huge improvement over what we used to do, because we used to have to hand type from the printed reports into the precinct spreadsheet, and there's a lot of room for error. And that saves a lot of time now. And those are all double checked again. And then once we get all the write-in information verified and checked, we type them in again onto this, and then they're checked again back. And we know the vote totals at that point, and we verify all of those. So everything is checked by at least 2 staff persons. Then the canvass, which is today, and so we do have some provisional ballots that are going to be dealt with today, and then we will add those to this worksheet. I think I missed something. Yeah, on number 4, eligible advance ballots that are received on or before November 8th, which is the Friday following the election. On Friday, we brought in an advance board again to open those because we had several that were returned to the polling location, and then we had several that came in the mail that were legally cast. They were postmarked on or before Election Day and received by the Friday after, and that was a law change a couple years ago. So on Friday then, we had an advance board come back in and open those, do the balancing process. We ran them through the scanner, and those 11 ballots totals were added in using the election reporting computer, and it added it into these totals. So. Number of voters. On Election Day, we had 1,869 and 17 provisional. The early in-person here at the courthouse, we had 354 plus 5 provisionals. And then advanced by mail, we had 113 total ballots, voted ballots returned plus 2 provisionals, so total 115 total. So 2,360, including the provisionals. That's the number of voters that we had. And then I have the breakdown by location, and you'll see that those numbers balance to each other. As I said before, we had only 16 ballots that could not be read by the machine and had to be counted by hand, and that was accomplished by the resolution boards. The reasons that the ballots had issues, we had just 2 of the express vote ballots, I think. Very few, maybe it was more than 2, but and the reason that they were not able to be read is they had some smudging through the barcode at the top, and so that's the reason that looked like those ones weren't read. And then we had several paper ballots that weren't read, and it looked like at the polling site, we have a box on there where they're supposed to stamp the ballots, because the ballots have a printed like track mark all the way around the outside now for the scanner to be able to read it, and they stamped it in the track mark, and so the scanner wasn't able to identify those particular ballots, and so they were handed. So we will readdress that with the poll workers to be sure that they're placing those stamps correctly in the future. But that was a great improvement from the last election with the 112 hand counts and only 16 this time. As I said before, on election night, we had 102 advanced ballots, and then we had the 11 that came in by Friday, which were then counted and added in. I have those results here. And just a little thing that maybe people don't know, when we order the paper ballots, from the time we get them, they are tracked and balanced immediately when we receive them. We verify that what we ordered is what we received, and we keep track. We know where every single ballot went and is right now. So we keep them secured in the vault when they're not in use. Care is taken to have at least 2 persons present with the ballots. And the only time any voted ballots are in the possession of a single individual is on election night, when they're being transported after they've been counted to one of the county boards. And generally we always have people here present from the public, and we have the security cameras. So that's the only time they're ever is when they're in transit. We had 2,309 ballots that were run through the scanner on election night. We had 16 hand-counted ballots, and we had 11 legally cast advance ballots received between Tuesday and Friday. So the total counted is 2,336, which you can see balances back to the previous numbers. So just in the process and balancing section, I just gave you information that shows we had 354 early voters, and it shows us balancing back the ballot numbers. It shows the advance, how many, and then these are the certifications that we get from each polling location. So at Burns, they had 43 voters, and when we did our batch bins on election night, we accounted for 43 ballots. So we make sure, I mean, it's verified that everything that we counted was the same number of voters. So, I have not really shared a lot about the ballot security in the past, and that's such a big topic right now that I just thought I should share that with you all, that what our process is for that. And this is all sideways. This is an example of the batch bin worksheet that we do. So each batch that is processed on the scanner, Marcy records on here. We keep track of how many ballots there were and which reports were run. And then this is an example of the batch bin report. So if we had something that was not processed, that would go into the top bin, and it would, we would be able to tell, well, this one didn't have any. But on one that does have it, you can see it would say image unreadable. And what we do then is we will clear out the top bin on the machine and try it one more time. And if it goes through the second time, a lot of times it will. It'll go on through and it'll go to one of the process bins. And that's our preference. But if it still won't, then we go ahead and send them upstairs. So this is a processed middle bin. You can see that there was one Doyle, 3 Fairplay, and 3 Florence second ballots for a total of 7 ballots in the middle bin. And then the bottom bin, it shows how many. There were 31. And so when we add all of those numbers together for their batches, then it should match what the poll workers told us. And in every case it did. So we have, here's an example of a not processed bin, and you see where it says image unreadable right there. There were 2 ballots, and those 2 were actually hand counted. So that's kind of just an example so that you have that. And then we add them back. This is an example of the tracking sheet that we used to put in with the ballots to let the resolution boards know what to do with those, and then we know where those went. And then we have a saved batch report that shows all of the batches that we processed on election night, and all of the totals match our balancing. This new equipment has so much capability. It's really great. It helps our process a lot. And then this last one is the late advance that we received. This is the one batch with 11 ballots. And then this is shows, I said that all the paper ballots we get, we keep track of from the time we get them till we're done. So this is what we sent out to each polling location. We sent out 5,436 paper ballots, and this is where we keep track of those. And then we reconcile these back after the poll sites report back. And then we have a balancing sheet overall that I keep track of every ballot that comes in and leaves. And so, let me see if I can turn that around. It doesn't let me rotate the other way. Okay, so if you see here, we have the ballot style, and we had 75 ballot styles for this election. We received, it shows how many we received. We keep a copy of each thing for the file. We have a certain number that we had verified on reports that we sent out to advance voters, and whether they return them or not, we sent them, so that reduced our ballots. We had 1 provisional advance for a voter that was not in the system, so we had to enter that ballot as a manual advance that was issued right here. And then our early ballots, the provisionals, any spoiled, and then everything is sent out to the poll site, and then the balance, that's what was left in the folder at the end. And so you can see we received 6,050, we put 75, 1 of each ballot style, in the file. We had 162 advance that were mailed out. Not all of those returned them. As we know, there were 113 returned. We had 186 paper ballots that were early voters. And then we had 4 paper provisionals, 5 spoiled, 5,436 to the poll site, a balance of 181 left, and that's what we had in our folder at the end, which we have sealed and put in with the unvoted ballots now. So we have to count for every ballot. We did have, you can see on my sheet up here, it's in my report, we had a -1 and a +1 here. That means that we had one paper ballot that was a Center Lake ballot that was issued to a Center Board 408 voter. So there was one misissued ballot, which in an election like this is, with so many ballot styles, is really good. Then we did have an audit. That's a new requirement of the law this year. So we did have an election audit. So before we could hold our canvass, we had to have an audit, and we had a sworn election board come in. Well, the first thing we had to do is the morning after the election, we had to randomly draw 2 contested races to audit. And then from those contested races, we had to randomly draw 1 precinct from each to audit. And no public showed up for that. So instead of doing it in our office, we went over to the treasurer's office and they did the drawing for us. But what I did is I had a spreadsheet with all of the contested races, which I cut apart into strips. They drew 2 of those out of a container. And then all of the precincts that go into those races were put into a container, and they drew 1 of those out randomly. So that's the process for that. The audit board, they opened the bags from election night that contained the races and the ballots that they needed to audit, and they had to sort them out, and then they hand counted those 2 precincts. And so the 2 races that we randomly drew were the City of Lost Springs, because they had 6 candidates for 5 positions. And the 1 precinct that was auditable for that race, there's only 1 precinct that votes on it, is the City of Lost Springs. And so they did audit that. The audit results, the hand-counted results, matched exactly our election night totals. And then we also did the County Commissioner District 4 was drawn, and we did, the precinct that was drawn for that, for the audit, for a hand count, was Gale precinct. So that included 3 ballot styles, which was Gale USD 408, Gale Improvement District, and Gale USD 410. So all of those made up the Gale precinct. And those results that were hand counted also matched exactly our election night totals. So. That took place on Friday, November 8th at 10 o'clock. And we did have 1 member of the public from Lost Springs that came and observed a portion of that. They got bored and left, but they did come and started to observe that process. On election night, during our scanning process, we did have an appointed poll agent observing from right outside or just inside the room at different times. There was an area set up there that people could be there and watch. So our scanning process was observed basically the whole time on election night. All of our election night boards sat with open doors, and I did have public viewing areas marked to where if anybody wanted to go and watch what they were doing, obviously they can't speak to them while they're working, but they could stand outside of the 3-foot there, you can't get within 3 feet of the ballot table. I don't believe we had anybody go upstairs to watch, and I don't know if anybody watched in the treasurer's office, but I do know we had several people watching this process, and one of those was an authorized poll agent appointed. Everything else I think we talked about. Over the last several election cycles, I mean, every election cycle we always look for ways to improve and to be more transparent, and we want to be able to show that we're following process, and that process is trustworthy. And so that's part of that is allowing the public to view that and to be involved in that as to the extent possible, and still keep our security. I think there's still misunderstanding sometimes in the public about what we're doing in all the rooms, and so I did explain it before we started on election night, but once we get started, it's fairly busy, and I'm really observing every process. I want to make sure that everyone is being accurate, and so I don't necessarily get a lot of time to go out and about and explain to the public that's here what's happening. So at some point, maybe I will feel a little bit less watchful, but that's not my nature, so. But I think maybe if I had a written something that just says, here's what we're doing, kind of, this is our process, and where you can go, where you can't go in front of public ahead of time, that might help. So something that even if I'm not available, we could hand to them. So that's a goal for next election. And I do just have a note on here that before the presidential election, I will be asking to purchase additional express vote ballot marking machines. They are very popular in the polling locations. People will even sit and wait to use them. They cut down on the poll worker error potential of handing out an incorrect ballot because it automatically will bring up the correct ballot for that voter. And it also cuts down on voter error of overvoting because the touchscreen will not allow a voter to vote for too many candidates. And then it cuts down on a lot of the questions about voter intent because you don't have the X outs and trying to figure out what the voter meant to do. So, and it does make the process a lot smoother. So anyway, that's kind of just a forewarning. We have the rest of the equipment now is all paid, so. Okay, so the next steps are the board of canvassers, which is you three here. You will make a determination on the provisional ballots, which I will go through that summary with you and what provisional ballots we received. Then once you determine which ones of those we will count, then we will have you open them and separate them. Marcy will scan them through the machine. If there are any hand counts or any write-ins, then we will tabulate those, and I do have Marcy and Ashley here to help with that process of tabulating. They are both sworn election workers for this election, and they have experience with the tallying. And that's just as a backup. You guys can also tally and do that as well. Then we will print results, and we will read the precinct level results and add those onto the beginning totals for today. And any hand counts or write-ins will also be added here. And then we will compile everything together, and then we'll be able to sign off on the final results. Just as a matter of interest, we did have in Florence City Council, we had a tie for one position on election night at 48 votes each for second ward, I believe. We did receive one advance ballot that affected that race, and so coming into today, we have a 49-48 because of that advance ballot. I don't believe we have any provisionals for Florence second that will affect this. So that may be the final on that, but we'll see as we go through the process here. And then just as a note for the board, the deadline to request a recount is 5 p.m. tomorrow. So we complete the canvass today, and a candidate can request a recount in writing. They have to pay a bond up front at $150, and then we have to have that recount completed within 5 days. And they can determine whether they want us to utilize the equipment or to do a hand count.
So if it's 5 o'clock tomorrow, which is a Saturday, how is that gonna work because no one's on duty?
I have had some questions about the recount information. They can come in today by 5, or I did say that I would accept a request by email. And if the bond is paid first thing Monday morning, I will consider it as timely. So we will make sure that we're paying attention to the email. And also, I did give a couple of the candidates that I have talked to, I gave them my phone number, and I said, if you decide that you want to do it, please call me, and then we can walk through that process. So, let's see. I've given you in your packet, which I don't know if we need that chart. I think you've reviewed it before, but this is a chart about counting provisional ballots. And so after the election, what do we do in our office, besides compiling all the results into the format that you have here, is we research every single provisional ballot that comes in. And so we figure out which situation it was, and according to the election standards, which are based on election law, whether those should be counted or not. And so the chart is in here for you in your packet. And let me go back to my information here. Okay, so here is the provisional ballot summary. So we did have a total of 24 provisional ballots for this election. We had one that was a clerical error. Somebody that was should have been entered in the registration was not. It came through electronically and it was not entered timely. So that one is recommended to count. We had several in-county moves, which is the situation of B2, 3, 4, and 5, and also 8. And all of those, according to the statutes, are allowed to count. On that B8, we did have one person that moved within the county, and they did refuse to fill out a voter registration card. They claimed that the address that we had on file was an error. And we get that sometimes. We did check it, and the information we had on file matched the previous registration card that was submitted by the voter. And so if they had gone ahead and done the process of updating the voter registration when they did the provisional ballot, they would have been good to go for the next election. That's one reason that we have everyone fill out a voter registration card at the time they do the provisional, so that the next time, hopefully it won't be a provisional, and they'll just be able to smoothly move through the process. So anyway, we have a total of 13 of those that I am recommending according to those standards that would be counted. We have several that, according to the standards, are not recommended to count. So we had one that did not provide the photo ID when they came to vote. And we did contact that voter because if by statute, if they provide it to us before today, after the election, but before today, then we would be able to count it. But they did not. They had not come in with their ID. We had 5 that were moves from out of the county, and according to the standards right now, those are not allowed to count. The County Clerks Association is looking into potentially supporting some legislation that would allow us to count those if they're already registered in Kansas, but they've just moved from another county. But as of right now, there is no legislation or no law that would allow us to count those. We had 4 that just were not registered. And then we had one that said they registered through the DMV, but we did go back and check and there was no record, and by the standards, we're not allowed to count that if we cannot confirm. So we have 13 that are recommended to count and 11 that would recommend not to count. And so that makes the 24. Do you have any questions about anything in the report or the process?
Do you have something written?
Yeah.
Okay.
In that contested race down at Florence,
Yes.
I've had one citizen call me and claiming that there were some voters that was not legally registered, don't live in town and stuff. How is that?
Okay.
How is that handled?
I did get a call, I don't remember what day it was, late in the week, but I did get a call from somebody there questioning about people that were voting that maybe don't live in Florence anymore. And we did check the individuals that they specifically said, and they were all legally registered in Marion County. 2 of them, I've been told, live in another town in Marion County. And I do know that because they are Kansas voters, so the law says that the voter tells us what their address is. And so I don't really have any authority over what the voter says their address is. They tell us what it is. But it is illegal for them to register and vote in more than one place. And so I can verify without a doubt that the two individuals that were complained about are registered only once and voted only once. They are registered in Florence. Now, whether that is their actual residence where they lay their head, that's probably an ethical consideration, but it's not one I have control over as an election officer. Then the third one, I was told, doesn't live in the state anymore. And so on that one, they are registered legally and they're actively registered in Florence to vote. And they have been voting there, sometimes by mail, but they have been voting there. So that one, I will tell you, I did send all three of these complaints to the Secretary of State's office in case they wish to investigate that. And they would be able to potentially check with the Texas Secretary of State to see if the individual that supposedly lives in Texas is registered there as well. And if they are, then that's a crime. Because you can't be registered and voting if they voted there. That's not.
I did not know the answer to that question. I think I said I would bring it up.
Yeah.
Are you allowed then, if a name comes up, to go to the Kansas driver's license and see if they've re-registered their driver's license in another place in another county or something like that, or another address in the county?
It's not based on their driver's license.
I realize that. I'm just to help you provide that. I didn't know.
We have been told that we are not really allowed to be the address police.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well,
if the
that's
voter
fine.
says this is where they're legally registered to vote, then that's what we go with. And as long as they provide the correct address when they come to vote and their photo ID matches them, name-wise and face-wise, then we have to
That's fine
allow
with me.
them to
I
vote.
couldn't answer the question. I said,
Mhm.
that's the only way that I would know that somebody.
Yeah, at the state level, they can check that out
Yep.
more than we can.
Cool.
So, and that has been referred on to them.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. And then, once they've legally cast a ballot according to our records and our process, there's no way that we can recall a ballot because they're anonymous. We don't know what it was or anything like that. But we can look into it and see if there was fraud or a crime committed. And if that's the case, then they could have action taken against them.
Oh, that was the next question. That I have not answered, not even followed through on. When I put a ballot, if I vote, is a ballot number assigned to me?
No, it's not. It's completely anonymous. We are not tracking what people vote for. That's,
I didn't think there was, but
no.
just asking, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, so generally the next thing that we do would be the canvassing board would make a motion and a vote to, on how to count those provisionals. And generally, it's just as simple as making a motion and vote to accept and count those that are allowed by law to count. Unless you have a different idea and want to do something different.
I'd make a motion to count the ones as legally accepted by law on the provisional.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And you vote, okay, and so then the next step is for us to bring those in and open them, and then we will run them through the scanner. And for this part of the process, I'm gonna have to ask you to move your chairs back over because we cannot have you within 3 feet of that machine where she's counting. So, just scooch it, yeah, I would appreciate that. We don't want you within too close of the ballots.
Sit over here by the coat. That's fine. Don't get around it.
Make sure you got 3 feet there, Dave.
You
gotta go further away.
Do you wanna open these?
Okay.
So this is my fancy little $13 letter
About me
opener.
using my pocket knife.
I have a regular letter opener if you want that instead.
Let's do that.
Okay.
That looks too complicated.
It's really not, it works
Won't be
great.
yours, me.
That looks like it belongs in a safe space.
2 of these will have an inside envelope also that you'll need to open and then separate the ballot from. And then as soon as these are opened and separated, we will take these envelopes away because we don't want to identify anything about the voters associated with these ballots.
Another,
I'll take that. And if you just want to make a stack of the ballots.
okay.
The voter registration cards have been removed from these, so you don't have their information.
Is this like Christmas morning?
It is for us. We love elections.
Oops, there's more in there. Did
Well,
I
let's
miss
see
any?
what's, no, let's see. Oh, that's just a sample.
That's the same. Okay.
Says
We don't
sample.
need that. We don't need
No.
that out.
Ken, on the one out of state, could that be a military person?
It could be,
And did they tell you
And this
that?
needs opened also, right?
yes. Yeah, I don't have that
They
information,
don't
so
tell you?
I don't know their situation.
Yeah. I didn't know how you did have to keep mail them out of state or.
We do, yes, we do. Okay, this just has something they weren't supposed to include in with the ballot, but we needed it, so I will take that.
Had to pay a bill. Got a free stamp.
Actually, when they do a provisional by mail, we have to have them fill out some information and send back. I could get another opener and you want to open some.
Unless you want to use that fancy thing on it too.
Like it might stick somebody.
Yeah.
What was my old one? It disappeared in the move.
I think it might be in your drawer that's over there in the middle. No, it's not. Well, we'll make sure. We probably rated it for the election, honestly, because we have to come up with like 12 of them for the election.
These more?
It's
6,
open.
7,
Wait,
8,
he's got to be,
9.
wait. He's got to open it. I just.
Oh, you just
Oh,
opened
you
it?
just opened them.
I-
Oh.
Okay, you
I
need to
just
pull
opened
them
it.
out.
Just open it. Okay.
I'm just open sample.
I mean, give me the rest down there and I'll just open it. You don't know what he's doing there.
Panic. Panic.
I know, right?
Good help for
Got my eyes on it.
It ain't even Monday.
Abort.
I had to hold this extremely hard.
I don't know.
All 911, 1 the rest. Yeah.
anything else? There's one electronic one in there, so it's half the sheet.
If you can pull that out to the top, that would be helpful so that we can run it separately.
There it is.
As of this morning, the machine is completely cleared out. We do have a zeroed report from this morning, which is right here. And I didn't mention, but all the election night returns, and then the late advance, the audit information, and the combined results to get to the beginning point for today are all laid out here if anyone wants to look at those. You're welcome to as the Canvas board. Okay, ready, Mercy?
Say this could have some effect on, these could affect that tight race.
I don't know if we had any from that precinct. Okay.
Got writing?
So then put it in the tray too. That's fine. Are you gonna do all one as one batch together, since it's so small?
That's okay.
Yeah, there was a folder. Maybe run this way. Oh, I didn't do a batch sheet. Worksheet.
We have 13 ballots. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so the two that went to tray two, Marcy, can you give those to Joe? Joe, those have write-ins on them, so can you look for those? And basically what we're gonna do is Marcy's gonna save the results. She's gonna run precinct level reports that we will read and record onto these worksheets, but in the meantime, then what I will have you do is Joe is gonna read the ballot style, and then she's gonna read what the race is for the write-in. How many write-ins do you see one on?
2 on this one and 1 on this one.
Okay, so you'll have to kind of slowly read what the race and the ballot style is, and then spell the candidate's name. So because I'm gonna have to show them where to write on this form. Okay?
Can we write on
Yes, that's what these are for. Okay,
Okay, the first one is ballot style is Marion South B.
okay, so that'll be Mary South. And I will tell you, I'll show you where to write. What race is it that's a
It
write-in?
is the, write-in is for 4th,
County Commission Fourth District?
no, it's for board member, position 3, USD 401.
Okay, so it's not on the first worksheet, so this is county first, city, the third set of books is for school. So that's the one you want, it says school offices up in the left-hand corner. Okay, and then if you go to, these are in order by USD, so if you go to 408, and you said position 3,
Position 3, correct.
okay, so that will be, I didn't put page numbers on these, I'm sorry. There's a whole bunch of green writing because nobody filed for that position, so.
Okay, yes. We're in position 3.
Okay, let's see.
Now we're gonna have to add a line down the bottom for a write-in.
Yeah, yes, you are. And what I would like you to write before we begin writing there, did you find it, Ken?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
You want to get to a link on it. I think it's right after this. So it's position 1. And then, so after all this is all position 3. Those are write-ins that we processed on election night. So it's right under, so who wants it in red? You see that? That was a vote on election night. We're gonna write right on that line underneath that. And you're gonna write,
If it's a name that's not on here.
this is a write-in, yeah, so it's a name that's not on the ballot as a file, no one filed for that. So what you're gonna do is make put a P for provisional, either right before the line. And we're writing, right under who wants it, do you see where we are?
Yep.
And what the candidate's name?
Okay, it's Terry Jones, TerryJones.
Okay, and so you're gonna write his name, and then you're gonna go to the column that says, what's the ballot style? Marion North? did you say?
Marion South.
Marion South. So you're gonna go to the Marion South column at the top, and then you're gonna put one vote on that line for Terry Jones. So your one would go right under the red line on the previous. Okay?
Okay,
And was that the only write-in on that
that was the
ballot?
only writing on that.
Okay, so the next race
Ballot,
is,
the race is for, City Burns Mayor, the first one,
so you'll go to the city offices,
Burns City.
and Burns Mayor is right up there at the top, so you'll be writing directly
Provisional.
under Brian Johnson, yep, put P for provisional,
Okay.
okay, and the campaign?
Bradley, B-R-A-D-L-Y, Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Okay, and then you will go over to the column that has Milton Township, and there'll be a 1, right under the green 17. Okay,
And the last one is for Burns City Council.
so you'll want to turn to the next page, and there's for Ryan, see where it says Ryan Johnson at the top? You're gonna write right below that. Put a P for provision.
Okay, it's Ron, R-O-N, Goodwin, G-O-O-D-W-I-N.
And that is also the Milton Township column, so it's under the green one that's there. Okay? I'm gonna put these back into the section.
Yeah, I did mention passing this. First and second, I said,
Okay.
they said, really?
And we'll just put the
Beggars can't
middle one.
choose.
Did you run a second one? I don't want to leave that in there.
Okay. I
I'd
can.
like to have it out.
Yeah, that's right, 3-foot rule.
We'll get out.
I can't imagine what it's like for the city.
And so all of the ballots that we just addressed are in here. And I'll have you all sign this ballot seal to put over the seal of the ballot. I always said.
Most people.
Once it's there, it's
We need to take the motion.
So the next thing that we're gonna do is when these results are printed, we'll add those to this sheet.
They were
Yeah.
actually
Yep.
impressed that they didn't follow. That's
Just wherever, yeah.
passing like this.
Okay, and then we're just gonna.
Oh, yeah, it goes on.
Yep. And you want three of
today's
these?
date or the
Yes,
one?
today's date would be great.
That's a mild.
If it's, unless it says election date, then that's 11.
Okay, here are your pin reports.
Yeah, well, that's just it.
batch of bin reports that show no ballots in the top bin, 2 write-ins that were sorted to the middle that were processed, and then the
He said, no,
11
we don't
that
want
went
that.
to the bottom.
So sometimes maybe it's best just to do the cheap items, wait to see what happens.
Well, I would just say be put in a position where I was told that no way, no way, and I put on the stand, and I would have to say, this is it right now. And I would be the first one down the phone, or game, or whoever, or goodbye. That's current.
Okay, while we're waiting for the results.
Gentlemen,
Yeah.
could you please start your attention?
Okay, while we're waiting for the results to be done, I just want to bring your attention to, on your sheet here, where you see there's, on the county commission race, you have David Crowfoot, and then right under that, you have David Crowfoot hand count. So you actually have 409 votes from election night, and then there's 1 that was hand counted, which wasn't included in the election night totals. So what we will do after this is we're going to combine that, and it'll be 410. We have the same thing here on Tracy Warner, you'll notice. And then I did not have any hand counts for Amy Soyez. We do have 1 hand count down here for Jonah Gehring also. And so those will be combined. So do you see that? So as we prepare the final results, we're going to combine those 2 lines, and that will increase those vote totals. And anytime we've had a hand count, I've listed them out separately underneath so you can see them, but then they're going to be combined into 1 vote total when we do the final paperwork. Okay? Are there any questions about that? I do have these, Phyllis, if you want these. Phyllis? I do have those if you want those. That's what we were writing on. Okay. So the next step is these results by precinct. We're going to record them onto the sheet. And we can do it however you want to. You all can read them, or if you want to have everybody have a copy and follow along, and I can read them. And I would say 1 person from the canvassing board tally, and then the other 2 ladies can tally. It's however you want to do that.
I'm okay with Tina reading.
So if I'm reading them, I would like to have you follow along to make sure that I don't miss anything,
Sure.
and just verify that what I'm doing is correct. Okay. And Joe, would you be willing to be a tallier on this? And then we're gonna, you can pass that to her too. We're still gonna tally onto these worksheets.
On here.
Yes. And then try to do it in a way that makes sense with the worksheets. Okay, so we had no new votes for Wayne Precinct, no new votes for Catlin Precinct, which is 2 pages there, do you see? At the top, you can see how many pages there are for each precinct, and then you see this, the precinct name is right up there at the top left. Does everybody see?
Jay Blaine and Catlin.
Yeah, we did those, and there were no votes for either of those. Now we're on center. There were no votes in center. The next one is Clark. Does everybody see that? Do you see Kent?
Clear Creek?
Yeah, we're on Clark.
We're on
We got
Clark.
to Clear Creek yet.
Oh,
So Clark has, it says up here, and then it says how many pages there are.
right.
And kind of, all right, so
There's none.
do you see, Joe?
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean Clark.
All right, so Clark, we had no votes cast. Now we're in Clear Creek, and we have no votes cast in Clear Creek, 1 page only. Okay, and now we're at Colfax, and we did have 1 ballot in Colfax.
Or
Okay, so we are going to be looking at city. So if you go to your city sheets,
That's city or school?
well, we have both on here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there isn't a vote for city. Okay, so go to the school, which is USD 397. And the first one will be position 2 when we get there. So 397, position 2 is on the second page. You'll see that Stephen Urok is a filed candidate. We had to write in for Billy Alcorn. You're going to be putting a P right under that for provisional. Oh, and then you're going to go ahead and record a vote for Stephen Urok.
I don't know why. Okay.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to write it in a space that's already on the worksheet, we were just going to write it on a different line because that was confusing the last time. So it's Stephen Urok. His name is printed on the
Yeah.
STEVENGJIRAK, and this is Colfax. So you go to the Colfax column and put a 1.
Right under the green one.
That's correct. Then we also have a vote for USD 397, position 7, which is 2 down here. Okay, so the last name that's currently on the list is David August. And this vote is for Anita Svoboda, ANITASVOBODA. And this again is Colfax.
Is that a provisional?
Yes, provisional.
Not secretary.
Yeah, so it'll be just to the right of that green one on the next line down.
Colfax.
Colfax. Okay, does everybody have it? Okay. And are we ready to move on to the next precinct? Okay. On the reports, Doyle had no ballots cast. Durham Park had no ballots cast. East Branch has no ballots cast. And that one was 2 pages. Fairplay has no ballots cast. And then we're to Florence First. Is everyone on the first page of Florence First? Okay. So we're gonna start on your county commission pages. Does everyone have the county offices at the front of their stack now? Okay, so we have 1 vote for Amy Soyez. And this is, yeah, these are all gonna be provisional. And this is Florence First. So that's ANYSOYEZ in the Florence First column. And then directly under that, you're going to have 1 and the same race here for Tracy Warner, TRAYCE, Warner, WARNER. And there is an E there. And that's provisional, and that's also Florence First. There are 2 ballots there. Does everyone have that recorded? There should be 1 provisional vote in Florence First for Amy and 1 for Tracy.
Yes.
Okay, then we're going to skip to the next section of worksheets to the city offices. So good. So you should have your city packet.
Yep.
And we're gonna go to Florence, which we're gonna be on the, we're gonna be actually on the 3rd page, and the top there is mayor, and that's what we're gonna do first. And you're gonna put a P for provisional, and it's right under Mickey Mouse. So you are going to write William Bill Harris, and 1 vote in Florence First. And then directly under that is another provisional, and this one is for Robert Bob B. Gale Jr. for 1 in Florence First. Does everyone have it? we're going down the page here to City Council, Ward 1. Okay, and we have you're gonna put a P on the next 2 lines under Paul Riley Reed's name. And we have Daniel D. Ludwig has 1 for Florence First. And Paul Riley Reed has 1 for Florence First. Okay, and that's it on the city offices. Then we're going to go to the school worksheets. Here's this also.
District meeting 408.
Yes. Here's what we're reading from, Phyllis. This is what we're reading from, and this is where we're recording onto. Okay, and we're on Florence First Precinct. Okay, so then we're at USD 408, and then we have member position 1. So is everybody there? Yeah, right under Scott Heibrecht. And we have 2 votes for Javon Kane, Javan Koehn, for Florence First.
2.
2. And then the next one is on the next page. So it's USD 408, member position 2. And so you're going to put a P, and then right under Mickey Mouse here is where you're going to write. And this is for Nick Kraus, Nickkraus. And for Florence First, he has 2. There were no votes cast on these ballots for member position 3. So we're going to skip all those green names. And you're going to go all the way to member position 7. And you'll be writing a P on the line right under Mickey Mouse. Is everyone there?
Yes.
And the vote is for Jeremiah Lang, Jeremiahlange. It's for Florence First, and there are 2 votes. Okay, does everyone have it? And then you're gonna skip over the improvement district pages. And you're going to go all the way to the state of Kansas question. It's a single page at the back of your packet. Or near the back. And here we have 1 provisional for Florence First for yes and 1 for no. So, yeah, I put P yes and then P
Florence.
no, and it's Florence First.
Both Florence First.
Yes, so one of each. Does everyone have those?
Yes.
Okay. So Florence First is completed. There were no votes cast in Florence Second. No votes cast in Gale. No votes cast in Greenwood. Hillsborough First. Okay, on the County Commission, 5th District. You'll go to the 2nd page. And you'll make a provisional line under anyone but. And there will be one vote for Hillsborough First for Jonah Gehring. Jonahgehring.
That's on the county?
Yes.
Hillsborough first.
Yeah, it's on the county. You're on the right page. Okay.
Under the red one.
Okay. Under the 5th district.
Yes, 5th district.
Fifth district or Hillsborough?
Well, it's, the 5th district is the race, and that's the sheet you're on. And the precinct where the vote is cast is Hillsborough First. So that'll be the column that you're reporting under. Okay, does everyone have it? Okay, and the county is finished, and we'll go to the city. We actually will be pulling the results straight from this into my worksheet, so it'll automatically combine these totals for you. But okay, so we're ready for the city? Okay, so for the mayor, city of Hillsborough. So right under no, do you see that? And this is for Hillsborough First, and we have one for Lou Thurston, Louthursten. Hillsborough First, yep. So it'd be right under the number 1 there. Okay, and then on the next page, we are ready for Hillsborough City Council, Ward 1. So right under anyone but, there'll be a provisional, you'll write provisional or P, and then the candidate is Renee Gehring, RENEEGEHRING, 1 for Hillsborough First. Okay, does everyone have it? And we'll go to the school worksheets. So it is USD 410, and it's all at-large positions. Okay, and it looks like there was only one vote cast, so they could have voted for 4, up to 4, but they voted for 1. And so you're gonna write a P for provisional right under Krista Matlock. And the name of the person with the vote is Jared D. Jost, Jared, initial D, Jost, and that's 1 for Hillsborough First. And there were no votes for the constitutional amendment. Then we're gonna go back to the city sheets again. We're going to the city, and it'll Hillsborough second. Actually, it'll be the mayor for City of Hillsborough. No, just use the line underneath the line you already made, just at the very bottom of that page. And this is a provisional, and there are actually going to be, it's for Lou Thurston, and there are 2 in Hillsborough second.
2.
2,
Hillsborough 2nd.
yes.
Well, we're gonna write it again, right? Even
Yes,
though-
write it again. Well, you probably wouldn't have to. You could just add it to the same line. Okay, and then for Hillsborough Ward 2, you're going to go to City Council. Go to the next page here. And right under that David A. Lowen hand count, we're going to go ahead and write provisional for David A. Lowen. And there was 1 vote, and that's for Hillsborough second. One, only one. Yep.
Wrong spot.
Do you need white out?
Yes, ma'am. Hmm? I know you did. You said it. I did it wrong.
It's so easy just to do it.
I didn't listen.
So easy.
Our audience is thinning out.
Oh, we got a
We
wife
must be
here.
boring.
She'll be here all day.
Okay.
Okay, so we just did we record then one for David
One for
Lowen
David.
and from Hillsborough second? And so now we can take away the city sheets and go to the school sheets, and you're at USD 410. Same place we were a couple minutes ago there.
Another provision.
Yeah, you're gonna, so you're gonna need 4 lines.
Yeah.
And this is Hillsborough second, so we have 2 votes each. Are you there, Jeff?
I am now.
Timothy D. Kaufman has 2 for Hillsborough second. Jared D. Jost has 2 for Hillsborough second. Jim Paulus has 2 for Hillsborough second. And Roderick W. Coons has 2 for Hillsborough second. Okay. And then we are ready for the constitutional question. And for Hillsborough second, we have 2 for yes.
Oh, we can just use that.
You can use the
Okay.
same line you've already used,
Okay.
just use the different column for Hillsborough
Right.
second. So there's 2 for yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do we need to open a window? Is that, it feels really warm. I don't know how everyone else is.
It's warm.
Marcy will have it just a little bit, Marcy, not too far. Wait, she's got that one. I don't think that door's not open. Okay. Yeah, we got this one and that one. If it gets too cold, let us know. All right, are we ready to move on? Lehigh, 0 votes cast. Liberty, 0 votes cast. Logan, 0 votes cast. Lost Springs, 0. And we're to Marion North. And we have 2 ballots in Marion North. And it looks like we're going straight to the city offices here. And this is for mayor. And we will have David Mayfield on a provisional line. And he will have 2 votes for Marion North.
So we'll have to flip the first page.
Yeah, so let's see, we're in Marion, so we need to get all the way to past Lincolnville. Lost-
Marion North.
Yeah, second page, and it's right under undecided, you're correct, Randy. And yes, it's Marion North, so you're gonna vote provisional, and it'll be for David Mayfield, 2 votes for Marion North.
Okay.
Let me know. Does everybody have it? Then we're going to go to the city council, and I think you're gonna have to flip the page here. So there aren't there's no writing at the top there. That's where you're gonna write. And so we have Jerry Klein with 2 votes for Marion North. Provisional. And Ruth.
Marion North?
Yes, Marion North 2. And then Ruth C. Herbal with 2 in Marion North.
Ruth C.
Ruth C. Herbal, Herbel. Does everybody have it? Joe, do you have it?
Yep.
Okay, so then we're gonna go to the school offices. And then USD 408, position 1, you should already have Javon Kane's name on a line with provisional beside it. It was right under Scott Heiderecht's name, you wrote his name.
Yep, got
So you'll just use the Marion North column and record 2 additional votes for Javon Kane
Oh,
in Marion North.
Marion North?
Yes. I don't think there's any point in us keep writing the names over and
Yep.
over, so. Okay, does everyone have it? Then we'll go to position 2, and you already have a provisional line for Nick Kraus. So you will record 2 votes for Nick Kraus in Marion North.
shaded in helps.
Good. Supposed to. And then we will, does everyone have it? And then we'll go to position 7. And you already have a provisional line for Jeremiah Lang, I believe, so you will do 2 votes in the Marion North column for Jeremiah Lang. Did you see it?
Marion.
Yeah, Marion North, okay. And then we're back to the question. On your provisional line, there's 1 yes and 1 no to be recorded for Marion North. So you can use your provisional yes line and your provisional no line and just record 1 in the Marion North column for each.
One
yes.
for each.
Yes, 1 for each, yes and no. You're following along on the report too, right? So you're
Mhm.
seeing if I'm,
Yeah.
just making sure. Okay. We also have, next is Marion South, and we do have 2 ballots cast in Marion South. And so we will start with the county offices. And then on your provisional line for David Crowfoot, there are 2 votes for Marion South.
Provisional?
I didn't have a provisional.
Okay, so if you don't have one, you need to make one.
Okay. Good thing you said
I'm not
that.
writing,
I
so.
didn't have any.
Okay.
How many did you say?
2 for
2
Marion
for,
North,
2 for Marion South.
Marion South.
Yeah, me and Lance.
I should have brought you some rumors. Do you need, now that we're almost done? Sorry.
Fine.
This is my trifocals, now I need quadfocals.
Okay, does everyone have those 2 for
Yeah,
David
David
Crowfoot?
Crowfoot, yeah.
Okay, so then we're gonna go to your city pages. And City of Marion and Mayor. So you'll have to flip the page. Do you have a provisional line already for David
Yes.
Mayfield?
Yes.
Okay, so you will use that line and record 2 votes in Marion South. Does everyone have it? Okay, then the next page, your city council. And you will have 2 for Marion South on your provisional line for Jerry Klein and Ruth Herbal.
2 Two again for each.
2 for each, yeah. That should be it.
Marion South.
Marion South, 2, yep, 2 for Jerry Klein, 2 for Ruth Herbert. Okay, and now we're ready to move on to the school. And we're on USD 408, position 1. On your provisional line for Javon Kane,
Position 1 is
yes, 408, position 1.
Javon King.
Javon Kane, you will have 1 for Marion South. Okay, and then on the next page, we're ready for position 2. On your provisional line for Nick Kraus, you will have 2 for Marion South. Did everybody find it? Okay. You already recorded the write-in information for position 3, and so we will go to position 7. On your provisional line for Jeremiah Lang. Is everyone there on 7? He has 1 for Marion South. So Jeremiah Lane, 1 provisional for Marion South. Does everyone have it?
Yes.
Okay, and then on the State of Kansas constitutional amendment, we have 1 for yes for Marion South on the provisional. And that's it. Okay? Minnow has none. And the next one, we do have 1 for Milton. So we're gonna go back to your city. And this will be City of Burns. And you'll need a provisional line for mayor for Roland Bosker, ROLAND BOESKER, 1 vote in the Milton Township, or in the Milton column. Okay, does everyone have it? And we're gonna turn the page for Burns City Council. And then for, you'll make a provisional line right under the one you already wrote, and this will be for Cecilia M. Kennedy. CECILIA-M-KENNEDY, and she will have 2 votes for Milton.
What's up, last
Wait a
name?
minute.
Kennedy, KENNEDY.
2 and the provisional.
2 for Milton, yep.
Yes.
Joe, do you have it?
Yeah, I do now.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I was on the right piece of paper.
Yeah.
Okay, is everybody good?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Just making sure everyone's on the same page. Now we're gonna go to school. And this is USD 398. And these are at-large positions. You'll have you need to put a provisional line for Donna Glover, DONNAGLOVER. Does everyone see where we're writing? It's right under Tiana Gaines's name. Okay? And she has 2 in Milton. Yep. Then the next one you're going to do a provisional line for is Stacy Parks. Oh, no, never mind. Hope Reynolds. HOPEREYNOLDS. Hope Reynolds. And she has 1 in the Milton column. And then right at the bottom of that page, right under Hope's name that you just wrote, you can write in Timothy E. Caldwell, provisional. And he has 2 for Milton. Does everyone have that? Okay. Then we're going to go to the constitutional question. And on your provisional yes, you have 1 for Milton. And that's it. Okay, Moore Township has no votes. Peabody East has none. Peabody West has none. Risley has none. Summit has none. West Branch has 1 ballot. We will go to the county commissioner, the county set of votes.
Under West Branch, yeah.
What's that?
Under West Branch.
Yes, this will be under West Branch for the county, and this is the commission district, 5th district. If you have a provisional line for Jonah Gehring, you will record 1 vote in the West Branch column. Okay, does everyone have it? Then we'll go to city, then we'll go to Gossel City Council. And you're gonna need 3 provisional lines. A provisional line for Cynthia R. Gaddis, a provisional line for Dean Snelling, and a provisional line for Ben Schmidt. And each of those will have 1 vote in West Branch.
Four lines?
You only need 3.
Three.
Yep. Cynthia Gaddis,
Yeah.
Dean Snelling, and Ben Schmidt.
All West Branch.
All West Branch, 1 each. Okay, then we'll go to the school. And we're at USD 411. I wonder how many names we have on that USD 408, position 3 that no one filed for. There's a lot of write-in pages. Okay, so did everyone find USD 411?
Yes.
So you'll make a provisional line in the position 1 section for Sarah Hebert. And she'll have 1 from West Branch. Then in the next section, for position 2, Maynard Knapp will have a provisional line with 1 vote from West Branch. And then on position 3, Bryant S. Miller will have a provisional line with 1 vote from West Branch. And then in the position 7 section, Kyle Funk will have a provisional line with 1 vote from West Branch. Does everyone have those? Okay. And then we will go to the constitutional question. And on your provisional yes, you will put 1 vote for West Branch. Okay, and then Wilson has no votes cast. So that is the end of the recording of this. We need to review everyone's paperwork. We'll just go through each section to make sure everyone has the same information, record it, and then once that's done, I will take those when we get a break and I will compile them into the correct format for everyone to sign off. So let's put our sheets in the same order again. So let's start with county on top, then city, then school, then improvement, and then the question at the back.
County, city, school.
County, city, school, improvement, and then the special question, and then there's a blank page at the back. Okay. Does everyone have that order?
Oh, yeah. Can't lose that. There it is. County, city, school, improvement, question.
Okay, and I was not tallying because I was just reading, so basically, Joe, can you read what's on your tally sheet, and then the others can confirm that they have the same information? So any tallies that you have
Okay.
on this page.
So you want me to say the name and like the Florence one?
Mhm.
Okay.
And how many votes?
Do we need to tally them too?
Okay.
No, you're gonna verify that everything that's on your page is the same as what
Okay.
Joe reads.
Okay.
Okay. Amy Soyas, Florence First, 1 for county commissioner. County Commissioner Tracy Warner, Florence First, 1. County Commissioner David Crowfoot, Marion South, 2.
Are you finding it? Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Am I going too fast?
no,
Is
you're
that
fine.
okay?
That's
Okay.
good.
And County Commissioner 5th District, Joe Gearing goes for a first 1, and West Branch 1.
Okay.
And city offices, Burns Mayor, Roland Bosker, Milton 1. That's all.
And did you have a write-in recorded for Bradley Ryan Johnson?
I do.
But she read it, so she.
Oh,
no,
yeah, you
I
didn't write
don't.
that. So can you go ahead and write that on there?
Sure.
There should be a provisional write-in for Bradley Ryan Johnson for mayor for 1.
Okay. At the, all right. Oh, that was off that sheet.
Yes.
I
and
did
you were
not
reading-
write, I did not put those on the tally
Right.
sheets, so I won't have that. Okay, and that was for which?
That was for Milton, for
Milton.
mayor for 1.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Burns City Council,
Did you get the Roland Monster?
Yeah,
yes,
she
I read that
That
one
was the
first.
Okay.
Okay. Burns City Council, Cecilia M. Kennedy, Milton 1.
Okay, and there's also, yeah, there were 2.
There were 2?
Mhm.
Thank you.
And there was a write-in also. Do you have that?
Ron
Ron
Goodwin?
Goodwin.
Ron Goodwin,
For city office?
Mhm.
Okay.
and that was 1. Was that what everyone has?
Right.
Yes.
Was that for Milton 2?
Yes.
Okay, got it?
Yes.
Okay, Florence Mayor. I've got William, parentheses, Bill Harris, Florence First 1. And I've got for Mayor, Florence Robert Bob B. Gale Jr., Florence First 1. Florence City Council Ward 1 is Daniel D. Ludwig, Florence First 1. Paul Riley Reed, Florence First, 1. Okay, this is Gossel City Council. Cynthia R. Gaddis, West Branch 1. Dean Snelling, West Branch 1. Ben Schmidt, West Branch 1. Hillsborough Mayor, Lou Thurston, Hillsborough First 1. Lou Thurston, Hillsborough Second 2. Hillsborough City Council.
Is that what
Ward-
you have?
Oh, I must have missed that.
Let's make sure.
Okay.
Hillsborough second?
Uh-huh.
For a second.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
For 2.
So Hillsborough first 1, Hillsborough second
Second.
2.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. Hillsborough City Council Ward 1, Renee Beering, Hillsborough First 1. Hillsborough City Council Ward 2, David A. Lowen, Hillsborough First 1.
No, that should be second, Hillsborough second. not
I'm
Hillsborough
sorry,
first.
it is second. I'll
Okay.
follow my line down again.
Okay. So David A. Lowen should have Hillsborough, it should be Hillsborough second.
Hillsborough second.
Okay.
We go down to Marion Mayor. Everybody got it there?
Mhm.
Okay, David Mayfield, Marion North 2, Marion South 2. We're going to Marion City Council. Jerry Klein, Marion North 2, Marion South 2. Ruth C. Hurdle, Marion North 2, Marion South 2. And that's all for that. Now we're ready for school. Okay, board member position 2, USD 397. Stephen G. Urock, Colfax 1. And in board member position USD 397. Anita Sabota, Colfax 1.
And that was under position 7, correct?
Right,
Okay.
position.
Okay.
I mismarked that one to start with, and I put mistake on there. Do I wipe this out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. If you crossed it out and wrote it in the
Want
right
me to
place, that's
do it?
okay too. That's kind of a high-tech gizmo.
Yeah. Forget it, but I got mistake there, right there. Okay.
Okay. Board member position at large, USD 398. We've got Donna Glover, Milton 2, Hope Reynolds, Milton 1, and Timothy E. Caldwell, Milton 2. Now we've got board member position 1, USD 408. Siobhan Kane, Florence Second 2.
Florence first.
Florence first, me too. I have Florence first.
We've got 2 in,
2 and Florence first.
Florence first.
and none in Florence Second.
Yeah, we didn't have any provisional ballots
Okay.
in Florence second, so that would be correct.
Wrong line.
You get it to work?
Yeah, I did.
First try.
And
Well,
that's 2.
I can't handle this time.
Thank you.
Everyone has 2 there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Siobhan Kane, Marion North 2, Marion South 1. I'm gonna have bifocals and try to do this.
Yeah.
Board member position 2, USD 408. Nick Kraus, Florence First 2, Marion North 2, Marion South 2. Okay, now, board member position 7, 408.
You will have one on position 3. There was a write-in. I believe.
Oh, okay.
Does everybody have a write-in written on position 3? It would be right under the red. Who wants it, I think?
Okay.
You're going the wrong way. I think it's behind all those greens.
Position 3.
Yeah, keep going backward.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay, so do you have a write-in listed,
Yeah.
Terry?
Jones,
First one, yeah.
Okay.
Marion South, 1.
Is that what you have? Randy?
Yes.
Marion South
Yes.
one? Okay.
I had that as provision.
Yeah, they're all, it is provisional, but it is a write-in.
Okay,
Okay. So now, where am I at?
right there.
Yeah, you should be
Here.
on position 7. After that.
Okay, yeah, my position 7. Jeremiah Lang. For, no? Position 7, 408.
Yeah. 408, position 7.
Okay, so you need to go the other way, Randy. You were just on position 3.
Okay, but we can all these guys. So I put them-
No, those are on the wrong line. Those should be on USD 410.
Aha, that's the reason why, okay.
In the circle and
All of them?
not Terry Jones, he was correct, yeah. And we can wipe these out and have to record them on USD 410.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
No, yeah, Terry Jones is mistake. Okay, and just put mistake there. Yep.
Okay, so that's pretty page far enough. Okay.
So now we should be on position. See why we compare before we move
Yep.
along?
Okay, now you're there?
Yep.
Okay. Position 7, 408. Jeremiah Lang. Florence First 2, Marion North 2, Marion South 1. Now we're at board member positions at large, 410, USD 410.
And that's, I think, where you're gonna have to write those ones. Okay.
Okay, I've got Jared D. Jost, Hillsborough First 1.
Okay.
Timothy D. Kaufman,
Okay.
and I've got Hillsborough Second 2.
Okay.
Jared D. Jost,
Okay.
Hillsborough Second 2.
Okay.
Tim Paulus, Paulus,
Jim.
Jim, Hillsborough Second 2. Roderick Coons, Hillsborough Second 2.
Okay.
I put an extra 2. Okay. Now we've got board member position 1, USD 411. And I've got Sarah Hebert, West Branch 1. Okay, position 2, 411. I've got Maynard Knapp, Wilson 1.
I believe that should.
West Branch.
West Branch, when I saw that, I wondered if that, I went too far with that. Position 3, 411 is West Branch. Brian S. Miller, West Branch 1. We didn't even have anything in Wilson, did we?
No.
Just got the wrong call.
I know. And then position 7, 411 is Kyle Funk, West Branch 1.
We did not, there were no changes to the appointment district on any, we didn't record anything from any
No.
of the districts, so we can skip that section.
the state question, the yeses, I've got 1 for Florence first, 2 for Hillsborough second, 1 Marion.
Florence second.
Florence second.
We didn't,
Hillsborough second, I've
Hillsborough
got
seconds too.
2.
yeah, we didn't
Not
have any
Florence.
Florence second ballots.
Oh, then
So,
Sorry,
it's Hillsborough second.
it's Hillsborough second.
is that what you girls have, Hillsborough
Yeah.
second?
Yes,
Yeah.
I got Hillsborough second.
Give me your white out.
I want to see somebody run that.
You know how to run it?
I'm gonna see somebody, I've been doing it.
I know.
How do you get the stuff out?
It's already there, see?
Is
It's
this-
on the back,
Yeah.
and you just, so you need this one gone?
Yep.
And then you need it in Hillsborough second, you
I
got it.
got
Okay. All right.
All right, ready?
Okay, Marion North 1, Marion South 1, Milton 1, and it's gotta be West Branch 1.
Yes.
I put everything in on the other one there. Okay, and for the no vote, for the question, Florence First 1, Marion North 1. That's it.
If everyone can write your name on the front page of each of your sections.
On each one of them?
Yeah. I didn't write on mine, so I'm gonna get rid of mine, and we'll use yours to compile the final results.
Top right corner or anything?
Yeah, that's fine, doesn't matter. Just, that's a great place. Everyone put it at the top right. Over to the left.
You want white out?
Nobody knows how to operate it.
Yeah.
Marcy, have you done the media? Have you run the, can you go ahead and save that onto the flash drive, please?
You're writing on every page again?
No,
Okay.
So this is the precinct by precinct canvas results, which I will put here.
We'll still have to go back together.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll pull these scanned results into our previous scanned results, and we can get a scan total, which we'll have there, but then I'll also have to combine in any of the hand counts. And so we'll get those all completed and compiled onto the right paper, and we will bring those back to the canvassers to certify off on. So unless you have any questions or anything else you want to do, we need to probably recess the canvas, and then when the results are compiled and ready, that's when you could reconvene momentarily to review and sign off. Is that okay?
Okay. Go ahead with everybody.
Does anybody have anything else? Okay.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and recess until all the complications are compiled. Not complications. All the compiling is done. How's that
That's
sound?
perfect.
I have someone's pen here. If I speak up, it's fine, yeah.
That's a
Okay.
nice pen.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to, it's going to take some time to do that. Do you want to just come back after lunch, or when do you want to, how do you want to
Is that
handle
kind
it?
of, I mean, you had us coming back at 1, so.
Mhm. Do you want to do that as your, when you
How
come
long
back
do you
and
think?
certify?
I mean, to certify, how much time is that gonna take? Just a few minutes?
It'll take a little bit of time because I'm gonna shrink these to letter size, and I gotta make the spacing right. I have to put the certification pages on them, so I don't like to rush that, so.
Okay.
Unless you have something that you need to come back early for, maybe we could just do it at 1 o'clock, recess until 1, and then.
Okay.
I'm fine with that if you think we've got enough
We'll
time.
go ahead and recess until 1 o'clock then.
Okay.
Back for the final.
Thank you, Joanne.
Yeah, thank you for the help.
Everybody.
back into session in regards to the canvas.
Sorry,
Are you ready?
I'm trying.
Trying?
Respond.
It doesn't want to do its thing here.
A picture.
It's not on. Sorry. I'll just do it a different way.
Steps to it.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the
And we're gonna reconvene the canvas for a minute, just for some clarification.
Joe's coming back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it really,
We need to decide on time to certify. And basically we have, there's two options, I guess. One, doing it at 8 o'clock on Monday morning.
You'd be available for a phone call?
Yep.
The other would be to put the certification of the canvas back until 1:30 or whatever that, 1:30. But if we do that, then the swear-in will be after that.
I think you had said initially 1 o'clock, so.
Okay, 1 o'clock.
We've went over all the changes and everything, it's just a matter of you getting the legal form and stuff, that's.
Yeah, to finish the paperwork up, and then I think that the county councilor would like a motion and a vote to approve and certify the results, and so that would have to take place after it's on the correct paperwork. So that could be done by call-in, and I think you could potentially sign afterward, if you wanted to do it earlier.
That would be fine.
Does that work for you? You can call in at 8 o'clock. Okay, then we will put that as an 8 o'clock agenda item, so then we can get to the swear-in.
And that would be at 8:30.
8:30.
And you convene a regular meeting.
And then we will convene the regular meeting. So we'll have a short special meeting at 8 o'clock.
Okay, and since you did that last one by a motion and a vote of the canvassing board, do we need to do
Yeah,
this
do it
action
again.
also? Okay.
Go ahead and make a motion, then we reconvene the canvassing board for a special meeting at 8 o'clock on Monday to certify the election results.
Second.
Moving second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
So that would mean that the deadline to request a recount would be Tuesday at 5 p.m. And it cannot be requested before the certification occurs. So it would have to be sometime between Monday at
8:15.
8:15 or whenever we're done, and Tuesday by 5. So, okay.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go into the
Is that
next.
all for Joe?
Yes.
What's that?
Is that all for Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
That was confusing. Sorry about that.
We're gonna go on to our next agenda item. This is a special meeting, so there won't be any public comments. Next item on the agenda, County Councilor Brad Janice and Attorney Patrick Hoffman. First item is Expedition Wind Development Agreement.
Okay, the representatives from Expedition Wind are obviously present today. There have been a number of revisions of this that, renditions that everyone has gone through. I think we've reached a point where it is pretty much a finished product, at least in terms of the legal review. Patrick Hoffman is obviously present and prepared to go through in significant detail as you see fit on different elements of it. I'll answer anything I can as well as we go through the process. I guess it comes down to the board's wish. If you want, at this point on the agreement itself, for us to just start going through it, or if you have specific questions you want to begin with, however you'd like to do that, we're available. I think everyone is to start answering those questions.
I have no questions, just as we go through it.
Would it be suffice to cover all the changes?
I would like to do that because I went through it and I have a lot of, just like I did before, because I went through everything. I took special time to do this since I got this so late.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, I mean, like Brad said, I'm Patrick, just to reintroduce myself to everybody, I'm Patrick Hoffman. You as commissioners hired me as a kind of a special counselor, so since I got involved, I reviewed it, Brad's reviewed it, we've made some changes, we'll just go through it. I guess if the best way to do that is to just go through it from page 1 to finish, we could do that. or if you want to just ask your questions, we can do that. So I guess just start.
What's the consensus of the commission?
Okay, I don't care how you do it, but I do have a lot of questions again.
Will those, by going through those changes, will that answer your questions or your changes outside of what has been changed on the development agreement?
Will it answer my questions? If they can answer them, they'll be answered, yes.
Okay. So,
I'll be happy to start.
So okay, so I guess, am I going through the red line? It's almost easier for me. I have in front of me the red line, but I might just kind of touch on page by page as we go. So,
that'd be fine.
so page one, the recitals are, and Brad and Trish, stop me if I say, if I
Sure.
misspeak, please speak up. But the purpose of the recitals is just to kind of consolidate the many different CUPs and just kind of reference that this final agreement is kind of a master that coordinates with all those previous CUPs, right? And this, in broad form, this project is fairly unique because we don't usually see projects that go through all these CUPs. So one kind of thing, sometimes the answer to some of these questions is, well, we had to word things a little differently on this because we have such a unique process of development, just as a beginning point. And that kind of takes you guys all the way through page one. The green on page 2.
Yeah, green always just means the text was not changed, it was just relocated.
All right, okay.
And yeah, there was no key in the email to determine that. So I had to go back to the old contract and assume the color code stayed the same.
Yeah.
Okay. So your blue on page 2, I think, is just referencing that you have passed a resolution, passed that development plan, which would, in a prior version of this draft, there would not have been a resolution number. So that's not right, Rich?
And actually, that's in the draft. I think this resolution needs to be signed yet. The resolution approving the
Yes.
Yeah,
development
we have to
plan.
approve
Yes.
the resolution.
You could do that first if you wanted, but that's in there.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's in-
We'll adjust it as needed. for the
Anticipating,
final.
yeah, sure.
That's right.
Actually, it's a little more detailed than that. It's not just verifying the development plan because it goes on and has other language on the page. I have a note that I need a little legal expertise explaining the rest of that because that wasn't in before. That wasn't in the prior one.
The whole paragraph says, the land shown on page 1 of the development plan approved, references the development plan, and then it's saying a copy of which is for illustrative purposes only. And so it's, basically they have an anticipated development plan, but as is common with these projects, there's possibility of construction change. So I think Expedition Wind has always talked about how many towers they anticipate, the megawatt size, but correct, but there's generally the possibility of some sort of change, which would affect the rest of the agreement. So what they're saying is, they could, if they built a different or a smaller or a different project than what they have, it's still fine.
Yeah, this is probably a great example. There's going to be quite a few places in this red line where there's edits that are not necessarily substantive, changing the deal at all, but just cleanups and tweaks or improvements. Us lawyers can't help it. Every time we read a document fresh, we find something we could say better or different. And so all three of us contributed to some of those edits just to continue to make it a well-drafted document. And most of what's going on here was to finalize. An early version talked about, putting a legal description exhibit attached. And what we worked through is that it would be probably most clear for everyone to tie things together if we instead drafted it to reference that the property involved is the property depicted on the development plan. Since now you've reached that point. So that's really what was overall going on with this set of edits, was to take an older version and marry it up the best we could with the fact that you're to the point of having a development plan.
And so you have lots of times marked out the word property and instead replace it with footprint.
Yes.
And so, actually, I like the word property myself because it is the land within these properties. Was the original thing.
Yeah, and so that's a great example of where we thought, well, footprint, it depends on the reader. Simply was thinking footprint might better remind people we're talking about an area on the
Within the white lines.
Yes,
I read that in
that's
the-
right. You've got it exactly right. Where sometimes property is both real estate and other property, and
it just was a bit broader term. That's all that was about.
I guess, Dan, my perspective for the county is that this is not a change that negatively impacts the county in terms of the one we're just talking about.
No, this is just referencing back, if I'm understanding right, to the development plan. It's just that this particular paragraph has all the colors in it.
Yeah, it's very colorful. You're right.
It's very colorful, and very difficult to read and comprehend.
I agree.
The red lines can be like that too, but they can be useful because they kind of show, if you're familiar with the earlier version, it calls out the differences that we've made since the last week. I guess that's the pro and con of a red line. There's some additional language, which again, I think is really just in prior languages said county, and now it's just talking about Marion County. So it's just another clarification. A lot of the things since I got involved, I don't feel like we're either clerical, a lot of these are clerical changes or changes that better explained the intent of the document, but weren't what I would call substantive changes in terms of not changing the intention of the parties or the agreement, but just changing the language so it hopefully reads a little bit better. So I think that's what so you're going to see that a lot as we go through this. That's what's in paragraph on page 3.
Okay, so you're on page 3 now.
Well, the green is just moved. It was already in there, so it just moved.
And your page number reference, I see,
Yeah.
you're in the red line.
I'm on the red
right,
line with
making
you.
sure we're all on the same.
Okay, so you're on page 3. So we went from 2, now we're into 3 onto the green at the top of the page.
Diane, before we finish on 2, based on some of the questions you asked, just for clarification once again, when we read through this, it reads consistent with what we've done previously. It's just more specific. The one thing that's in it, and the reason for using the footprint, is when these wind projects go into place, there is the ability to change to an alternative in terms of a placement, depending on factors that contribute to that change potential in the future. And doing that, they left themselves that wiggle room, which we all look for if you're doing this from their perspective. And I don't mean that in a bad sense.
No, I
Construct and
understand.
operate a wind turbine electrical generation facility with the expected gross, it's still within the parameters of 200 megawatts, but that they may be able to install certain infrastructure at different locations.
That's
It just
right.
gives that reservation. And that was a big part of the red, blue, green. I got kind of cross-eyed looking at it too, but
Yeah,
it really does help.
Yeah.
It was difficult for me. I spent a lot of time on that one paragraph. So, okay, I got that then. Okay, so now you're on page 3, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to go through. The beginning is what they call the recitals, which is relatively just, it takes a long time because of these CUPs to coordinate, but it's important legally just to say, this is what we're talking about, this project. Term, Article 1, of course, has some more import, but the first change is just the capitalization in 1.1.
Okay, wait a minute. So where are you seeing term?
Top of page 4.
Top of page,
Mine says top of page, so you're on page 4 now.
I have, I'm on section 1.1, Article 1.
Okay,
Maybe we should reference by
so we
section.
have on page 2, we have a paragraph whereas, and then you have the same one on page 3. It's a duplicate. Did we take one of them out, or are they referenced it? They're exactly the same. See on the top of
Is it a
page,
straight
it says
through?
whereas
She's looking at the
pursuant.
green.
Yeah, it's the assigned as well.
Page 2 now,
Oh,
top of page 2.
let me explain that. Right.
So it's twice.
Yes, ma'am. So the way the comparison program works is that when you run the 2 compares, when I said green means we didn't change the terms. So what it does is it means the same text, if it's in green, the same text is still in there. And so the first where you see the strike through, it shows where it removed that text, and then the second where it underlined, put it in a new location. That's why it looks like it's twice. So on your clean version, it's not. It's only once.
Top of page 3 is
Okay.
the clean version. Okay, and then you didn't put on described and attached exhibit A, is that because you just formed to the development plan rather than
You got it.
exhibit A?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Okay.
We did, Brad thought it would be a good idea to attach a depiction, and so we kept Exhibit A on with the depiction, just so it was there as part of the document. And Exhibit A is referenced, so it's still referenced there. But that's the reason exactly for changing where we reference it.
And so still on page 3, before you jump to page 4, you do have a paragraph in there, or a sentence in there, I should say, that it says, whereas in accordance to the CUPs and to the effectiveness of the foregoing parties desire to amend and reinstate each of the Doral Cup agreements in their entirety. And I don't think I would agree with that statement at this point in time yet, so I'd like to kind of leave that one hanging for a little bit. Okay? So I'll just kind of start so we can come back to it.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're at.
2 paragraphs above Article 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's got red and blue.
Yeah.
It's got red and blue, mine's all, are you at the same place I am?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. No, you're on a different page.
That's okay, sometimes it's just the way the margins print.
So you're on page 3.
Yeah, you agree.
Page 3, 2 paragraphs up.
Paragraphs.
Okay.
Well, the good news, once we get through the recitals, we can talk about section numbers, which will help us because we're not on the same pages because of the way we go margins, not numbers. But are you caught up to?
Yes.
And the 3 attorneys, of course, we deal with red lines a lot, so we have to deal with those, and people like you guys, so ask questions like that as we go along. But I was just calling out that 1.1 is a capitalization change. The capitalization change is going to change IC to be part of 1 from prior versions, and kind of the same thing out of 1.2. So section 1.1 and 1.2 is, again, just getting into the heart of this thing. Section 2.1 is important. So you got that, it talks about payments in lieu of taxes, which, saying this, of course, for the benefit of the public, of course, in Kansas, these wind projects are not subject to property taxes, at least not initially, right? So, but that's why we call these payment in lieu of tax payments. And that's what it references in the beginning of 2.1. It does in this one have a requirement of the pilot that talks about 60% of the pilot payment to the county, and the county may direct such payments to any general county fund. So that 60% of the pilot coming in is general fund. And then it talks about in paragraph 2, 36% of such amount, I have to make sure it is right, pilot payment to the school districts located within the county, which such amount shall be proportioned between the school districts based on actual megawatts installed in each school district. So since I don't know your guys' boundary lines or anything, it would mean that if the tower is in that school district gets the pilot from that tower,
Yep.
which is important. And then number 3 talks about 4% of the amount of such pilot payment to the special school district, number 617.
So is that up to the county then to prorate all of that, have to do all that work?
It is in this document, so the pilot check comes to your county treasurer.
Right.
And this agreement is directing the treasurer to make that split.
Now, this hasn't changed, this is what you've had since.
Right, I just wondered.
Right.
Who has to do all the we have to do all the legwork on that to make sure that those funds get to the right school or amount.
And we've done a preliminary analysis based on the current layout, and we've got those numbers, and so we've given estimates
Okay,
back.
so it's not gonna be cumbersome on our treasurer.
No, we should be able to, once the turbines are installed, we're not gonna change that unless they change the boundaries of the school districts.
Sure.
What is the special school district number 617?
That's the,
Marion County Special Ed.
This is special ed.
Special ed co-op.
which as we understand overruns all 3 of the school districts.
Right, overlays the whole county.
Yeah. So I would just say also in terms of whether or not this is a burden on your treasurer, the way to think of it would be if this was on the tax rolls, your treasurer would have to do all those kinds of things anyway, and actually a lot more.
Right.
So really, it might seem like it is, but it's really
Okay.
not worse than that at least. So that's going to take us through that 2.1, unless there are
And
questions
I'd like
about
to
it.
come back to that one a little bit too, because we haven't, we'll get into that as we go a little bit further. Well, I'll always get into this.
Should we go as we go, or I mean, it's up to you commissioners, should we come back to things, we might forget?
What you cover when you get there, just keep going.
Okay. 2.2 is a clarification, I have a strikeout. 2.2 talks about what pilot payments are based on, and it's based on what year of the project it is. there was a change which I think was for clarification, because in the jargon is commercial operations date and not the language that was there before. So that's just a small change. The more important change is the 1,800 per megawatt for whatever nameplate is installed.
Whether you figure that to be a change, that was the beginning price from start to finish.
No, the number's not the change. Some of the jargon in there has changed. So just some stuff that.
One
maybe
edit,
like
yeah,
actually
one
do
edit that
yeah.
Patrick wanted to do for the county's benefit, and we thought it was a good clarification, is that as the project is built and some part might be operating, that the county is entitled to receive its pilot payment for the part that's built, even if it's only like a first phase or something. And so a lot of this edit is to make it clear that you don't have to wait until the where full got deleted, is built before you start to receive payments.
So it was drafted under the assumption, which is what they're always talking about, the plan that they're gonna do this in one phase, but sometimes things change. And so if there is a phase, once those towers are switched on and commercially operable, the county starts getting their pilot money. So that's that.
Okay.
But the number that you're gonna talk about, the 1,800 is what was in the previous version.
Yeah, that's the number we've had from start to finish, and that's the number that I want to get into the weeds with, because I'm not happy with that number at all. So, I don't know if Mr. Darkey wants to discuss that now. I was just going to come back and do that because we really have never publicly discussed the pilot. But apparently we are now, and I'm prepared either way to go with it. But I am certainly not happy with $1,800 a megawatt, especially on the lifetime benefit that you're going to receive from the Doyles. If in fact you're going to get the lifetime.
Right, it goes higher.
Pardon me? I know it goes higher, but
Exactly.
I would like it to start higher from the beginning. Because when you go higher, you're going higher in 10 years. Well, 25 years from now, nobody's going to be here to see it. Well, I'm not going to be here to see the benefits. Okay, and I don't even know if it will even get to that point. We don't know what's going to happen in new energy. Let's hope it's very successful.
Yes.
But we don't know. So I'm going to refer back, and we're going to take this. I think we need to stick to the Doyle contracts. And I brought a copy of the Doyle contracts for you. Each Doyle has its own pilot agreement, as you know. And each one of those agreements was accepted and signed by Mr. Pellstring. And they are in effect. And they are a real benefit to the county. As a matter of fact, instead of the $1,800 per megawatt, they give $4,000 per megawatt. So therefore, the county really benefits. Now, I do know that in the Doyles, they really break out defined ways that money is spent, and that greatly benefits Mr. Dawkey's area, which, God bless him, I'm happy, because I think Florence and all those people that have supported this project from day one and signed supporting documents based on those monies are entitled to get them. So I don't like that $1,800 at all. And I really believe you can dish out a little bit more. I really do.
I had a question, Pat. You know, I've been studying the history of pilots that you gave us.
Yep.
But it doesn't, on these other projects, you know, what you're offering us is a combination pilot road maintenance agreement amount. Do these others, are they based on the same thing, a pilot and a road maintenance, do you know? Because I mean, it's all over the map, and so I'm guessing maybe some of them have road maintenance pilot, some are just pilot.
In the research that we have done, we have not seen the specific requirement that has been made very clear to us that we have to come in and invest significantly in the roads just so that we've got the roads in the condition so that we can build the project. And then secondarily, generally the language is, you know, you return the roads to their original condition. It's been quite clear to us that after we've improved them, you're gonna ask that we leave them in that improved stage. And that's the $2 million estimate that I have provided, I think, in our discussion with the commission.
On top of the pilot.
On top of the pilot. Commissioner Becker, we have not seen any other pilot transaction that has had the same requirement put back on the developer. We benefited, I think, from watching Diamond Vista, so we clearly understand what you're looking for, and we're willing to meet that requirement, but.
As to roads, I think you're right.
Exactly, but that's, I think, as we talk about the amount of funding that we're providing to the county,
Mhm.
that $2 million is equivalent to another $1,250,000 or more for 10 years. In other words, if we gave you $2 million up front, or we gave you $1,250,000 per megawatt over 10 years, they're the same number
So
essentially.
have you calculated by adding that in, what would that actually bring per megawatt up? It would be over 1,800 then, but, I mean, what is
No,
that figure?
that would be on top of the 1,800.
Right,
He's
that's what I'm
asking
saying.
combined.
So that would,
Combine
yeah,
all
so
that.
that would be 3,050.
3,050.
Right.
You know, that's why I'm looking up over here at these payments and wondering, is this just pilot, or is this pilot road maintenance? What all is
The
included?
1,800 is cash
Right.
provided to you.
No,
The,
I think he's talking about the other project.
I'm talking about the history. I've been trying to figure these out because, you know, they've kind of been all over the place, so I kind of limited to the ones that have been done in the last 2 or 3 years. But they're way all over the place.
Yeah.
As you go from 900 to 3,333.
That's
Yep.
right.
And so I'm wondering in my own mind, okay, they must include the road maintenance agreement. I don't know.
A lot of it,
Yeah.
I mean, you've nailed it, that these are very site and community-specific agreements, and so there is not just a set standard.
Yeah.
There's not.
Yeah.
And
That's why I was trying to
as you see
dissect that,
that's
and I came to
exactly
the
right.
conclusion that
That's
these
exactly-
are all unique animals.
That's exactly right, and many times what, you know, again, the history of the pilot in the first place is a way to share with the, you know, with the community, the revenue of the project. And so these pilots get calculated in relation to what the overall funds flow, the revenue, the income stream, and all the other expenses. And so what Pat's illustrated is that this particular project has a significantly high, you know, cost component of roads compared to your average project, and that has some impact then on the
The only
total.
confirmation I can give you, I can't find a confirmation where somebody has been asked to do a similar investment on the front end in the roads as we are going to do in this project.
Although I'm sure that most of the projects had to have, I'm not saying all of them, but I would think all of them in the eastern half of the state would have to have considerable road improvements. You know,
Yeah,
out west, you've got a little different scenario with sections and.
It depends on the condition that the roads were in before you showed up, and that just varies
You
pretty
know, we
widely.
built 8, 9 projects. I don't think we've ever invested on the front end more than 250.
Because I was up by the Hayes project last week, and I noticed that they had a number of roads that had been rebuilt, and those are different kind of roads than we have here. They're wider, they have a different type of material that's used, and I'm not saying that they may not have been every mile. I'm thinking in my mind, the ones I saw were like every other mile, every 2 miles.
We've driven the roads down in this area, and you guys are, I think, familiar, a lot of things that we had never seen before, such as kind of S-curves and a very significant drop-off, you know, as they go through. And, I mean, there are just dozens of places that have to be repaired before you can even go in and upgrade the roads, right? And it's a very significant investment. And you know, we agree, I think, with you, you know, we're not sure how we would service those properties ultimately once they're built unless we got a better road system in there. But normally that's a responsibility of the county. And in this case, we will take that on with you. We think ultimately you're generally pleased with what you're seeing up in Diamond Vista, at least in the final product as they leave it. And we want to put you in the same position in this project.
From start.
So
agree to
having
that.
said that, Mr. Pellstring, though, the $2 million up front, I mean, that's very good. But if you take into consideration the Doyle projects, okay, at $4,000 a megawatt, that's $800,000 a year, times 5 Doyles. That's $4 million a year.
That's-
So if you take that and calculate that out times 5 different projects, it is. And so yours at 1,800 for the entire project is $360,000 a year. And then we're
Let
to
me-
give
let me-
40% of that to the schools.
Am I correct?
Go ahead.
The Doyle projects, even though each one, they're all on a per megawatt basis.
Yes, and it's anticipated
So
200
each-
megawatt.
Right, and so they were only at 200 by the time you collected all of theirs, right?
Each one has its own standalone lands and its own standalone CUP and its own standalone pilot. And it's a total of 200 megawatts, which is what yours is as well, a total of 200, if I'm not mistaken.
And your comment that our number today is $360,000 versus the Doyle number calculated if it's 200 megawatts is 800,000. I will also tell you that from experience, there is no way they would have built 200 megawatts just in the Doyle properties. In other words, we are still trying to fit in 200 megawatts, even adding the additional land that we've added. So at best, that was probably only gonna be 100, well, our number in the Doyle properties is about 130 megawatts.
Well, I'm just reading what the contract says and what the anticipation was and what the CUPs also said at the time. And the resolutions when they were passed all confer that it would be an anticipated 200 megawatt project. Okay, just as yours says, the same thing.
Right, no, and we're anticipating a 200 megawatt project, but that's adding the additional property that we've added as well.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Right.
I understand what you're saying with yours, yes. Okay, but I'm just saying what theirs says, okay? And this is what was signed by Mr. Doggy, he signed every one of them. And you assumed them last year, knowing what they say. So I'm looking out for the best of the county. And even though they are very, and I know in one of your proposals that you gave to us, they were very, you're saying that it's better for the county that we don't have to go through all this encumberment, because this right here gives like $30,000 to the ambulance and $20,000 to the fire department and to St. Luke's Hospital, $50,000, and the list goes on and on and on, okay? And I got that. And so, true. But even still, after you pay all those people, those promised dollars, there's still over $2 million a year for the county to go into the general fund. If you use that $4,000 megawatt, even if you take it, let's just say your argument right now is correct. Let's just say it's a 100 megawatt project at $4,000. That's still $400,000 a year, okay?
Okay.
Times 5. Okay?
It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah. So,
Unfortunately, it's not.
each one of those is standalone signed contract. Each
Right.
one of those has got
Then that
merit.
project would have been 800 megawatts, the first 5. There is,
It is saying each, I have here Doyle 1, Doyle 2, Doyle 3, Doyle 4, Doyle A. And they each say for those properties and for those CUPs, that's what they're proposing to the county. And we had already discussed that in the commission here, that is correct. So, we can go ahead and, I'll be happy to sit down and figure this out. I mean, I
I'd be
had
happy to
rocket
walk through
science
the math,
people
but-
go over this with me because it's very complex, okay?
it's.
But
it
I'm
is
just
a-
saying, yeah, I'm not happy with the $1,800. I'm happier with the contracts that were already signed and in place and that you did accept. And I'm willing to, I realize that number is probably unrealistic today. However, it's about as unrealistic as your 1,800 is. We gotta come in the middle someplace to make me happy
And
and
Commissioner,
satisfy the county.
and my only comment, we talked about it a little bit earlier, is that we are being, I think, a little bit more forthcoming in terms of understanding the investment we got to put in your roads and fronting. Rather than 300,000, it's going to be something in the neighborhood of $2 million. That's an investment in the county, very similar to your pilot payment. And what I'm telling you is that equates to another $1,250 per megawatt on 200 megawatts, or a total of $3,050 per megawatt, which now starts to get us into the ballpark of that
For what
4,000.
period of time is that?
That's for the 10 years.
For 10 years, and so, okay, so that 10 years, that's just for cup 6 and 7?
No.
No, that's all.
So
Okay,
it
so
would
the
have
other
been more
ones are-
appropriate to include that, so that's a transparent type figure rather than, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, it's included in terms of the obligations in the agreement, in terms of a dollar figure. I haven't thought about that.
But I
You
think
know,
if it's
I'm just thinking,
sincere.
you know, what people see, what they read, it's really different than the $1,800.
Yeah, and
If
I
you
don't.
include that investment in the roads combined. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to weigh my job of how to help frame this versus, you know, just let you guys sort of talk. I mean, to me, my perspective on this partially is, when you're looking at other pilots, it's important to look at what other places have done to get a sense of the market, certainly. But you're also right in two things, but you also have to keep in mind, site-specific, right? Like, we have to figure out what the right pay, what is it, what's the market value to the county in your neighborhood, in this neighborhood? And then the other factor that hasn't been talked a lot about is just what about the value of wind energy and what has it done? Because the problem is if you, and this is really any negotiation, but it's particularly in wind, if you try to negotiate to get to the last dollar from the opposing party, you at some point you risk pushing their project into being uneconomic, right? So if you guys hold out and say we will only do a pilot if it has this payment, and those are our terms, if you might get that on paper, but then you might not, you might have pushed the project to a point it can't be built on. Because if they have to pay so much to the county, it needs a way to actually pencil out a revenue generating project, right? They're in business to make, I mean, on the other hand, if you give them too little, if they're paying you too little, then they're making a bigger profit, and to some extent, they're making that off the county's resource. So you kind of have to balance, as you go through this process, you have to think, okay, how do we get a substantial payment that reflects value to the county without pushing it so much to the point that we ask for something that then makes the project unbuildable, if that makes sense. And I think that's an issue.
Can I make a suggestion? And we've anticipated that the pilot payment discussion is going to probably be the meat of what we need to work through today. I would be interested in my job gets a little bit easier when I understand what the whole field's going to look like. If we can get through most of the rest of the issues, which I think we're fairly close on, I'd be very uncomfortable agreeing to some pilot payment and then finding out, oh, there's another requirement that they're asking that's gonna cost us $500,000 a year.
Yeah, I understand.
So if we could leave the pilot to the end?
Well, that's what I wanted to do originally. That's why I said I keep coming back to it, but Mr. Donkey said we're gonna address it as we go. So I'm just doing what he said.
Yeah. Now, that would suffice for me, Randy.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We're gonna have to pick one or the other. Either we solve the pilot now, because the commission says, I don't want to agree to any of this unless I know what we're gonna get in dollars. Or we're gonna go through all of these elements that we've kind of been delving into the weeds on for about a week and a half to 2 weeks. Get to a point where you can say, well, conceptually that looks right if we can reach the right number on the pilot. And it probably, that's between the two, I'd say that's probably our simplest approach, is to go through this as best we can, get to that point. Because I agree, I think where it's going to come down to is we're going to have a discussion here that's going to get serious about the pilot element.
So you're saying move ahead and then come back? Okay, that's what I was
think
gonna
so.
do originally.
Move on then, Patrick.
Okay, I'm going to 2.3, which is, and so this is talking about the concept of offsets, and what they have done, and this is a common provision.
What?
Yeah.
Where are you at,
2.3.
Okay, got it.
Page 5.
So let me talk about it in concept and then talk about the blue line.
Okay.
But the concept is to protect, they're obligating themselves to some amount of pilot payments based on the way tax law is right now in the state of Kansas and Marion County. And so what this provision says is if unexpectedly the state of Kansas, because this is all at the state level, changes the rules of the game on them, it would then reduce the pilot, which makes sense conceptually because it's payment in lieu of taxes. If there are taxes, then there shouldn't be payments in lieu of, there just be taxes. And so what the change that we've made was, earlier it had some language that I didn't particularly care for that made it seem like, that basically said if the state of Kansas, if revenue goes to Topeka, but not to Marion County, they still got to claw back your payment to the county. And we've reduced that language. So what I'm trying to say is, if the state of Kansas creates just some, what would be like, a severance tax on wind, similar to what they did a long time ago in oil, or something like that that's not a property tax, it would not be an offset for your pilot. Did I say that right, Trish?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So this was a win for you guys. So the offset provision that we have in here was copied from what you already are offering into the other project, Diamond Vista. So here's an example where the expedition project is getting treated differently, and it's in the favor of the county. And so whereas on your Diamond Vista project, they have a longer list of offsets that could occur against the pilot that they have to pay, what has happened in this document is that we've cut that back. There are less offsets, and as he described it, the money doesn't come here to the county. There's a limit on how much we can reduce the pilot payment.
So it's just about making sure that if things change in terms of the law, you guys get what you bargained for, whatever that ends up being. So that's about. So, and it does take a lot of words to get to that point, so it's how legally. But do we have any other questions about what we're doing on 2.3?
And so it only applies to those, because in the body of that, it talks about permits and inspection fees and just even taxes and stuff on equipment and purchases and stuff like that. I mean, it goes into a little more detail than what you just described. So how does that affect?
There are things that still are offset, but for the most part, though, they are things that relate to the county in some way.
Okay, so if the county imposes any of these fees, and of course it comes off of our pilot, but if the state or something does them, it doesn't have anything to do with us,
Yeah.
then it will not affect us. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And 2.4 is an important one because it talks about the professional service fees and the county engineer costs, which is, so the departure here from other things, I think, is they're offering to pay it, but they're capping themselves because they're concerned about engineering fees and professional costs just being unlimited. So.
And they really go into great detail and a whole lot of, you really go into a lot of legal stuff on that. And you separate out the professional fees versus the engineering fees.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so it just seems to me as though it's like clearer to me, like if you just, and I understand your cap, I got it, I'm okay with that. And I don't care what the cap is, if you say it's 350,000 or 400,000, why can't it just simply say 400,000, that's it, that's all we're gonna pay, period, okay? Otherwise, if we go over that, then you're gonna take that money from the pilot. Then we start getting into that weed again. So, I mean, why can't we just be a little bit more clear, because then as a county, we'll know, we'll keep track of that, and because I think there's payments and stuff comes through the clerk and the treasurer's office and so on, they can tell when we let you pay 400,000 or whatever that cap will be. We know the rest is on us, and we'll start paying it.
May I say that back to you just a minute? So what you're suggesting is that we identify the cap, and after the cap is met, the county would look to the project for $1 more.
Correct.
Rather than looking to the project and then offset.
We would then
That's fine.
continue our existing pilot.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect the pilot. It would be the same as what
Right,
we
no,
just talked
there's no
about.
problem doing that.
I
No,
think
we did this thinking you would prefer this, but it's absolutely no problem at all.
Well, yeah, personally, that's what I like to do, contracts just right up front, to know where it is and know where we stand. I don't know how the other ones feel about that, but I just like to know what it is. I don't like to have to calculate every move we make.
Yeah, probably, I would say as currently, this proposal is drafted, it's almost kind of like a loan, right? Because we'll pay this up front and then later offset against the pilot. But
Yeah,
what you've proposed is fine.
And that section 2.4, is that $350,000, is that the cap that you proposed?
There are two, so it's a total of 600,000. Have to stop and do some math.
Yeah.
So it's 250,000 on professional fees, fine gentlemen in the room, and then 350,000 on those engineers and work costs.
And those are separate dollar amounts, they're not included in any way. Okay.
They're separate, and just, you know, we changed that defined term because one of the improvements to this version was to make it clear that that $350,000, it's your choice whether you spend it on an outside third-party consultant or whether you choose to hire additional county staff.
And so may I also ask this, why does it have to be two? Why can't it just be 600,000 and combine it, whether it be professional services to include engineering? And that gives the county a little more flexibility, because I really don't know what kind of professional services we would encounter that would come up to $250,000. So I'm thinking that we could combine that into one number, surely.
First of all, we think if it's a actively participated project, which is what we would anticipate doing, the $350,000 for professional services to supervise it should be enough. And we're reluctant to incentivize the county to spend more, candidly. Secondly,
He didn't make say professional services there, by the way.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I-
Engineering service.
I'm hearing a little bit engineering service.
But the other issue, which I think is equally as important, is the $250,000 is the project life, where you can come back to us 5 years from now, 8 years from now, and there's some technical issue that you need to study because the wind farm might be impacting you. You've got this other $250,000 pot to pull from, and we're required to keep it populated to the tune of $100,000 at any one time once you use money.
That's the county engineers.
But anyway,
Well, thank you for that. 'Cause I didn't see that, but
That's it.
So there's two different purposes behind the funds, really. And we think it would be a shame if we spent $600,000 trying to get the roads where they need to be. And 5 years from now, you're gonna come to us and ask us for something else when we want to take care of it now in this agreement.
Move forward.
Before, okay, yeah, I mean, I don't have an opinion on whether that's good or bad, it's just, that's up to you guys really how that works. 2.5 talks again about if they repeal the current exemptions completely, if the state did that, then we get rid of the pilot payment, basically. So that's
went to where?
2.5.
Okay, 2.5, but we missed a very important,
Okay, I
a
thought
bunch of stuff up top here still in 2.4. We skipped right over the
Oh,
whole, the top half of the page.
I'm sorry, I thought we were skipping 2.4 and moving on, so.
Well, we were moving on, but, so you have in here, this is an interesting thing to me, on professional service fees. It says it includes reasonable legal fees. So I'm gonna ask, we got attorneys in this room, at least 3 or 4. Show your hands, who thinks their fees are unreasonable? Any of you?
Nope, you've got the right people in the room.
There you go. So, that word reasonable, I would like it to be gone, because, you know, just like anything else that we're talking about, I have no control of somebody's fees for services rendered. If I were to hire you to do something, I just think that's an unfair thing to have that word, because what's reasonable to you is not reasonable to me, and vice versa. And legal fees are legal fees. And I think by restricting us to legal fees, we can always find the cheapest one out there, but that doesn't mean we're getting the most knowledgeable, qualified, professional person to experience. Just like the attorneys that we have to get here, they have to have knowledge on wind energy and oil and so on and so forth in order to serve us well. So that would limit us to what we could really, or we have to realize, just like you don't want to have to come back and bite some more money later, we don't want to either, and say, oh, now our legal fees are too high. So I just think the word legal reasonable should come out of there, because we have the cap at 250,000.
Right, and the reasonable is there just to keep it, that it doesn't just get spent because there's money there.
And see, I guess I have a problem with that. because we're the ones governing the budget here. So if we go ahead and we spent more than we should at first, then who's gonna pay the consequence but us? It's not your fault. And for, I just really
Right,
feel
so
like
we should
we're
pay.
being, yeah, I think,
I
you
think
know.
I'm, Commissioner, I think I'm fine.
Okay, good. Okay, so,
We have a statute, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I don't
actually
know.
illegal.
Yeah, I don't know. I think.
Like, we have a special statute in Kansas that limits reimbursement to reasonable.
Yeah.
I can look it up.
It's
It's
different.
quoted that way.
Isn't that right? Okay, thanks, Brad.
so is there a statute that
Well,
says that?
I think one thing you've hit on for sure is this the concept of whether or not the commissioners are in charge of that pool of money. Which is, I think, what you're, I have a feeling that your goal isn't to pay attorneys extra fees. I don't think that's what you're really
No.
doing. I think what you're really saying is whether or not the county, how much control the county has over this pool of money versus expedition. And that's a topic, I guess, that is worth consideration for sure by the commission. And whether or not you, I mean, obviously, you guys all have a fiduciary duty to spend whatever money reasonably, so you don't, no one's really talking about doing that. But there is some concept in here of where these professional service fees are, it is a little bit like, and for good or for bad, okay, that you and Expedition both have your hand on the wheel of those funds, okay? Because it's not fully the county's money, I mean, it kind of is, but Expedition kind of wants control over it. I think that's the give and take that's going on here. It's just really hard to figure out how to make both parties happy on that, right? So,
Well, I want them to be happy, and if they're not happy allowing us to have the freedom to spend the money or get qualified legal fees or something, then maybe they should offer that money.
But I hear you telling them is, if this is a pool of money for the county, it's a pool of money for the county.
That's right. That's what I'm saying, pretty much. And if it's not, then,
Yeah, well, Pat has said that he's willing to agree to that, and I'll just check if that's legal for us to include an agreement for that section.
and then in that
I'd be
one
happy to
section there,
agree.
there's one other thing that kind of struck my fancy, and that is when you're talking about professional fees, up there in that same line, it says that it does not include any employee or employee costs, okay? And I got that. But then down one paragraph down from that, then it goes on to say that if we do come across to where we're gonna access that money on professional fees, then of course, we have to provide to you the reimbursement request, and it will be delivered to Expedition Wind from the county clerk, not more frequently than once per calendar month, in the form of an invoice specifying the provisions of this agreement, to where it's justified for her to make that claim, invoiced in the amount that was incurred, along with detailed copies and proof of incurring costs. Now, Tina has staff, okay, which are employees, and all that, what you're outlining there, all those obligations and responsibilities to simply ask for a reimbursement, you're taking staff time. Now,
It's always reasonable for a party who has an obligation to reimburse fees to have the documentation to back it up, that those were incurred, and then they're due. And that's all that provision is to.
Well, and
If you
I
have a
got that,
proposal
but-
on editing it to still accomplish that, I'd be happy to look at it.
Okay, well, I'm just asking, because it says that you're not gonna pay employees, and I know as a taxpayer, just as a citizen here, if I come into the county clerk's office and I want some documentation, and she has to do some research on it, I gotta pay 50 cents a page, and I gotta pay staff time for them to research it. And so you're saying you're not gonna pay employees, but yet we're gonna have employees doing research into this, and we're gonna have employees making detailed lists and all that stuff.
Commissioner,
So I mean, we're
I
kind of
think we would,
convoluting that.
we'd like to see the original bills. And
Okay.
if they're third-party bills, you're gonna get, Tina will get that bill.
Mhm.
We may need a summary on the front, but I think that would be as much detail as necessary. We're not asking for justification on each.
Well, that's what you're asking for here, but maybe not
we're-
now.
Yeah, we're not asking for each part of the bill to be, itemized and somebody to
Detailed
research on
copies.
either. Well, I would expect that your professional services people will provide you with detailed bills. I
Right,
think
so
you're
it's
gonna
like
want
if an
those.
invoice that says services rendered.
Right. Yeah, if it's, you get a bill that says,
Yeah, I don't know that we'd
$62,000
that, but,
services,
yeah.
you guys want more than that too.
Right.
When we, generally, if we have to invoice for something, we do provide documentation to whoever we're invoicing. So that's just typical
Common
bookkeeping
practice.
stuff.
One, I was just going, because I know these contracts from the experience up north. You gotta look at everything here, because they do come back to bite Joe. So, okay, so now we can go on to 2.5.
And I guess from my perspective, I don't disagree. It did not seem unreasonable to me for the county to be asked for that reimbursement. I think in terms of the comment about staff time, that's when you have to remember that there's that payment in lieu of taxes, right? So you might even have employees losing some time here and there on this project, but then you're getting that payment. So that's the give and take going on.
Right, and as we go through the contract, you'll find throughout here, there's multiple places in here to where they are providing hiring of employees and stuff, so it's kind of contradictory. So I was gonna get to that as well, because it does specify in here that we can hire employees.
Related to the county engineer, no
Yes.
longer called it
That's right.
support costs.
Right, so, I mean, here it says you don't back.
Yes, different than the professional fees.
Right.
Okay, Article 3 is,
2.5.
or 2.5, the 2.5 I was kind of thinking I was talking about the survey. That's the, if they repeal the whole, this is, a lot of this is based on the assumption that when generating equipment not be taxed. For loan taxes, so it's this is a catch-all, so that changed retroactively and affected the project. You guys would then begin getting property taxes, which you wouldn't get piloted. That's what that is. Now is going to Article 3 about roads is of course has a lot of important stuff in it. So just beginning, I guess we'll just go through it again. Expedition has within 15 days of the effective date shall designate, designate to the county zoning administrator, county superintendent engineer, a contact person for exhibition win. That's not a big deal. So that you guys have a person that you can call for exhibition. They designate who your contact is. So notify the county engineer within 48 hours of that change. So just at any given time, there's a, so that this is just designed to prevent the county from calling the wrong person and them having a defense. This takes away the defense of them saying, you called the wrong person, or we didn't know that because you called the wrong employee. They tell you which employee to contact, and you contact that person, you've done your due diligence. So that's 3.1A. 3.1B is this really important concept about the road management working group, which is kind of, I think, innovative and good. And it's so it's the, and this is what you guys have. I think this is what you guys have on the North Project.
Yeah.
No, or you don't?
No, we
So
have
this is designed to prevent the problems from the North Project. So I hadn't seen this before exactly. I think it makes sense. Okay, so hopefully it will help. It's to have some local control and some people other than at the county commission level dealing with those issues. So we've got the primary, their engineer, traffic engineer, a construction manager scheduled from them, and somebody else they designate. And then your county engineer, county road superintendent, and a designee of the county's consulting engineer if you have one. And then also at least one landowner from the expedition. And they create this road group, this road management working group, and they are trying to just help make rules day to day on the construction project, so that so it's to kind of collaborate on it, right? So let's see. It really gets formed. Road management group shall until the day is 90 days post COD. So it's saying it's extending in commercial operations date, so it kind of gets them through construction to have this road working group.
Patrick, before
Yeah.
you go any further with that,
Yeah.
this one, and I apologize, this is what I should have called and asked you about, Trish.
Yes.
Talked about when we were last called together. In A, one of those primary contacts in the secondary, would it be possible, since the road management working group includes your primary traffic engineer, to maintain that be one of the people that is going to be the contact? Just so we specify that, and there's some confusion about some other management person.
Yes,
Sorry.
no worries.
Just want to be sure I forgot about that.
So basically, I'm going to condense this a little bit, but once construction is happening, this group meets at least bi-weekly. They're the first ones, I should say. The first ones to go out and look at road issues, culvert issues, the first ones to try and figure out scheduling. And so, the best case scenario, if this works well, and then if they're having trouble getting it, it does go up the chain to the county engineer and to the county commissioner. But the idea is that this road group is kind of more local control, communicating, finding issues that doing spot checks and making things run smooth. That's the goal of this. So they meet regularly, have broad duties to contact, to a liaison between the project and the county so that everybody knows what's going on. Does that sound right, Trey? That your understanding of it? So it'll be, I hate to say it, I hate to use the word interesting, but it should be interesting to see how this works out. It could be really an innovative and good thing that I think other projects might emulate if it works out the way it looks like it will on paper. But that's what the road working group's all about.
So what I want to ask about that question, and as we go forward on the next couple of pages, you'll find that our engineer is bogged down on this. He's going to do everything, which means he is not going to be working on the county roads. And they also include our superintendent, which is Jesse underneath him. I have a real issue with this because our roads throughout the county, that's why we hired an engineer. And so, and I read this in great detail. And there is no way that I will concede that he can handle the obligations and responsibilities designated to him in here, plus serve the county equitably. They have him doing everything from videoing to filling out all the forms, the documentation on an everyday basis, the same way with watching the trucks, if they go off the haul routes and all that stuff, and that's what Kirk and Michael always did. That's a full-time job in and of itself. So I'm just asking to pay attention as we go along, because you're gonna, everything you see, the engineer will, the engineer will, the engineer will. Yeah.
And Diane, I apologize, I don't know that I can find it right now, but I do know we discussed it. Yeah, that we discussed that, knowing that that was absolutely the case and that had been raised from the outset, the county engineer or his designate.
Exactly, and so as you go through that right there, here you'll find, I'm glad you brought that up, because it says right in here, the county engineer has the authority to delegate, a third party, that is correct. Any such task as he or she may deem necessary, except the following, must be made by the county engineer and not delegated to any third party. And that includes, but not limited to, approvals, assessment of road use and disruption fees. That took a lot of time. Kirk and Michael and Hannah is here, right here, and he can explain that right there. Then it goes on to say ordering suspension of construction activities, requirements to repair, restore, or improve roads, resolutions of disagreements, issuances of road certificates, serving construction activities liaison. I mean, that in and of itself is the whole job.
Yeah, I can explain
That
all
one
that to
paragraph.
you. Yeah. So that paragraph, what we're doing, and this is to benefit the county, we're making it clear that the individual who's making the call, should there be a fee assessed or not, were the roads brought to the condition required or not, the individual making the call will be the person who's the county's employee, not some third party. And what we did is in 3.3B is we added text, they asked that we clarify that support functions. So like the example you just gave of what Kirkham's done on, so they can still have either a new staff person that gets compensated for, or a third party do the legwork and the busy work and the time-consuming work. And this is just that those third parties, either staff or third party, they report to one person. And rather than reporting to the commission, like when you didn't have an engineer, they report to your engineer. And it's your engineer who you hired to be in the position to make the final decision on behalf of the county. And that's the reason for that drafting. So the drafting is, and so the drafting, it does not say that they can't get support towards accomplishing the functions. Rather, it's to make it clear that the actual decision, the final decision, will stay with your county engineer that you've hired.
But that's not what it says.
It is.
I'm sorry.
And I'd be happy to work on the drafting with you.
Well, it does say that the engineer may not
Allocate the decision itself.
delegate to
The
a third
decision
party
itself.
any of the final determinations.
Yeah, no, I
So we can,
I
we
guess
can,
maybe
be
because I
happy to
helped,
clarify for you.
I guess because I helped draft it, I feel I would agree with the expedition that there are certain things, that the county engineer, final determined, did not legwork, we're talking about decision-making the county engineer needs to keep in his or her purview. And I guess from the county's perspective, I don't really think it would be wise to let them delegate those critical items. And my reasoning is, some of those items are potentially, frankly, litigation points if they go wrong, right? So if you have, if something happens that causes someone a question of whether or not there should be a suspension of construction activities, which would be a major issue, obviously, that needs to be someone highly accountable and not a subcontractor.
That would be the commission,
well-
because that's the way it is up north.
My reading, but this, on what we just read in there, and so I think, to me, and some of these other things that are more critical functions, I do agree with you in concept. Your county engineer, it would be very great if they did not take a long vacation during construction. I mean, we need them around, right? I agree with
Forget
that.
vacation, he can forget vacation for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
No, but,
If the
but
county engineer is not doing any legwork, how can that person assess any road disruption?
Right. No, I mean, I think not no legwork, but it's somewhere between all the leg. I think the concept here is not doing all the legwork. So I don't know, and I do agree, I do completely agree conceptually, the county engineer is kind of the key pivot to the way this is set up. I
So
agree with that.
like if a third party catches someone in violation out there, they take that violation and the county engineer has to sign off on it?
Yes.
That's
even
the
though he
concept.
hasn't seen it, and then it's a he said, she said.
That's going to be at the discretion largely of the county engineer, right? So it depends on what, and when you get into these kind of levels of drafting, it is so important. It's like we have to do our best to think of every eventuality, but there's a limit to what we can really, I mean, I'd like to be able to cover everything, but like what scenario is it going to be that actually happens? It's hard to know.
We have a track record on that, though. We have an actual track record with what happened up north, and we have Kirk and Michael, who in these situations right here, for example, the violations, okay? They had a process in place to where they actually had a man on site, which you have to in order to catch them, because you know when somebody does an infraction, if you don't see them, even a speeding ticket.
Right.
Tell me, Joe sees somebody speeding and calls the sheriff, is he gonna get a speeding ticket? Probably not. But if the sheriff sees the guy speeding, he's gonna get the ticket. Now, the same way with Kirk and Michael, they had a job up there, and they seen people actually go off the road, the haul routes. They took pictures of that truck, they documented the time, they had the number of the truck, they had all this stuff, they filled out the forms, they knew what they were doing, and filed through legal the documentation. Now, to put all that on our engineer is, to me, outrageous, and I'm totally opposed to that.
And it may be semantics, Diane. In this instance, operational nomenclature that we use on a day-to-day basis here, virtually everything runs uphill to the county commission as the elected officials, right? You have department heads who answer to you, but you delegate certain authority to them based on their professional acumen. In this instance, Bryce is our county engineer. We've, from the outset, no one's argued, and I absolutely agree and advocate for, and I think Patrick did too, you can't overload him with this because you have other expectations of him. Job description includes them. So I think we're all on the same wavelength in terms of where we want to get with this. It's difficult to word it any other way other than to say we are going to go ahead and run this uphill to one person who serves as the liaison to you. No different than the traffic ticket. Sheriff may give it, but they haven't paid anything yet. They're still innocent until proven guilty. So if I'm coming in as a prosecutor, I've got to go ahead and convince a judge. And it all runs uphill to that point. Same way here. It runs to Bryce, who then says, you know, you've documented it, as you just said. It's all here. Looks good to me. I trust you. I designated this to you. Now I'm going to go to the commission or whomever and say, I recommend you adopt this particular recourse in this circumstance. With this kind of a project, you all can't be out there every day, or wouldn't think you'd want to be. I can't on the legal elements of it. Patrick won't. I'm fairly sure at that point he's going to drive down from Ellsworth. So, and Bryce, in terms of the road work, we've got to kind of defer to his expertise. So what we tried to do was create language without adding another 7 or 8 pages to this on the what ifs, and we'd not get them all then even, is say, okay, designate whomever, and this includes decisions for you in terms of whether it's Chairman Michael or whoever we use, to really do the on-site eyeballing of all this stuff as we go, and that's what the fees in there are allowed for. But they have to report to someone. Otherwise, I think we get into an illegal aspect of abdicating the responsibility of the county through the county commission by telling someone who's the third party, not related to us, but serving merely as an agent, and saying, you get to make legislative decisions now, okay, about our roads in our county. They can recommend, but it still has to come to you or your designate. Really should, and since we have an engineer, that's the most logical one.
Well, and I got that, and that's the way it was up north too, and Jesse Ham was the one that, you know, Kirk and Michael would always report to, okay? But they were the ones that were on site all the time and did all the legwork, and did all the
Yep.
paperwork and everything, and just handed it to Jesse, and he just gave his.
And I think we
to it.
candidly anticipate exactly the same thing this time. There is no way, unless Bryce wants to do 24/7, and even then, get his regular job done and do all of this over the space of, whether it's 12 months, 18 months, or whatever. It's just not going to happen. And I think everybody knows that.
Okay, so I guess what you're telling me is, because as we go through this right here, we can eliminate most all my questions if we get to this point right here. So we're actually saying, even though it says here in this case.
And we can redraft.
That
Know what it says.
the county engineer will or shall is, I mean, everything, all my green is county engineer will,
Yeah.
okay? So if the county engineer is not the one, if he's just gonna sit there and be the buck stops.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually what we're saying is that we can still go ahead and hire a third party.
Mhm.
Yes.
And whoever that will be.
Or staff, either
Yeah,
way.
that's entirely up to the commission.
Could that
Yeah.
be the
Right.
county engineer designee?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why it's worded that way in that
One
paragraph.
word.
But, and then,
Well,
and the way the lawyers have dealt with it, we say that earlier, that wherever it's, we are reading it as everywhere it says county engineer, it is saying, or his or her designee.
Yeah.
That's what this is about.
It-
It's already, from our legal,
Yeah,
to the.
it's just where the buck stops, as Diane said, that's the county engineer, we have to pick one person, that's what Brad was
Except for these
explaining.
things.
And we've got an
I'm
overlay
just saying,
paragraph
for
in here that governs the
transparency
entire
purposes,
document.
what that word was in there, it would read a lot different if somebody else is reading it.
Agreed.
The most important part's the start and stop, and that's the video and getting it done. And then there's gonna be some sort of a form of police officer out there, whatever you wanna call them, in order to do this, whether it be our hiree or Kirk and Michaels or whatever.
You're exactly right. So what the next paragraph talks about that video that, so it starts with the video to show the condition of it now. Then at the same time, we've got this roads group who just kind of made up of both parties that are trying to make some rules. And then the county engineer or the people they designate are policing. And that's during construction. That's in general terms, and that's what this is all about. Yeah.
so it says that on that video right now, in accordance with the county engineer and the county road superintendent shall take a video reasonably showing, I don't understand that, reasonably showing, I mean, pictures with a million words, right?
Well,
So they just have to take pictures that you can reasonably make out, showing the condition of the road.
I think we just copied this from your Diamond Vista agreement.
it's just if the engineer, somebody, yeah, so there's general
I
agreement.
push the button.
No, I mean, that's what that is.
I would too if I were in your position at this time, that's okay.
No.
No, I'm just kidding you. Okay, so, all right, so we
Yeah.
have you kind of told me that it does not necessarily mean, or I don't want to say necessarily, it does not mean that our engineer is gonna be actually out there policing this project.
You got it.
Right.
And if it will create greater comfort, if you look at F,
I'm ready for F.
on page 9, for example, F and H, it's interdispersed throughout county engineer or their designee. If you'd prefer that you see that everywhere that it needs to follow county engineer to make sense semantically, we can make that change, I suspect, without too much trouble.
And I guess
Yeah,
in the other
well-
contract, it always said, or the third party.
Yeah,
It
what
didn't
we
say
tried to
designate.
do, to Brad's point, we did the global edit
Yeah.
in 3.3 B as in boy. We
To
just-
overlay the whole thing.
Yeah, we just added it there, just in case we missed it somewhere. 3.3 B. Made it clear that
3.3.
On
B as
page
in
12.
boy.
Oh gosh, we're on page 12.
Well, I'm just tying it together
Okay,
for you
got it.
that we thought, so this is where we thought it fit best to try to make a global edit in case it was missed a few places.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, B.
Yes, ma'am.
3.2B.
3.3. 3.3B.
Okay.
That's the last part, subject to 3.1B, which is what we were just talking about. The county engineer still makes the actual decision, right? But other than those limits, these activities may be supported either by the employees or the third parties.
Okay.
Yes. And that was the intent of that job.
And it is the commission that has the option of either hiring that service out or hiring your own employee. In either case, it's eligible for reimbursement.
Okay, and so also then I would assume on Q, where it says that we can retain one or additional competent employees. If they're incompetent, we can't.
That's right.
Right?
We're not paying for them.
Okay. We understand that now. Okay. So.
Well, do you want,
We kind of moved, just to illustrate that, but
yeah, I guess I would move it back to D maybe. I think we talked, well, we just talked about the video, right?
Yeah, what page?
On mine, it's page 8, it's 3 point.
Where you at, Patrick?
3.1D,
on page 8, near the
yeah,
bottom.
page 8. C is about the video. We there was a tweak to make sure that the county engineer has plenty of time to review that. Video is so important because it documents the pre-state, so now he has 5 business days to make sure he has time to look at it. It was 48 hours, it seemed a little tight, that's all that changed. So he or she will sign off and say, yes, this, I mean, it is an accurate depiction of the roads, because if the video kind of, if he disagreed with the state of it, it could happen actually.
And I think on the video, they go like up under the bridges and stuff like that as well, right?
Yeah,
Because I know Kirk Michael and them did, and that's very important. That's where you see a lot of your fractures and things that you don't see when we talk.
Yeah, so structures are included under roads.
They are, that's part of the
Yes.
definition.
It's D there, we're ready to go on to the next one. Just consulting, they talk to your engineer before they do stuff. So it's just reflects, I think, common sense. They're gonna talk about what they're gonna do before they do it. And the county engineer or their designee shall be the principal point of contact. So that's very, D is just a very general, before we start construction, we're already talking to each other, making a plan. Number E kind of deals with something that came up the last time I was here. In part with the idea that if they do an improvement, in general, they're supposed to return things to their condition pre-construction. This one now has language that says if the change is something the county wants to remain, that it can remain that way. And then Expedition Wind asked to request a clarification that it will not be their responsibility to get landowner approval for those changes, which makes sense. But now it just is clear from the county, if you like, I think we were talking about widening radiuses.
Correct. You're talking about radiuses.
Yeah, mainly radius. Or, I mean, if they improve the bridge, they're not gonna improve the bridge to the way it was before, right?
Yeah,
You don't want-
I mean, conceivably, you're gonna have a landowner come in and say, I like those radius.
Right. And the only point that's in the blue is Expedition Wind doesn't want the responsibility of talking to that landowner, right? Like, but the county can do it and just leave it that way. And then that would fall back with the county engineer talking to Expedition Wind saying, keep this the way it is. So we think that works. There's a few in the blue. F, just coordinating oversized transportation and crane movements. G, same thing with turbine segments and other oversized loads. And just, again, the responsibility of Expedition Wind to tell people what they're doing, especially with unique load sizes. They have a responsibility under those agreements to coordinate that with the county. H is again, if they have to do a road closure that is of a significant length, more than 15 minutes, again, giving notice to the county engineer and coordinating that again. Which is a special one about, hey, if we have to shut some roads down, we have to do that. Notwithstanding the foregoing, Expedition Wind shall provide no less than 24 hours notice when reasonably practical for any reasonably anticipated closure exceeding 50 minutes, and shall, in all cases, provide materials and personnel necessary. So it's not the county's duty to ever close a road, it's theirs. And this one on the reasonableness, I mean, I think, to me, if something unexpectedly goes wrong and they have to close a road, that would be different. They can't give you 24 hours notice that they're gonna have a whoops. But if they know what they're gonna do, they're gonna give notice about the closures. And then the road management working group works themselves back into this to kind of oversee these and get those rules, right? So it's again kind of a merger of that road management group, county, Expedition has the responsibility to talk to the county, to talk to the road management groups, so this all goes well. it's up to them to provide the signing, the signage. So again, just making clear the county's not responsible for any of those expenses. J, dust control got brought up last time, and so this puts it on, again, makes clear that it's Expedition Wind's duty to provide the dust control, and then it, we felt in the drafting that it made the most sense to define that concept, to put that on the road management group, because they're the closest ones to the project that's going on. So instead of trying to, again, it's one of those things, without being able to anticipate exactly what the weather will be like and what the dust issues are, we kind of designated the road management group as the locals to figure out where the dust problems are and how to fix them.
So I do want to ask a question on that part, just to use a hypothetical, because I do know this was a reality up in Salina here a couple months ago. In the event that it's whatever it is and there's a lot of dust on the roads, and suppose there is an accident, okay?
Right.
Who is liable for that accident? Is it the county then, or is it going to be Expedition? Who would be liable in that event?
Well, the county's not creating if the county's not creating the dust, I don't see how the county would have liability for it. Rule of thumb as an attorney is you never can stop someone from naming you as a party to a lawsuit, whether it has merit or not. So, I mean, that's obviously an issue.
Because they
You
take
never
it on
counsel
the
to weigh in
fact,
on.
but when you have road construction, and I don't know if this would be considered road construction, it wouldn't be, but if they're doing a project and you have men working on the road, whatever it is, and that involves, I don't know, either the project or it involves the county somehow.
Right, so, and then I think that's a good, I mean, and later when we get into the insurance requirement on here, I do believe the county is an additional assured party, is that correct?
Yes.
And so if something happens, whether it's dust or whatever, and we'll get to this when we get to the insurance, they're required to have a certain amount of insurance for liability on the project, and they're required to name the county as an additional insured on that. So if something happens and somebody thinks the county might be responsible, you guys can have that protection. So I guess that's the best I could do on that.
And the county has some limits under state law that the private party also does.
And in addition, we have to provide certain insurance back to you before we start construction, but the contractor also carries insurance, so there's a couple levels there.
There's no way, Diane, to guarantee that we
Right.
wouldn't be joined in that action immediately or being named as the primary defendant. But before that ink was dry, we're probably going to cross-claim with the demand letter to Expedition,
And I read
unless
the
it's somehow our
insurance
complete issue.
things, but I didn't know how
Yeah.
detailed it, because I know lawsuits just
Yeah.
blossom. You know, and they include everybody.
It's a
And when you
magical
have
world.
an accident, and again, I didn't take that seriously at all until I read about that up in Salina and how that happened, never thought about it. But now I do.
Well, the one thing about this that's advantageous too, besides the insurance writer's form of indemnification, that we've put together an agreement that anticipates that potential may exist, and that duty has been primarily shifted through this agreement to Expedition to manage.
Right, rather than not brought up at all.
Yeah, so we have, done the due diligence, if you will, at the outset saying, hey, we're gonna create some dust problems, and that could create a safety hazard, and the entity that's going in there and doing all of this work is going to be the one we hold responsible and expect to take care of it from the outset.
And what about animals and stuff? I know up here, there was nothing that was ever done, but we had people that had horses and stuff, and, I mean, I'm just saying, sometimes that creates a lot of problems too, and they just bit the bullet and put up with it, but.
In what respect?
Well, like if you have horses in a pasture and stuff like that,
And
and they're just
dust.
eating that dust all day long, and they're covered in dust, and, that gets in, you get pneumonias and things like, I don't know, I mean, is there any provision or thought on stuff like that?
Well, I think the provision and thought now is the dust control, what we just talked about in number J, that they have a responsibility to use dust control measures now.
Okay.
And that the road management working group is supposed to oversee those and provide rules on them. So I think, whereas before, maybe another project, there wasn't anything anticipated about dust, now we've tried to address that with this, that if it's dusty during construction, that road management group can tell the construction people that they need to make some rules and mitigate it. Because there are some things, I mean, basically it comes down to watering stuff down while you're using a lot, but there's some things they can do.
And some of that's been anticipated with planning and zoning. Sharon was just mentioning as well.
They're doing ag disclaimer and regulations too.
Yeah, so there's several ways that we go about addressing it as much as we can. It's just difficult to anticipate every conceptual choice.
K is that they have to maintain the roads during construction, before they get their road certificate, just in terms of the grading and repairing damage, et cetera. So it's fairly, part of the assumption here that they're gonna take care of the roads during construction, right?
So that it doesn't burden the people that live on those roads during construction.
Right.
Like we had up there.
That is what this is, a responsibility to keep them graded sorry, I lost, and repaired.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's where that one is. When they get to completion, let me see. Yeah, I have some notes on this. So L says they, what we've all talked about, they have an obligation to return to finish the construction. They have to do whatever it takes to get back to the same state it was before. That's what L is here. Or better, where it says,
But
or
that's
the
not what it
language is or no
says.
worse,
I
no
know.
worse. Which
I
is,
love that sentence.
you know, this is why people love attorneys, right? Because they say things like, oh, but it can't be, the same or no worse.
I like it because you always provide a little humor in some of your words here. Condition no worse
Yeah.
than existed prior.
Again, that's taking that video we took at the beginning and you can identify, hey, look, this is what it looks like now. It's gotten worse than it was, so you have to.
And the parenthetical was added for the county's benefit to make it clear that the starting point is after we've improved the roads,
Where are you at?
including the improvements required pursuant to section 3.1. We had that for your clarification.
We wanted to establish the threshold as the improved roads, not where they were today.
Okay, so that was just about using sources for materials and repairs that will not impede the county's ability to source materials. I'm not totally sure. I think the idea was just to not use up materials so the county still has access to material if you guys are using the same supplier, which is kind of pretty far ahead for me, but I think that's good. Expedition wind shall repair conditions on roads that create an immediate or material hazard to traveling public. Prior to, so, N is just kind of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. They get a roads certificate at the end of this that basically says you've done your job and the roads go back to the county. So we can't get to that point if they have a problem, if it's still need a repair.
That's our solution to your force majeure concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't addressed that yet.
We
That's
worked hard on how we.
I know we haven't got there yet.
Yeah. O, there was a question last time about making sure it was clear that when we said state, we included KDOT, and so now it explicitly says KDOT in there. So that's what the change was there, about them following, so they have to follow all federal, state, KDOT rules, except.
So they can then drive track across their roads, or across our roads, because that was what we faced with up there. So basically, they only need to come before us now and ask us if they can drive track on our road, because you said that KDOT said that it was okay.
By that you mean steel track.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then they have to have the graders and all that stuff right
That's right, we
behind,
do.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on to P. Oh yeah, this is the one that talks about whether or not they have surplus materials that they can deliver to that. So there's a concept before that they had some extra material, they could give it to the county. And all we've really done here, it was kind of a tight deadline. It seemed like that maybe in the last project, it was just a lack of communication. So we gave more time to the county engineer. If they say we've got some extra material, he's got a little bit more time to go look at it and say, yes, I want it, no, I don't want it, if that improves. So that's where we're going with P. Q. I almost just want to let Diane just ask her questions because this is when we've changed a lot.
Yeah, it is. And so, yeah, so they're telling us that we have to retain a qualified engineer at all times. So if we want to fire Bryce or if he quits or something, then we are obligated to make sure that we get one right away. And we just
Try to give you some job security.
Yeah.
That's going out.
No, it's-
I'm here for you, man.
And, I need to finish part of that right there. Okay, but yeah, so, I mean, that to me is kind of a, to say that we have to maintain, suppose we determine at some point that we really don't need to have an actual qualified engineer, maybe just somebody that's qualified road person, supervisor. I mean, but they're saying that we absolutely have to, we will Not reasonably, just we will.
Trish is laughing because I made the same point to her in deliberations, and I just didn't know. I guess my thought was, whether or not you guys are comfortable. But basically, I agree with what you're saying. This agreement anticipates, does have a requirement that you have a county engineer. And I thought maybe that was, in my opinion, I thought that was a county function that you guys could get to that point. I know that during construction, they're strong, the way this is set up, from Expedition Wind's standpoint, they really want someone with the authority and the ability to talk to. So that's why they're trying to, that's their issue with it. But I also agree from a county, advising counties, sorry, Bruce, not all counties want a full-time engineer.
I'm here for you, okay?
I don't know.
So this doesn't really mean that the county engineer's designee would have to be a qualified engineer?
Yeah, what this said, just what it says in black and white is that you will retain a county engineer as a
Yeah.
full-time employee. So it does, that's what it says. So if you
Yeah.
guys are uncomfortable with that,
I'm not.
it's like.
So I think what I offered to you
Yeah.
is that, the concept, what we've all been talking about is, we're gonna have this person, right? And to report to and make this all work better. And we've got all this that we focused on, these roles for the county engineer to play. And so that's the reason this came in. And the other reason this comes in is because the $350,000 compensation isn't for that salary, right?
It's in addition to.
Yeah, we've talked about that. It's for additional salaries or third party, okay? And that's really what led to this drafting. And so, you could say, or other county employee.
Or other companies.
Well,
Right?
my thought is.
Like your road
My thought
supervisor or
is, not that
Tina.
Bryce is gonna leave us, but if somebody comes and says, Bryce, we need you and we're gonna pay you $250,000 a year, and he goes, and then we're without an engineer, there needs to be some kind of designee, whether that's the superintendent, road superintendent, or whatever that is.
So at that point in the conversation, I said, I am very flexible, and if you want to revise this, have a great time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. She didn't put it back up. So then I screwed up and said, well, let's see what the commissioners think about it. You guys.
So you got this
Yeah,
job.
I want more flexibility than be actually told what we have to do.
Yeah, because a lot
I
of
mean,
counties that lose an engineer
Yeah.
don't
You
get it
can't
filled
find
for
one.
a year.
Yeah, and that's it. So that was from our standpoint, where we thought, well, we should get your direction before we tinkered with it further.
So you could just put in there
Uh-huh.
something to the effect that the county will maintain a person
Somebody.
to answer to.
I know what would happen, I think, is if Bryce left, we'd go look at one of our engineering firms and hire somebody real quick like to answer to. So if we did that, what, we fall back to that 250,000 is what you have in mind then?
Well, if what you're saying is you're replacing
Bryce, if he left.
Bryce as with a different employee, so the concept has been that the project isn't covering your engineer's salary. That the $350,000 goes to additional support services that you need, either hiring additional staff or a third party to support that one person.
Because the goals here is to get the project going, keep it going, and stuff like that. Like I said, Bryce just happened to be here. Maybe we still might be sitting without an engineer if we didn't have Bryce around right now. He was locally, and it's tough to get one.
Yeah.
So I'm understanding that you probably might agree with me that to have that in there worded the way it is, that almost demands that we will have,
Yeah.
and I don't like that.
Yeah.
Right, you want us to
Or
provide
designee.
somebody else.
Designee. We could have a designee.
County designated employee or agent, just understand that if we do what Randy was just discussing, that will still be our cost, very much like Bryce is a full-time employee is our cost.
Yeah, and so since it is our cause and stuff, we need to really be careful what
Yeah,
all we're
we
allowing
can
Bryce
change
to
that.
do. Because, everything he does on this is being taken away from our roads, which are in dire need. Okay. So, we'll make that change,
So,
Okay, so when you say.
So
that
the rest of this editing was a benefit to you. It just started off poorly. Thank you. And we drafted it, this is language we added, again, to make the document clear that if you want to spend your $350,000 towards additional employee rather than only third party, we wanted to make sure the document was.
That's got a lot of red and blue.
That's
Yeah.
that's what it's for.
Right, you on page 11 now, as you're saying that?
It's in the Q.
We're just
section,
finishing it.
Q, A, and B.
No, that's the reason for the edits was to make Q expanded, so it was clear that you could have more flexibility with how you spent the $350,000.
And Q goes on, oh no, wait, is that I after Q?
Well,
Yes.
We're still in Q. Q is long.
That's
for
still
some
part of
reason.
Q.
Oh, that's still part of Q. Okay, so then I have a problem with the II. Because if we do put out bids or whatever for another third party or something like that, then we have to get your blessing on the way we write that bid. Why in the world would you include that? Because it says that you, Expedition in advance of the bid process, approves in writing the scope of the bid.
Yeah, I think that was my concept. So the way, what they were looking for initially was to require you guys to take low bid. And my concern was somebody you don't want to take low bid as a county.
Well,
right?
yeah, just like
So-
attorneys, we don't want to take all the bid all the time. I mean, that applies to everything, right?
Absolutely, right. So in my mind, is, so you can blame me clearly for this one, but if you guys write the bid, so you guys say what you want the bid to look like and the qualifications of whoever's going to be able to bid it, then they can look at it and say, yeah, we don't agree that you haven't loaded it. That your bid, your request for bids matches reality. So that gives that's their oversight. But then whoever meets that criteria, so there's kind of a little bit of oversight for both of you. So instead of you guys just having to take a low bid, there's some give and take, but if we both agree what the bid's for, then bids committee, you guys can.
Yeah, this also goes to the point that Pat made earlier about, wanting the document to encourage efficiency still with spending of.
And it
I
does.
still take that as quite offensive to think that we're not smart enough to be prudent in our decisions. I mean.
Well, it's
even
not
though
so much that in this particular instance, I will say this because you're not gonna like it, but
Okay.
the bid process, as Patrick was talking about, is the county's opportunity to really make sure that we get any and all submissions that are qualified. But then from Expedition's perspective, you're gonna take that lowest cost bid.
But we only have 350,000 to spend. So, I
Understand.
mean, what difference does it make if we want to pay Joe Blow extra money if he's more qualified to help the county?
Yeah, I understand.
When we're out of
I-
350,000 and we realize that we're going to take it from there, I think we already established that. So to then strong arm us on this is,
I think the unique thing about, yeah.
Can I comment? I think the expectation is that we build a relationship where we're working together. And I mean, that's why we put the working group together, required that they're meeting twice a month, reporting to you on a regular basis. This is the same situation if, and let's invent a scenario that Price leaves, commission says, okay, we can't hire anybody over the next 6 months. Let's go get a firm. And if that's done in a vacuum without our participation and involvement, suddenly the ballgame's changed totally, 100%. And you may likely start a process similar to where you ended up with Diamond Vista. And we would at least like to work with you and make some, this is what was working well before, and here are things we'd like to see in the contract. And then we'd like you, and the only thing is that we get more than one bid, I think is probably the key thing. You guys are gonna make the final decision. We understand that.
What if the scenario happens that Bryce has 3 or 4 people that are qualified to do that job, and we say we want to hire these 2,
That this allows you to do that.
but we would have to run that by you?
Scope.
The scope of it. And, I'm not trying to advocate for their side, but on this, with that 350,000, from their perspective, you're spending to some extent, you're spending their money. So it's a little different when you're spending taxpayer money than you guys are
Yeah, I
in
mean,
charge
I-
of. But to their perspective,
I understand their concept.
Their
I
perspective is
understand
that
that.
they want to have a little bit of, they're concerned about the way you guys will spend that money, and they're worried about the control. It's absolutely an argument about control. And this is how we're trying to balance that and control that
And
fund.
see, I have a problem with what you're saying, them trying to control what we do, okay? Because I understand what they're doing, they want to build their project, and they want to build their project as efficiently as possible. But it seems to me in this contract, there is actually, the counties, my job is to protect the county and get the most for the county that I can.
Right.
And everything in this contract that I see pretty much, they're gonna control.
Ma'am.
And I don't like that at all.
Right, so
I
you
mean,
can,
really,
you
seriously.
can pay for your own all you want. This is only about when you're gonna spend that, this limitation only regards when you're spending that $350,000.
Okay, well, it doesn't say that.
It does, it
specify
says
that.
beyond the engineer, expedition will compensate county for costs incurred to the extent. So this whole section is only about what they're gonna reimburse for.
Okay, but wait a minute, so I thought we already discussed that you put cap on that figure, whatever
Yeah,
that
that's right.
figure is, if it's gonna be 350,000.
Right.
That's fine. So why do we even need to have that paragraph in there, realizing that we can only spend 350,000?
Yeah, it's
no matter
just,
what?
right, I mean, Pat's point is, both of Pat's point is if
All
it's
three
spent, if it's spending the $350,000 that's expedition money, then they should have some say into the scope. They're not saying that if you wanna hire some scope on the county's dime, that they have anything to say about it, that's not what this says.
So how do we separate that then?
I think that is separated already, but I'd be happy to work with you to draft it further,
I think so.
For sure.
So-
Yeah, sure.
because.
So,
the-
but clarify this for me. If we hire 2 county employees to handle this job, you're saying that won't come out of that money?
The county employees to help support on this job, that will come out
Right,
of it.
that's what I wanted clarification.
Yes, sir.
Because, conceivably might say, we don't wanna hire a third party.
Exactly.
We've got a
Three-
bunch of retired
Right,
engineers that wanna do this for us.
that's right, that
But
can
they
go a
would be
long
a county
way.
employee.
That's exactly right, so we added this language to make it clear that you could do that, yes. That was the reason for getting the job.
But up there further in the back where we just passed, it says you won't pay for employees.
Out of the
Out of-
professionals.
Oh, the professional,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
professional. But they would be professional if they're retired.
No,
You
no.
hire them the same,
We
right?
separated the engineering from the.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
that's right.
I'm talking about, if we hire,
Employees,
I'm not saying they have to be engineers.
but to support this
Qualified
work.
road
Yeah.
professional, that's going to oversee that and report to Bryce.
Yes,
That's our employee,
yes,
but we can pay him out of those funds.
yes, you pay them out of the engineer support costs.
Right.
Not the professional fees, engineer support costs, 2 different buckets. The 350,000 is the one.
Right.
Engineer support.
Just
Yes.
clarify.
Okay, just to keep it moving. Then it talks about the expedition Wade will deposit 100,000 in escrow. This is just a mechanism to how they have to put money in that fund to keep the escrow balance back to 100. And this goes back to, again, the concept that as you guys spend money out of it, it gets drawn and they have to keep it at that level. So that's what that's saying. Whenever the escrow deposit is insufficient, county will fully pay all.
It was just
I think it's just
a
a
mechanism,
mechanism.
so we improved the draft. That's what that was.
Trying to find the next relevant. I don't want to skip through anything too. It talks about the penalties for road for disruption.
Okay, and up just before that though, it does eliminate, other than commuting in passenger vehicles and light trucks. You have that in parentheses, it's in that big, just above the paragraph that he's talking about. Oh, I'm sorry, it's in that paragraph, but he jumped down to the bottom of the
I was
paragraph.
trying to find the next relevant where I found it.
Okay, so it says that the construction project suppliers use county roads, other than those designated for construction activity purposes, other than for commuting in passenger vehicles or light trucks. Passenger vehicles and light trucks are also a problem. I realize that legally, any passenger vehicle and stuff can be on the road, I got that. But on country roads, dirt roads and stuff. Normally, in a day's time, might see 2 or 3 vehicles. Now it's gonna see 75 in that one day. That's what we experienced up there. And just the sheer volume of those roads, of that traffic, beats them roads up tremendously. So to exclude that, because it says other than commuting and passenger, because you have, I know up there, Res, I don't know how many employees they had, but I mean, when they were in a section, you had those trucks, they were just a train of trucks going continually, and that really tore up roads that, like I say, are accustomed to seeing 2 or 3, 4 trucks or cars a day. So I don't think that should be excluded, and I don't think that should be taken lightly, you know, even though they are passenger and they are allowed on the road, but they do create, disrepair and problems on roads.
I mean, there's 2 items that usually come up on this, and one is that, I mean, that the project not be responsible to do what the county's typical road maintenance repair is for your own county traffic. And that's what that parenthetical, I mean, one reason it's in there, right, is that we're not taking on full county responsibility to maintain roads for county traffic. And then when there's increased county traffic because you've got the benefit of a bunch of new or even temporary employees spending money in the county, I mean, sometimes the thought is, well, I mean, there's generally considered additional economic benefit to the county to having all of those additional employees around spending money locally. But practically, I don't know what you're proposing, how we would legislate that.
Well, the way we did it up there on Expedition Wind, I'm sorry, not Expedition, sorry, Diamond Vista, they actually, in emails and stuff, took on the responsibility of maintaining those roads occasionally, to grade them and so on. Because even though what you're saying, I got that, but you're also dealing with residents down there that are opposed to this project and stuff, and they're in the mix of the burden of this. And I know I was the same way up there. I had a lot of residents and stuff like that who didn't get a wind tower for whatever reason. Opposed or not opposed, just didn't get one, whatever. But they still suffered the consequence of 75 trucks going past their house now in a day's time.
This
And then
paragraph is just about
potholes and all that
allocating
stuff.
costs of repair. So you're
Mhm.
proposing that while a road's being used, the county has 0 maintenance responsibility? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying while you're heavily on, yes, I am, on that road, yes, where you have 75 trucks going up and down in that.
We're talking about haul
area.
routes, right?
No, I'm
No.
talking
Other
about
than-
when they're using our roads.
That would be really,
Yes, I'm just saying, you know,
Aggressive.
what is it to take care of a mile of a dirt road or 2 miles of a dirt road when your traffic is causing the damage?
you know,
I mean, it would be, you're causing the damage. So I mean, how do you, even though you don't designate it as a whole route for heavy, this is what I experienced up there, and this is where we ran into a lot of problem. This is where people got dust, because then there was no dust control on your part. So the county, we had no dust control, we don't have dust control.
Diamond Vista
Yeah.
traffic, if they weren't, the only thing that supposedly could drive down those roads was a pickup.
Well, that's what this says, is pickups, but what I'm saying
But,
is.
you know, when they get off on a dirt road after it rained, then they're stuck. And that did cause quite a little bit of disrepair.
Well, that's not kind of what I'm talking about, but I'm just trying to protect the innocent citizens and the people who might live on those roads or whatever, and all of a sudden now they're bombarded with all this traffic, and now they got potholes and all that type of stuff in roads that they, whether it's a gravel road or a dirt road, you will experience this.
That comes down to,
So I'm trying to
that
protect
comes
you and your
down,
people down there.
but that comes down to internal policing.
right, I mean,
Companies
again, what this
are-
paragraph is about is allocation of costs to maintain it. What is the county still repair
I
on
mean-
the road versus what is the project repair on the road?
What the agreement contemplates is designating these construction roads and making Expedition Wind responsible for those. And basically what you're talking about would be additional roads that are, in addition to the construction roads, the access
yeah,
roads.
access.
Making them also, and you're asking Expedition to also be responsible for them. I know Expedition's over there saying, well, thinking how many more miles of roads are we gonna take on if we have to do that? That's probably the pressure point of what.
Well, I'm not
At what
aggressive
point is it,
because-
at what point is it, it becomes a reasonable, like, at what point would they just say we can't cover all the roads? I don't know, I haven't thought about this issue.
From
Well,
what I
I
saw
know-
on a case-by-case basis up on Diamond Vista, if somebody in their pickup just buried it out, when it dried off enough, they ran over there with the blade and filled up the ruts.
That's not what I was talking about though, but that is.
Well, those
that
are
is an
access
idea.
roads.
Well, I
They're
understand
all-
that, but I'm not talking about when somebody went down a road where it's muddy. I'm talking about even when it's dry and you've got 75 trucks going. Okay,
Yeah.
that tears up the
But we
road
had given
too.
them permission to drive pickups on there.
So typically, in Kansas, on these road agreements, the county's theory is that if it's just like traffic, right, not construction traffic, that the county continues to, it's typical obligation to maintain roads like it does for all other traffic, for all other employees of all other businesses doing business in the county. And the offset generally is the additional economic value to the county of having all these additional folks
Right.
spending money, and in addition, the pilot.
Randy?
Tanner, I talked to you at the meeting this week, and you've seen some other projects that the workers stay on all the given roads that's supposed to be maintained by the WIN project, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Is that your intentions, Pat, with the project?
Yeah, in fact, as you were talking about, I was trying to think of the access points
Yeah.
that would be down here at the Expedition project. And fortunately, they're not too far off some of the main highways. I think, in fact, if we look at it from the haul routes perspective, those are roads that are specifically designed to funnel people into the footprint. And so I think we can restrict our staff really to the haul roads.
I just heard from Tanner this week that he has work projects, so that's where they stay on those haul routes roads, and so.
What about if we added language to the WIN working group that they manage they review employee access to the development site as well?
And probably something just indicating that they will use
Yeah.
all routes.
And
in all
encourage
instances,
or,
correct.
require that they use the haul routes.
That it is required, is that what you said, Pat?
Yeah, I'd be fine with saying it. We keep them on the haul
That would
routes.
address that issue.
Even light trucks?
Can we,
Always?
can we leave some of that up to the working group? Because I could see that there could be conditions where the haul routes are intended for heavy hauls and may not be the best
Right.
situation for light trucks. And so, for example, there's some paved roads out there that are not gonna create a dust problem. I can just see that could move around, and
Yeah.
I think
So-
ultimately that working group.
The
might be
concept
best.
of that working group, the concept is that they will have more flexibility. If we try and dictate by contract everything on here, then we might accidentally tie the county to something you guys don't actually want. And the concept is that the working group will have some flexibility to figure it out and use some common sense. So I think to me, it makes sense what Jesse's saying is to just tell the working group to figure out where the passenger routes are.
The sad part of that project up north was where we was trying to make Diamond Vista stay on the roads. And here come the railroad. If you remember the railroad come in right in the middle, they don't care where they go, what they do. They went on all roads, and we don't get nothing compensated for them up there.
Yeah, and
We have to
I mean,
build
yeah,
the
and if it's not
project.
fair for the WIN project to be responsible.
And it's not fair for the county to be
Well,
responsible.
that is, actually.
That's what happened up there with
That
the
is.
project.
Yeah, I know.
Railroad come in to do tie gangs or something, I don't remember exactly what it
Railroads and
was.
utilities, I mean, you really can't limit passenger traffic in general, it's just right now, there's not a lot, just right now, there's not a lot of it. So, but there will be a lot of there'll be more passenger traffic during the project, I lost my thought while I was talking.
And see, I think the words were a little confused here because I wasn't talking about light traffic, I was talking about light trucks. Heavy traffic with light trucks is what will happen on those roads. And that in itself, and I think Tanner will verify that sometimes causes a lot of
It could
problem on truck.
My experience is a lot of times because the haul routes are the ones that have gotten some attention, that it just is gonna depend on, depends on the work schedules, depends on how much it rains in that particular year or how dry it is, because when they improve those haul routes, a lot of times the workers get there first and take the haul route in because that's the best road in the area now. So it just depends, it's really hard for me, in my experience, to say that it will definitely how can I sit here and know which road these work, depends where the workers are staying, it depends on a lot of things.
So just one little thing to remember is when you have like a gravel road or something, and now you're running 75 trucks over that, you're gonna break that rock up a whole lot faster. And you're gonna create a whole lot more dust a whole lot faster, which normally would not happen. So when the county rocks that road at our cost and we maintain that, and then here comes 75 trucks every day, will come in here, there and there and all, breaks it down faster, a whole lot faster than it normally would when there's only 4 or 5 cars normally going on that road.
Yep, and
So,
and a
and
lot
that's
of counties,
is what I'm
a
saying.
lot of counties agree that's just part of bringing in a new project and all of the economic benefit of a big construction project, and they do. It's part of the reality.
We can also
Alright,
try to
that's
put a little
fine.
more faith in that road management working group by putting some language
Yep.
in there specifically addressing your concern on this. And I get it, I know what you're saying. It's just that that's the whole reason for that concept, as I read through this when we first started, because we need something at the bottom of the hill that catches this kind of stuff, because there's no way we can anticipate it all, don't know what's gonna happen then. You're right, on the Diamond Vista one, we had a bunch of guys staying in Harrington, it was cheap, and they drove all the way over there and they went on roads that nobody would have ever anticipated. So I get it.
And
I do,
Abilene,
Yeah.
yeah.
that too, so.
And it'll be the same way here, because you'll have people coming from
Yeah.
multiple different. And
So
then
we
do
could beef
what-
up that language, at least address this in and say that they would be charged with the duty to look that over and deal with it as well.
And so what you were moving on to down here with the penalties and stuff,
Yeah,
okay, so that's another very interesting one, because it says on the second occurrence. So, first off, I wanna know who's gonna watch and find the first occurrence. Who's gonna sit there and watch these
Your
guys?
employee or your third-party contractor.
Okay, so our employee or our third-party contractor, okay, our third-party contractor, our employee, so we'll pay that guy to sit there and watch them and make sure. Then when they do have an infraction, the first one they get away with.
Yep.
And so then the second one, as long as it happens within 24 hours, then we can fine.
Yep.
So what happens here is, and then as I read this, as I understand, because I understand all these trucks, okay? So you're gonna have maybe 10 trucks come in and do all this stuff. So on the first day, 10 trucks are gonna violate it, and they get away with it because it's the first one.
No.
And 24 hours from now, nothing else is gonna happen. Next day, we do the same thing.
You'd have 10 violations then. It's one contractor.
No, all I just said was, if you had 10 trucks coming in, okay, and each one of them violated it, it's a different truck.
She's talking about.
Well,
one
it's per contractor or per supplier.
Okay, but if you have,
So the first truck for a contractor that violates, free pass. Second one, ding.
okay, and then the third one and the fourth
Ding.
one.
Ding.
Okay, got that. But if you have, so then the very next day, you would have the same thing, they get a free pass. Each one gets, and then the
One
very
truck.
next day, you get the
One
same
truck.
thing.
One truck.
They get,
That's right.
you get the free pass.
That's right.
and the concept is as the project moves, the routes will change, and so that's why, I think is that not right, that's the logic behind changing it by 24 hours is the guys have to figure out, where they're going. That's the logic.
We're balancing between, I mean, the fees and being reasonable, and, I mean, again, it's
And
a
that's
big
what I'm trying to
construction
do, is
project.
being
Right.
reasonable.
That's
Yeah.
right, so we think this is a very reasonable compromise to this.
And you're gonna be using independent contractors to do all that hauling. So you don't wanna lose them all after the first week.
I mean, it's a balance of carrots and sticks and trying to work, make sure that every day we've got that plan of the day meetings, safety meetings, and keep the language and keep the conversation going.
My math is if there were 10 violations in a 24-hour period, the total fee would be $62,500 because it's $2,500 for the second one and then 8 times 7,500. So I mean, it's a pretty substantial penalty if they just all go hog wild in one day. In my opinion, that's a pretty big deterrent. Yeah.
I think we didn't understand through the other project, Pat, how is a contractor notified that we do have specified roads? When they bid it, when they get the bid, is that made?
Yeah, as Jesse was suggesting, there's a daily meeting, right, of all the subcontractors and employees. And they all have the maps, they all know where the haul routes are. So there's no excuse from their perspective, so,
Wait until they give you one.
yeah.
Yeah, and we heard it.
I have teenage boys.
I mean, this really falls inside of the safety portion of the project and regulation portion of the project, and so it's the first thing to hit.
Okay, so there's a thing coming up if we're there, that is a change. Initially of that county engineer support cost pool of money, if it didn't get fully tapped, it all returned to Expedition. And so they changed, this is, I guess, me freelancing, but I suggested that the county might want to participate in that. If the cost of the support engineer are kept down, it changed to now the county get half of that money back. So it gives the
So we
county,
agreed to that.
and they've agreed to that. So,
Incentivizes that economy.
yeah, so it's up to the county still. You can spend that $350,000, of course, and use it to make sure you got a good project, but you also have the option as commissioners to look for ways to not spend it all and get some of it back.
Right, so if you only spend $250, then you'll get $50,000 cash at the end of the project.
And that
Who
comes-
gets that money?
You do.
County.
Which one? of
General
us?
fund. Oh, you know, I don't, which one will be right in?
You want to specify that in the agreement?
Yeah, you
There'll be
guys,
5 of you then.
Commissioner representing district number.
We'll have 5 meetings.
Yeah.
all right, so that's what
I
that.
agree with Pat.
I don't know, yeah. So that's what that says in there now, if it comes up. It comes back to you in the form of the next pilot payment, so if that even happens. So that's what that new concept is, so just kind of some idea there of, you know, something to think about. Okay. If they fail to satisfy their obligations in this whole 3.1, then they have to cure it within 24 hours. If they fail to, the county may order the immediate suspension of all construction activities in the part of the project area included under the CUPs as the county determines advisable. So it just, after that comes, is your guys' hammer, right? If they're out of line, don't comply, you tell them that they're not, that they've violated, that they don't do anything, then you can suspend their construction.
And how do we do that?
Tell them
What's
that
the
they're.
legal process?
There's earlier in this, the county engineer, I think, has the authorization to sign a suspension of construction.
And that's all it is.
And it would go back to your zone, so there's that construction license you gave, permit that you guys approved, would be the reverse
The
of.
building permit?
It's the reverse of a building permit in effect. They no longer have a permit, and now everyone's mad at each other, but you guys have a hammer to tell them to stop doing it.
See, I
That
thought-
usually gets people's attention.
If they
See, I
have-
know it was a big discussion
Yeah.
for us before. Nobody knew that it was an easy process, and I know we were told that it was a mega process, and
Well, it's
This
not.
one isn't as much because we've made it contractual. If you send them the letter and they don't suspend, at that point they're in breach, whole agreement is at risk.
but it was in the contract up north as well.
Not quite the same way that we've done it.
It said that we could take the full CUP.
Mhm. But this one is worded a little differently for that purpose.
At the beginning, we talked about that they have to identify a point person, a notification contact, so that you would make sure to give the proper written notice to the notification contact, and at that point, they no longer have a permit, so they can't do it. So that's, you know, the answer to a lot of the questions from last time, what do we do if they don't live up to their obligation? They have a major incentive to do that, because you guys still have, and you can't pull their permit if they're following the agreement, you can't pull it out.
Why would you want to?
You would want to, but if they're not following their terms, that's the county's recourse.
If you stop construction for a day, that's very expensive. Isn't that interesting to see?
It has happened in places in Kansas, and very quickly, people's attention, people figured things out real quick, and nobody wants that to happen ever, because it's not good for anybody, but it's, some way, quite like you said, what do we do if it just isn't going so well and no one's helping us? I'm just gonna keep talking. 3.2 is the obligations of the county. Is a very short, you guys have very short obligations. Notify Expedition Wind of routine and regular maintenance of the roads, including snow removal, regularly scheduled maintenance and repair with respect to designated haul routes. Common sense stuff. If you guys are sending somebody out there, they need to know about it so you guys don't run into each other, B, the county has authorized the county engineer to grant on behalf of the county to the approval and revisions to the development plan. And through here, such revision will be submitted to the county engineer on behalf. This is just kind of, county acknowledges and agrees that the board initially development plan approval included or will only included only preliminary turbine locations laid on. So, Trish, help me explain this to, I'm trying to think of the best one, but I'm just getting ground down trying to explain this one, but they have a little, what am I trying to say here?
Where you at?
I'm in
It's in
B,
B.
3.2B.
We, as we work through our final plan, the planning and zoning, they're going to give us some fudge space, 50 feet, 60 feet, and they get out in the site and they find out that there's a big rock right here and they should move something 50 feet. We've got that discretion, we have to advise you, but that discretion comes with the
And this,
approval of the developer.
yeah, and this is the same as you haven't done this, so this is.
I think the intent of this is if you guys do some of that, like you said, small changes to the general program, you guys as a county won't say, aha, you moved something from the original site plan and now we are going to take away all your approval.
And they're still committed to complying with setbacks and those things as well. This is just within the footprint, a small change.
Yeah, everyone comfortable with that explanation?
So long as it complies with the
Yeah.
terms of the
Of the
development
agreement, exactly.
It's protecting them from a gotcha from by the county or something like that, is what I'd say. And then C, it just has an obligation to the county to enforce this agreement as it might apply to third parties and county citizens to the extent within the legal authority of the county, including all county employees and divisions. And so that's just a very, you guys don't have the authority to tell local citizens what they think or what they do, anything, obviously. They're just this kind of a general term that you guys won't take action against the project specifically, I guess is how to the extent you're able to. Just approvals, process, and appeals. Everyone acknowledges the county has final approval and permitting authority. Acknowledge that the county engineer has engaged to assist the county in reviewing and evaluating the implementation of this agreement on behalf of the county.
Yeah, this is it, we already explained earlier.
Okay.
We added to make it clear that you delegate.
Yes. This is where 3.3C says where, you guys are committing at least, like we talked about, that your county engineer is going to, you're going to instruct him to work on this project and follow through with the things in this agreement that he or she's supposed to do.
Tina just mentioned one, I'm sorry, I know we can work it the way it is right now, but it probably would be useful to add that language in B, Trish. County has authorized the county engineer, we put that or designee, and also any other applicable employees such as Sharon in terms of planning and zoning on the development plan. I think that is a good point. It's probably useful to put that in there. She should be participatory in that process.
And that's in
In B,
3.3B?
3.2B.
Oh,
Sorry,
you're back
jump
up,
back.
go to B, okay.
Okay.
I was just saying, C is, the county is directing the county engineer to, to follow through with this agreement. You guys are not gonna tell the county engineer not to follow through with this.
So you're on C now,
Yep.
you're on 3.3C?
C.
So I do have a question, because this right here probably, this is probably another one of those ones that come right out of Diamond Vista.
Yeah, that's right.
So I want to know why it says it like this. County acknowledges it has directed the county engineer to consult and cooperate, period. And Expedition Wind acknowledges that it shall consult and cooperate in good faith and commercially reasonable, and if they want to. I mean, why does,
No,
why
actually,
does
No, no.
that modifies both.
Yeah.
And the same thing.
Good faith and commercially reasonable does not mean if they want to, it means they have to.
No, I
No,
added that in
but
there.
that applies to the county engineer as well. So there's a comma after the first cooperate and a comma after the second cooperate.
Mhm.
In good faith and in commercially reasonable matter applies to both of those phrases. It treats both parties the same.
It doesn't appear like it does the way it's written. It appears as though that's the way it only applies to Expedition Wind, because that's the way it's
Now,
always.
the second comma after cooperate would not be there, it would only apply to the expedition.
And it gives us some protection as well to the extent that the price makes a horrific mistake. That Expedition can't sue us over.
So why does that not
But I
say?
For the most
but if you want me, like, before in good faith, I could say both in good
Okay.
faith, that would help. Huh?
Okay, so why does it just not say that the county engineer and Expedition Wind will consult and cooperate in good faith?
I don't know, this is just how it was drafted in Expedition Wind, or in Diamond Vista, and it got the job done, and we kept it.
Yeah, I didn't like it then either.
Well, and a lot of it was to provide you with consistency, frankly.
In general, I mean, in my experience, it's generally better, even if you don't have a perfect agreement, to start with it as a template agreement that the county at least has familiarity with, and to just restart from the beginning. But, some things aren't, you can look at these and always find something else to do with them. That's the challenge in the,
Well, and I was taught a long time ago by a real smart attorney, and he told me that contracts are always made to be broken. That's what keeps the Cheerios on the table. And so I'm looking for all these little things inside, and that's where people get into battles if it's not written just right.
I mean, people break, unfortunately, contracts get broken, but my goal, whenever I'm doing any kind of agreement, is to try and, to the best I'm able, anticipate ways that, things that could happen and try and make it a working agreement that will clearly identify what happens if this, then this, and try and, if somebody willfully wants to break a contract, they can show its hand. I would disagree with whoever that.
Yeah, me
whoever
too.
said that.
Yeah, I actually draft work on contracts so we can be happy with our deal, throw it in the jar, and nobody ever has to take it out. We work together.
I was gonna say D, if we're ready to move to D, which I am.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Diamond Vista broke their contract quite a bit, but anyway.
Just that we are here in good faith, of course.
And so are we.
The D comes to the point that I think was discussed before, that it says if expedition and county engineer have a dispute or are in disagreement, then the county engineer brings that matter to this board, to you guys. So brings you guys back into the process as needed.
But just for review,
Well,
not to solve the problem, just to review. It says just to review. They bring it to our board just for review. That's what it says.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but the intent, I think, normal interpretation of that in the Four Corners document is going to be that you're the decision makers. Ultimately, you're the county governmental entity. So you review it and you make the determination about what's to occur. If you want us to finish that sentence with something more, we can do that.
Review and/or action.
Yeah.
Well, sure. And then,
Yeah.
if in review and if they're not in compliance, then you go into that whole discussion we just had about permits and things like that. But yeah, I think it's probably, if you want that tweak. Planning inventory 3.4 is this important concept, right, that county engineer is going to work on kind of the state of the video, the state of the roads before the project, before the construction begins, right? So that's,
He's gonna perform the survey, which I think they already established he's not qualified to do, but.
well, of course, then we
That's what
talked
it
about,
says.
yeah, and the county engineer or his designee, as we talked about earlier. So every time I'm reading county engineer, he's delegating the survey if he can't do it. But then he's looking at the survey and saying, yeah, that survey is an accurate, good survey, I'm happy with it. So that's kind of the interplay there. If there's something that he's not doing everything in the inventory, he's managing and delegating the doing of the inventory. So that's what I'm reading. And it lists a lot of things that will go into that inventory, just so that at the back end of this, there's a lot of data to show. It's really the benefit of both parties, but I think acquisition one probably will help in the inventory if they're asked to, but just to show, okay, here's where things really were before in addition to the video. Here's the app, the app's requirements to do grading and things like that, so it's just kind of doing an exhaustive.
It really is, because it says right here that the county engineer will do the testing evaluation core samples or similar evaluations of existing roads shall be performed as determined, by the county engineer and conducted by the county engineer with input from expedition.
Right, and I think going back, county engineer and their delegates.
And that doesn't say that here, but we did say that back there.
It says it in the document.
And we can add it if that's really going to be.
I think we had talked about anytime it said county engineer.
That's right.
it
That's
would
what-
either add or
That's what that-
designate.
That's what the
Or
language
county.
is for.
Or
But do you
county
think it's wise to
delegate.
just assume that that applies throughout the contract, or is it wise to actually put it in there?
I would just put it in there at this point. It's going to avoid the argument further, I think, in terms of any further issue.
Okay, pre-construction improvements. Prior to the commencement, Expedition Wind is going to construct improvements or repairs as agreed with the county engineer. So I think the anticipation of this, one of the purposes of this inventory is to identify areas that will require improvement for them to do what they're trying to do. But the obligation to do those things is not the county. That's Expedition Wind's duty to actually make it happen, right? So if they say this bridge needs to be upgraded, that's still on their obligation to actually do it. Not the county just having the responsibility to give them the bridge. That's their cost. So that's what we're talking about in B on pre-construction improvements. And also makes them talk to the county engineer or his delegate about what they're gonna do, right? That's probably just a county engineer level, but construction activities liaison, engineer serving, and really, you know, the county engineer is the liaison between the parties in terms of Expedition Wind is funneling their construction issues to him and or her, and if he needs to, is coming back to you guys. And probably during construction, you're hearing a lot from that person about what's going on.
So as construction goes on, you're gonna be involved with the actual property owners at that time. They will be involved with the property owners. So I wanna make sure that the county engineer is not have any liaison to the property owners.
I don't read that in here at all, that they have to do that. That is, my reading of it is Expedition, the landowners are talking to Expedition, and then Expedition's telling the county engineer what to do. I don't see any obligation between the county engineer and the county and the landowners on this one. I don't read that.
I know that was separated up there in trade, up in Diamond Vista, and then that was a beautiful thing to put in there, because to keep the county employees separate from those property owners is valuable. I mean, I'm not gonna, yeah. So to get our county engineer or any of our employees involved in the property owners, I think we're stepping our lines in, because those are separate contracts. Am I close to right, Brad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think that needs to really be specified, that he has nothing to do with the property owners. Or any of their, any problems or issues that the property owners have, we have nothing to do with that.
And I think that's the intent of the agreement, I think.
Think they have a designated land agent or land liaison?
We will. Similar to David, yeah.
Yeah, there's really no, I mean, there's no contract between the county and the landowners, so other than just as taxpaying citizens, you guys don't have a specific
Well,
obligation.
and I know up in Diamond Vista, I had phone calls off the hook all the time about the town, the property owners would call me about this road, this road, this road. Well, that was the Hall route. And I always referred them to David Mueller
Right.
as the liaison. That's your problem. You talk to him.
Right.
That's out of my scope. And that saved me a lot, and the county, to separate that.
And then that is the same under this agreement. That's, nothing has changed here on that.
Okay, but I didn't see that there would be a landowner property person in here. I seen this, but I didn't see it in here about, to make the distinguish between the property owners and the county activities.
That probably wouldn't be in this kind of a document, correct?
That's right.
Because that's a different animal. If you got a private property owner liaison,
Well, you guys, I mean, so you can't, you don't have a contract with those landowners.
No.
The county doesn't. So
No.
like, you can't go and tell them what they have to do. All you can't.
Right.
There's no mechanism to force what you're talking about, but there is under that, you can, if the landowner called and said, the roads are bad, you can call and say, under our agreement with Expedition, you need to call Expedition. And then you've made your hand off and you've done your due diligence. And I don't know.
Or liaison, whoever it is.
Whatever,
Yeah.
yeah, so,
And that's, and you know, that was one of the biggest confusions that we had up there. The people did not understand that.
Sure, yeah.
The people had no clue
Right.
that, because if their road was a mess, okay, like we were talking about before, 75 cars are going down.
Right.
They didn't care if it was our responsibility or your responsibility, they wanted the road fixed. And so to try to explain to them the contract and who's obligated to do what, that just made them angrier. You know, so that's a problem.
so if you know how to get landowners to not call the commissioners about roads, which I would like to know, because I've got some,
No, I'm gonna
clients
ask
that
you
would
the
like
same thing. I'm
yeah,
trying to save
yeah,
doctors
yeah,
from
yeah.
sleepless
I've got a lot of
nights.
clients that would like to know that answer, but if it, under this agreement, it is the same, result as what you're talking about. It goes back to Expedition. You don't have to feel as a county, as a county commission, don't have to solve that problem. You have to tell Expedition that there's an issue, and then they bring it to them, and then they tell the county engineer what they're doing to fix it. And if it's not adequate, then the county engineer brings it back to you guys and you make some decisions. And then after the construction, we've got the post-construction inventory, which, you know, is basically doing the same thing with pre-construction, checking and making sure everything is now the way it's supposed to be.
And the county engineer will perform the post-construction. The county engineer will perform a post-construction survey and evaluation.
And I refer to my previous comment that in my mind, the previous provisions, but we're gonna fix that, so I think.
Oh, we're gonna fix
obviously-
that.
Yeah.
You're not gonna tell me the intent.
the document as written
It's already
says
covered
it,
in the document.
but to make
we'll add it
extra
in.
careful sure, we're gonna put both of those.
Okay.
But I will tell you that I think I
Intent
already.
is hard to prove.
It's
I
not
don't say,
intent,
I
it's
don't have
actually
intent.
written in here.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
not proving
good.
intent. I'm telling you, I will tell you that right now it says that the county engineer can delegate that, but we're gonna add it just to make.
Me happy.
I was
That's
gonna
right.
say that and I thought about not saying it. Okay,
Good.
I'm sorry if I lose professionalism as we go on. It's been learning these in a long time.
No.
But I'm having fun.
Fine.
Yeah, I thought you were
I
gonna
don't
only summarize the edits. This
I
is-
offered to. I'm more than happy to.
We began there.
Okay, that's
The
what I thought we
commissioners
were
asked to
doing.
get, yeah, they, if they went into this level of detail, we're doing it. So. But we're working, through to,
Okay.
Or her questions.
or, yeah, do you have
We're
any
gonna-
questions?
Yeah, absolutely, her questions and the edits, that's what I thought we were doing.
I found that if I didn't talk, then people had questions.
I love
to go
this
back to.
document.
3.4 E's, repairs and
I have it
restorations.
memorized.
Force majeure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so, we really have to, I don't feel like I feel like it protects the county, so we can get rid of force majeure. And I don't really think you had a force majeure issue on your other project, I think that's the things we've talked to,
I think we did.
well, I don't
They,
think you did.
they have contended that we do, but
I think from the county's perspective, you didn't. I mean, I don't know the details
Yeah.
of it. The force majeure event, as I'm in this project, tornado, maybe, or,
Well, in the Diamond Vista, I'm sorry, you got too many projects here, but right here in the Doyles, they have it outlined. All what force majeure is. It's a whole list
And
of
we do too.
catastrophes.
Yeah, we do
got it.
too. Okay. But what Patrick's trying to say is, force majeure got used as like a shorthand, like a tag word, a way to describe what, this is what I understand, by the way, you of course can tell me if I've got it right, as a way to describe a situation where you had not worked out with the other project, the process for getting your roads back. And the rules for who's responsible for roads and when the county takes back the road. That, particularly because if you really wait to the very end of the whole project, right, for all this to come back. And so what we did in this document, because we heard a lot about this and we thought, what's the real practical solution for you? What we did is add in a concept of doing road certificates as we go. So when there's a point that the project is done using a stretch of road, the project can go and get it back the way it's supposed to look at the end, like they're done, ready to turn it back to you. And if they do that, and then they let you know, and then you come out and check it, and if they pass, then they get a road certificate. And that process is the way for you to be comfortable if you've gotten a stretch back or not. And then, of course, and it says we had it, if they use it again, right? Like 3 months later, they're like, oh crap, guess we weren't using it. Then, it's back on their watch, and they would have to go through that road certificate process again. And on this, we specifically added that if they're trying to get a stretch back ready, but it's not time yet to get their road certificate, they don't get a claim force majeure. That they don't have to keep fixing it until it gets back. So given that that's how force majeure was getting used in that context, we added language specifically to say they don't get to claim, they don't have force majeure as an excuse or an out
We're in control and responsible.
until the road certificate is earned.
and that would, applies to C2, the road certificate is like she said, the mechanism for everyone agreeing that the roads are done, so it's to avoid, we're trying to learn from the issues earlier.
it also, with the one we've had before, what we've been haunted by, is the exclusive possession or use control of those roads with Diamond Vista. Didn't feel as though you, without waiving your repairs requirements, you couldn't get back on it. Where we've had several instances with some fairly dire need. Well, if we get on it, what do we do then? Because now we've waived and we've materially contributed to whatever remedy or lack thereof. So we didn't do that. So on both sides of this, we also had the problem earlier with, in terms of when something is done and they're finished, being paid for that part of the pilot, we have that same issue on that side of it as well. Well, until the whole thing's done, we don't care how many of these are spinning, until the last one's spinning, you're getting nothing. Okay? So that side of it has been addressed here, as has this, to the best of our ability. Force majeure still exists whether we want it to or not, but they've basically taken that risk out of our hands.
For this scenario that you've experienced, a force majeure claim. we
Yeah.
Work to. Okay.
3.5A is talking about the road security, that they have to put up $2 million of security, and that's to protect the county if they don't complete their construction repairs, right?
Now explain to me where the difference of that $2 million is versus the $2 million that Pat was speaking earlier of. That's just a.
Completely different.
Yeah.
Right, so the 2 million he spoke of earlier is where they're actually spending money to build that road. So that will be spent and put in place as, basically as they get ready to construct, right? And this 2 million is just a stash, it's like a guarantee. And it's a bond, and it sits there. And it sits there to give you assurance that there'll be money there to perform the obligations to restore roads.
And the roads that you're gonna put that $2 million on, is it gonna be actually your haul routes, or is
This-
it gonna be just?
So no, this 2 million, yeah, like,
$2 million that she's talking about.
the other
Yeah.
2 million is his estimated construction. In this 3.5A, I don't know if you've ever built or repaired a county building and had to bond it while you've been on commission, but sometimes the commissioner, sometimes as a commission, you have to do a repair to a county building and you require bond for the construction. That's what this is. And
Yeah, I
it's
got
requiring,
that.
and it's requiring it $2 million. His,
Right.
I think what Pat's talking about is his construction cost estimate of how much they're spending to do these roads, how much road improvement.
Right.
And it just
On
happens.
their haul routes.
Yeah. I know.
On their
stuff.
haul
or
It's
even
stuff.
For the
even
collective
I mean,
others.
it's not identified at the moment, but it will be worked out with, working with.
Okay, so it's not like you're gonna get $2 million just to fix roads at random.
No.
It's on your haul routes.
Yes, it's the investment in the road system
Okay.
that's
That are
going to be
necessary.
used.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Okay.
And as to this security, the one thing, we just left it flexible, which I think is great. The board has to approve this ultimately. So if you want to mandate that a letter of credit is preferred from a bond, that sort of thing, I mean, that negotiation can continue on. It hasn't been nailed down in here that, okay, we'll only take one, or they're only going to provide one form. It's going to be something, but.
It says it right there.
Yeah.
Performance bond, payment bond, cash escrow, letter of credit.
Wanted to make sure that there was some flexibility.
They have options, but then you have to approve what
Exactly.
they give you. They can't.
If you're not feeling comfortable with that, or sufficiently
Well, I'd be
assured.
interested to see where we get with that Bank of Mitsu.
Yeah.
See how that works out before I make a decision. So I guess I can't, huh? Anyway.
All right. And then I think we talked about the road certificate concept earlier, so that's your guys' assurance that you're not telling them they're off the hook until you have signed off on those, right?
To get them off the hook.
So yeah, that's when they get off the hook, exactly. D, disputed cons. I'm just gonna look at other stuff here that we're kind of rounding it out. And to the end of this important section 3, and you just generally, we're gonna cooperate, we're gonna work together, we're gonna be in communication. Yep, that's what the rest is. 4 deals with the concept of communication, maintenance, security, because there's a concern about communication equipment, and so they're putting out $50,000 of security for performance, again, if they need to do upgrades to communications equipment.
Yeah, this is brand new, you haven't had this before. And this was an idea that Pat Pelstrin came up with and offered when he heard some of the questions on this.
So this is where I end, because I did not read the rest of this, because we only got this on Wednesday. when I
Well,
was
this
in class,
last
so-
edited version, you've had versions.
I had versions.
Yes.
Before, but I didn't read this. So on the other versions are null and void, as far as I'm concerned, this is what we're dealing with. So I didn't have a
I know,
chance
but
to read
This
this.
shows,
But there haven't been as many changes.
Right.
back
So,
then.
this is where I stop asking questions pretty much, but as far as the communications, I do have some things I want to talk about them, but at another time, really. So,
Is it ready?
So do you see anything substantive?
No,
in
no,
the
we,
balance?
I just want to make sure, just bring it to you guys' attention, which you guys have already seen it, so just, this is where the communication security is.
So I wanna know, how do they determine? I wanna know, okay, so I was talking to some people down at class and stuff like that. And the wise thing for us to do probably is to like contact Verizon and have them come to our county and give us what is needed for an update. Now, where that would play as far as the wind turbines are concerned, because on cell phone service is horrible up here with those wind turbines. And only since those came up there. And I've been saying that for a long time. So I don't know if that's a Verizon, right now I can't say, is that a Verizon problem? Do we need updates or what do we need? I don't know.
Well, right, what we said, I mean, on that specific, when you brought this up last time, what Pat decided to do is it provides that Expedition will conduct an initial testing, to create a baseline for you.
Okay, okay, that's wonderful if they will do that, but should we not also have Verizon come in and do theirs as well? So that they can tell us, because maybe our equipment's obsolete or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, see,
And I'm not saying for you to pay for it, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
because they would pay for that themselves, I think. But,
The idea here is similar to roads, I think, no worse than before. So to make sure that your communications, your 911 communications and your county communications are no worse after the project than they were before. Or the same condition as, or however you want to think of it, but it's kind of, so it's putting up a bond to make sure that after the project, so they're taking a baseline, building the project, and then they've got to pull money if it has impacted those services, you've got $50,000 to repair it.
but $50,000 may not be the cost of a repeater or additional equipment, so I was saying.
Yeah, I don't
Get
know.
some idea what would be there to protect us? I mean, that's all we're gonna get, that's fine. I'm just
I
saying.
don't know what the cost would be, because it depends on, I don't know, it depends if there is a different service or those things, so I don't know, I guess that is I don't know if 50,000 is way too much or not near enough, I have no idea.
Oh, I'm sure it's way too much.
That's just
Yeah.
It is. Right.
I mean, some people think that, for sure, but, I've heard you hear different things.
No, but you know, cell phone service is very important, especially going into the future. It's the future, cell phone and all that type of stuff. I mean, that's what we rely, landlines are dinosaurs anymore. And, well, when your cell phone is impacted, it just ruins your whole day. No,
Yeah, that's really kind of a different issue, though, in some ways, so we're just making sure that the county's communications.
See, I guess I don't understand that. We wanna make sure the county's communications are working well. Oh, but your cell phone don't work, that's a different issue. I just don't get that. That
Yeah,
language.
Do you want to speak to?
let me comment. We brought this forward, I think, in response to your concern. We asked our communication consultants about the emergency 911 system, and they did an initial test and didn't feel there'd be any impact. Still, we put the 50,000, now we spread it to cell towers as well. I think there's a certain obligation that we've found in the industry, for the mobile industry, to try to work with us to fix the problem in a cost-effective manner. And there are, putting a repeater in is not cheap, but it's not 40 grand. It's a $5,000 to $8,000 cost. And so you can put a couple of those in and generally improve your cell phone. But that would be where we would go to, okay, who are the primary providers? If it's Verizon, we'd go to Verizon, we'd work directly with them, try to put it, they're motivated as well. They want to collect their bills. If their service isn't good, people will drop their service. So they usually work with us as well.
Well, so, and I wasn't trying to push that off on you, I was simply asking, would it be wise for us to have Verizon? I think they would come out and do those tests without charge, because, if we need improvements, so then they can tell us what we need. Right now, we don't know what we need.
Right,
Or do we need?
and my only comment is we don't think we'll need any of this money for your emergency system, but let's post it so you're absolutely covered. Secondly, then we can use it on, cell and work directly with you on that. If you get the Verizon to come out in advance, they're probably gonna respond to you quicker than they'll respond to us. So that would be good, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
You're not just talking about Verizon, there's multiple companies that people buy their plans from in this county. You know, maybe Verizon's got more than anybody.
Yeah, but I think, don't they all bounce off of Verizon towers?
Well, I'm not certain about that.
There's 3 towers right outside of town, 3 different companies, depending on my
But I don't know if
altitude.
they all have their own towers. I don't know. We'll have to, I'd like to know.
It's above our heads.
But anyway, that's all I want to say.
So that's communications, is trying to get you no worse than you were before project and stuff. And then decommissioning is again the concept that at the end of this project, remember, kind of we're doing construction in reverse, right? So it's kind of the concept that when you take these things out someday, they have to do all the restoration and basically go through the process of construction in reverse. And so that's what we've got here, are some things to do that. They have to give notice about it, and then they have to put up that financial security. The financial security, but they actually put the decommissioning security up for well in advance of doing the decommissioning, right? So it's there in case. It's got the amount. It's got some things about the amount, and then they have to do they have a baseline amount, and they have to do a percentage of. And then they do an estimated decommissioning cost and do 125% of that. So it's then here to give assurance to the county that there's plenty of money in the decommissioning bond to actually cover the decommissioning. So I feel confident about this paragraph for that. We did add something, the only thing I can remember adding that I thought was important was use of the road agreement, just to kind of tie that concept back in at the end of the project, because the thinking was, if it was good during construction to have this road group, we should also use it in decommissioning. So that's in there now, and it wasn't there before. Yeah, road management working group. We still have a few pages, but they actually kind of go, in my opinion, quickly from here, just because the hard stuff is that section 3 about roads. That's what we really get beat up on. Brad's talked about insurance and indemnification. They have a responsibility to have that $10 million aggregate policy, $2 million for occurrence. And then they have to name the county as an additional insured on that to help protect you guys. So if some crazy thing happened that no one's anticipating, you guys aren't on the, you guys are additional insured on their policy. And then indemnification again. Expedition Wind agrees to defend, indemnify, and hold harmless county, the board, county's employees, etc., against all losses, damages, claims, expenses. So, Brad and I talked to, feel confident this is a good indemnification provision for this agreement. Kind of see how it goes. Event of default, being party defaults. There is a provision here to try and have a mediation option. That usually goes better, but it is, if it can be mediated, there's language about prevailing party paying for the other person's attorney's fees. At first I was skeptical of that language, but after talking to some other counsel about that, I think that's probably the county's best interest to have the prevailing party language, just because it gives them more of an incentive not to, that if they violate this contract, you guys can get your legal fees returned. I think that's probably good for you guys. If you violate this contract, about the only way, you have a lot more, you guys have a lot, you can be in control of violating it. It would probably be yanking their permit unreasonably would be the main way I can imagine a county violating something like this. And if you probably get if you guys do that, you don't feel too bad about it.
Right, yeah,
You have
part
a lot
of what Brad's
control over
saying
that,
is that if you look at each party's potential risk of having to pay those costs, the project has a lot more risk.
I didn't used to feel that way, but after talking to other council, I definitely agree with that. So I think, that we talked about that last time I was here, but I feel better about that one. So that's provision 7. 7A, county may not terminate this agreement for the event of default that continues past all applicable cure periods. B talks about interest if someone's in default. So if one way would be if they did not pay you a pilot payment, then they increase it 50% per annum. So that's a pretty good incentive for them to make those payments on time. Is one thing you could be. And we really haven't changed anything else if you're familiar with the rest of that. We do have that force majeure language in here, but that's, as I said, I don't think you can I don't think it'd be to the county's benefit to remove that either. I don't think that's a good idea. Section 8 just establishes official notice positions. Section 8.2 has a change that just says if they, this is with the landowners, right, Trish? Is that what that is, or what the participation agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you asked.
I asked for this.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, just in concept, if, I don't know if I'm too tired to explain it, but it just says, within this project, there are within the project, their footprint, there are some landowners who have leased their land to the wind farm. And then in doing that, they've leased away some of their rights to access and to be, basically to complain about construction, right? So it's just saying, hey, if the county is just saying, hey, if you as an individual landowner have signed a lease and easement agreement with them, that would control over the county, if that makes sense. So I think it's to the county's benefit, in my opinion, to have this. It just kind of says, you guys are looking out for the people who.
Kind of ties to Diane's example
Yeah,
earlier.
it does.
You've got landowners who are unhappy about something, but they signed an agreement saying they were okay with it, they can't suddenly make it your problem.
And logically, some of the people with the most construction traffic are gonna be people who are having wind equipment put on their property, right? So it kind of makes sense to me for the county's perspective to have this, because there'll be more construction traffic on places where they're putting wind towers anyway, and those people have their own agreement directly with Expedition Wind. So for those people, it's like, well, you need to look at your own agreement with Expedition, not the county's. That's all I'm trying to do there. Governing laws, of course, under the state of Kansas, applying Kansas law. This is binding on successors and assigns, which would include, of course, the county doesn't really have successors and assigns, but if Expedition Wind has a successor or assigns this agreement to some other entity, it would all apply equally to them. So, which probably, I don't know if that happened on Diamond Vista formally, but that would be, it's a common issue in the wind farms, right? Trying to look at the rest, or
Most of 8.7 was just improving the defined terms. At the end was what we added, you asked last time, to clarify that this agreement does not restrict the county's ability to change their laws related to wind projects, including related to wind projects going forward.
Yes, they are zoning. And the way you have that written,
So county laws now include something, that's exactly right.
that's right. So, and actually, I realize that anything that we would change after the signing of the contract, we would be grandfather exempt or however.
That's how it's supposed to work, we wouldn't want to have to fight about it.
Right, but is that the way it's actually worded? Because I thought I read something in
I
there.
think 8.7, I think to me, the last sentence is important on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it always says the project. And what is county police powers? I've never seen that in any contract before. County police powers.
That, do you want to, I don't know if I can do, the authority, your zoning authority, the concept that you can do zoning comes from the concept that counties have the ability to
Regulate.
sometimes called police powers. So police powers would give you zoning authority in the first place.
Health, safety, welfare.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's just tying it into the concept. So sometimes you see police powers with the zoning concept. So,
Okay, so I guess it always says the project. Would it not, since it's exempt or grandfather or whatever, it would be good if you say this project, because I do know when you say the project, this project may expand to the project in the future. And then where do we draw the line? So we have to make sure that we clarify that from the date of this contract somehow go back. Because I know,
yeah,
even up in Diamond Vista, they do have other leases signed, and they can come back at any time and expand that. Still
We've got
under.
So I
at least
think-
one reference to the footprint area here.
yeah. I think it's a good, I think you're making I think it's a valid question to talk about what is subject to this, but I think the answer is, at the beginning of the recitals, it talks about the 7 CUPs, right? So
Yeah,
this-
on page 2 at the bottom, Diana.
So this agreement that you guys do, that it would apply to anything.
Well, that's that multicolor one.
That's right.
Yes, it's where you get all of the, if you're not colorblind, it works really well. But including without limitation infrastructure is contemplated by the CUP's development plan as might be updated from time to time, shall be collectively referred to as a project. It does that several places with aggregate definition of everything. So that's why it then gets referred to as the project.
So you're in your professional legal experience, it could never, if the project grows over the course of time, then the zoning would not encumber the new growth.
If the
Because it would
project-
still be the project.
If the project footprint grew
Yeah.
to areas that were not in these CUPs, because I want to talk about growth because there's the concept of growth within, like if somehow they could make more megawatts happen within this area.
Yes.
Well, no, obviously, I think they have already signed leases outside the footprint continuing. Now, they can come back over next year, and start putting up more towers. Now, there would be a process, but they could do that, and that would just simply expand that project. It wouldn't be a new, it would
So-
expand it.
So if they, let's say this, as sometimes it happens in wind farms, it goes well, and then they have a expedition wind 2. In a new area, in a new, outside the footprint, and they lease it, then they would have to come back and
That's a
begin this
whole new
process again and
project.
get, yeah, that would not be subject to this agreement. They'd have
We're
to
just
come back
talking
and
This-
new zoning, new
That would be a
pilot.
second
Right.
footprint.
Well, yeah, what Brad was saying is that our definition of project is limited to the footprint. That's how we define capital P project.
Now,
That's
within
what
that,
Brad
just for
was
clarity's
saying.
sake, they have alternate sites if there are
Yeah.
issues with a particular location of a turbine that they currently anticipate. And that, for whatever reason, isn't gonna work. They find that they're sitting on top of a spring and something they're gonna do is gonna impact the quality of that. They can move it, and they've got those alternative sites selected already. I looked at those up front, just like we did with the Diamond Vista. So that is already contemplated as part of this. But as Patrick was saying, you move outside that footprint, you start over again, basically.
Okay, so our zoning, as of the date of the signing of this contract, they're grandfathered.
On this, in this
On
footprint.
this
And in this
project,
footprint,
yes.
yes,
That
yes,
in
but so we
footprint,
can
yes.
then change our laws and stuff for future wind farms and stuff, but they are just like Diamond Vista.
Mhm.
Okay, that just makes sense, I think.
I think so too. And I think there's a few things that we mentioned as we go along that says if the county tried to do something retroactive, it would be a violation of this agreement, so it's
Yeah.
important. But yeah, it is common, people don't generally expect that. If that's pretty much 8, and takes you to the end of the agreement, which if passed then would sign, and then you know that A, we talked about exhibit A having just a general depiction of the footprint, and then B has all those financial commitments and it's referenced throughout. And there you have it. C is kind of a projection, some pilot payments, and D is the general form of the security they'll use when they get to that point for security for the project bond.
So do we want to let the discussion of the actual pilot amount, do we want to sleep on that for a little while, come back and discuss that another day?
Not fresh.
Let's
Yeah,
go
that-
back.
That is up to the commissioner, all these things, as I said at the beginning of what turned out to be kind of a long, and good discussion though, I mean, it's up to the commissioners, all those decisions. You guys wanna talk about it now, you can, if you wanna talk about
I'd
it.
like it.
I just assume we go back to the pilot. What's the commission? Randy, what do you want to do?
Great. There's a lot to grasp a hold of here, yes. We've changed a few things, but that's, I still like I guess my question to my council, to Brad and you, is this is the original offer that they've offered so far as dollars?
Right.
Have you two had any meeting with them to see if that's their best offer?
Really, no. I mean, what we've done is the Scrivener part of this, the dollars and cents element of it, while it comes up inherently in the discussion, no, we have not sat and negotiated our way through that. Obviously, we've looked at other projects and how they're priced and how that's been done. We talked about that earlier in terms of them being situational. Really, that's where you guys come in terms of value and what you're wanting to do.
And the way I've told this to Pat, it's really, it's not, I'm not an appraiser or an expert on exactly how much the money should be, but it's incumbent on Expedition to make the case to the commission that this is a good price and that it's a good offer. And that's really his point, his argument to make and you guys to listen to and
Yep.
decide on.
And one other comment on the amount that I thought of on my journey, but I mean, At some point, there is an element of fairness here. You've got landowners in the south who've been, wanting this project to go forward. And, the landowners in the north, they got their project to go forward on the pilot amounts that you've agreed to. And that happened quite recently. And, so at some point, and as we've covered thoroughly, Expedition has agreed to a lot of terms that are better than what you have with Diamond Vista. They agreed to 20 terms that were better than what were in the Doyle agreements. We went through we inventoried all of those earlier. And in some respect, they've worked very hard to be responsive and to help you address all of your thoughts as you learn more about projects. And so it's somewhat unfair and discriminatory to the folks who own land in the south who want their project to go forward to have it held up, when folks in the north were able to get their project to go forward at a certain pilot amount.
I will address something I've been with this since day one, even before it was even formally started. But when the first CUPs come through, Diane, I've learned in this last year that due to time, 8 to 10 years or more has went by, and we have seen everywhere we go wind farms pop up, that there is competitive bids out there between wind farms to get their electricity sold. And so that's something I didn't know a year ago. I will tell you that I've learned that, and it does change my feelings on what CUPs at Rex and them went with us. I've learned some information on that. So, and I first thought it was a lie, but I guess I can't. Now I can say that it's not a lie. What I learned, that there is more competitive bids on that kind of bids to sell their electricity. So, therefore, I can't exactly hold them together. And you even made the statement one day you was going to take it times all of those CUPs for the same project, turning out the same amount of 200,000 megawatts. Well, I can't do that either. I can't take it times a number of that because I just don't see that. I think that project just falls through at that time. So I've been pleased with what I've seen, but I'm not scared to ask for a little more for county pilot payment. So that's where I'm at, Ken.
Well, they've made us an offer. It's no different than if you go buy your home. You know what the seller wants for their property. You know what the buyer wants to give. And then it's the price that you agree upon in the middle somewhere, or somewhere in there is a price that's brings comfort, I guess, to both sides. That's just the art of negotiation. So, yeah, it's kind of a quandary to I think Diamond or Expedition is trying to create a good relationship with the county, and it looks to me like they want it to be long-term from what I can decipher. Now, is $1,800 a megawatt, is that a good offer? It comes down to that. We're just talking.
And that's more than Diamond Vista, right?
Well, yes, we know that. We know
They
that.
came out of the gate.
It's not, I'm sorry. it's
I'd be
not.
happy to hear.
Okay, because let me explain that to you. Okay, so you're given $1,800, okay, a megawatt. Now, and yours is a 200 megawatt project. That's $360,000 a year, okay? Now, but in your pilot agreement, you're saying that we have to give 40% of that to the schools. That's that's $144,000. But now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So in Diamond Vista, theirs is $900 a megawatt. That's a 300 megawatt tower, but they have separate pilot agreements for the schools.
Right.
So in essence, we get $275,000 from Diamond Vista. We're actually, the county in the pilot, from you, is gonna get $216,000.
So you're breaking down the total
I'm
of the
looking at-
pilots
I'm looking
spent.
at-
Now, they
Well,
had
I'm
separate
looking
pilots
at-
for their
I
schools.
don't
Yeah.
know,
Well,
Pat,
let me just be
important this was to
clear
you.
about one item. That we can only pay on a per megawatt basis in only can be compared with Diamond Vista on a per megawatt basis. Because if we're at 200 megawatts, they're at 300 megawatts, they get 50% more revenue than we do.
Well,
No, her point.
Well, no, I think her point was the gross amount that was coming out of
No.
the.
I'm looking at the bottom
No,
line.
her point is the point allocated to the county compared to the part allocated to the school.
Right.
Yeah.
And in
Yeah.
both cases, it's 40%.
Oh, no. But she just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I don't know, see, first off, we were not privy to what well, we did see it, I do have a copy of it, I forgot it, but we did have those contracts with pilots that they offered to Center School and the Hillsborough School. And I can't remember what that pilot said, but they handled that totally separate, that was
Those were
never
done outside of the
anything
county.
taken, there was nothing taken from us, so the $300 for the $900 for the 300 megawatt is what actually came to the county. Now, your proposal on the flip side of that, even though you're only at 200 megawatt, which is fine, you're offering considerably more per megawatt, but the bottom line is, then you're telling us that we have to give out of our money to the school, and you're designating 40% of that.
And Pat thinks that 40% of your total Diamond Vista was also
No,
to the school.
well, I don't know what the total amount was, but
Yeah.
even if it was 40%, even
We
if it
think we're
was
apples to apples.
40%,
Yeah,
theirs
we
is
think-
larger,
We're apples
theirs
to
is
apples.
larger.
We particularly
Actually, we're higher.
structured it that way.
It's pretty hard to compare apples to oranges because of that one, they handled that differently with their pilots.
No.
And whereas yours is a combination.
Yeah, but if you take, so their total pilot is what per megawatt? Did you say 50?
It's 900 to the county,
$900.
500, or excuse me, 600
900
to
and
this.
600. They've offered a total of 1,500 per megawatt. We've offered 1,800 per megawatt. Now, I haven't looked at the percentage of county to school district. I think
the
these
same
guys have said they
40%.
had. It's
Okay,
the
but
same,
what I'm
per
saying-
megawatt.
Okay, so, but even still, if we have to take the full amount from the school out of our portion, then the bottom line is different. I mean, you can.
Not per megawatt.
Not if
No.
it's done on a percentage basis and with a per megawatt gross.
In fact, ours is better because we're a total of 1,800.
So yours is better, so we get 216,000, so yours
It's
is
about per
better.
megawatt.
And I'm looking at the bottom line.
That's,
From yours,
again,
we're
that's,
gonna get
right, that's just, that's,
216,000.
yes, it's a,
In an apples, so if we said 200 megawatts and 200 megawatts, that
Right.
project, you're going to get $180,000 a year from that project.
Which one?
Diamond Vista.
Diamond Vista.
If it was a 200 megawatt project, to try and level it out.
Okay, but
And in our project, we're offering 214.
right, right.
The industry,
216,000.
216.
Right, so you would be asking this project to take a higher percentage haircut just because it's a smaller project.
No, I'm
The
not asking
200
you to do that
versus
at all.
the
I mean, you said you were so much better than Diamond Vista, and I'm saying that you're not. As far as, I'm looking just at the county part, I'm not looking at the schools. Okay, because in essence, the tax exemption that you're getting from the state, the schools are losing money there too. And so that's why you give that to the schools.
Right, right. These guys are saying on a per megawatt basis, the county gets the same.
you gotta look at it, it's kinda like looking at yield per acre. You can't look at it, you can't expect an 80 to yield the same as a quarter. You gotta look at the yield per acre to determine the value. And I think in the industry, megawatts.
Good one,
is-
Patrick.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think I'll just leave that. So you really do in the industry, they do look at per megawatts to figure this stuff out. I mean, that is, I'm not trying to carry the water, but I think per megawatt is the
So,
fair way to look at it.
and let me be clear, on a per megawatt basis,
Okay?
the Diamond Vista project to the county and the school districts is paying 1,500 a megawatt, okay?
Okay.
We are paying 1,800 a megawatt, so we're paying 300 more per megawatt in the first 10 years. I understand because they've got a bigger project, you're getting a little larger check from them.
No, not because they're gonna take some of it back. They did all
No,
that.
no, no,
taken away
it's,
from our
all
pilot.
that's
So we're
done
not
on a
gonna get it.
percentage basis. It's done on a 60-40 percentage. 60% to the county, 40% to the various school districts. And so if you stay with those percentages, you know, on a dollar for dollar, on a per megawatt basis, you continue to make more money on our project. I
Okay,
wish we had
so-
room to build 300 megawatts. we'd build it
And-
and I'd pay you.
And does ours go,
Exactly
and
the
does
same
ours
as
go
what
up
Lambda
more,
does.
and does ours go up more than theirs later?
Yeah.
No, they're only
ours
on
goes
10
up.
years. They're only on
Yep.
10-year tax
Yeah,
exempt.
so, I mean, so again, this offer is better.
Well, your offer would be better if we did it a little bit in reverse. The first 10 years do the 4,000, and then after that, drop it down to the 1,800. I think that would be by far more fair and by far better.
No.
That would be by far more reasonable. 10 years.
And it's
Because, you know, you're.
definitely treating the people in the South very different than the way you treated the landowners.
Okay, first off, I want to clarify, I didn't treat them anyway because I.
The county,
details.
the county, sorry.
And this was their first rodeo. This is not your first rodeo. They didn't know. You know, they just went by what the wind farms told. And I will also say, I have to look at what's going on in other counties around us. Sumner County just got, well, a couple months back, $1 million a year in a pilot, okay? And other counties are not selling for this amount of money. I do know Lincoln County just did a reboot. Now, they were getting something like $600,000-700,000 a year, and they did a reboot, and I don't know how much extra they got. I just talked to the commissioner there yesterday, and they said they did a lot better with their reboots. I don't know what they're getting. But I do know then for us to get these little bit of money is just not fair compared to other counties.
Where are we if the, in this contract, if the price changes?
That's not our problem.
Just because it's my neighbor. Lincoln County did a repowering, and because of
A
where,
reboot.
and because, usually they call it a repowering event, and because of where that, and they started so long ago that they've hit their 15-year mark, and that's when they got the, so just as just as this agreement will up at year 16, they're into their year 16, and so they did get a jump, but it wasn't because they renegotiated or something, it's because they're hitting that back end. I mean, again, it is, I mean, just for the council and commission, I mean, these typically stair step backwards, not an inverted stair step I've never seen, because it just doesn't, the numbers don't, they won't work when you build a project, do it that way.
Yeah, it has a lot to
Okay,
absorb.
so you're saying 1,800 is all you can afford, right? And yet in 10 years, you're saying you'll give us, no, I'm sorry, in 10 years, you're only saying you're gonna give us 2,500. Okay? But at the end of that, then, you're saying you're gonna give us 4,000.
Well, let me, can I make an alternate suggestion?
Certainly. Floor is yours.
And I think the easiest way to do this is for us to look at actual numbers.
That's why I was
I
trying
wanna
to do all
express
that
it.
other stuff.
I want to express it in a per megawatt basis, plain and simply because I can't be compared, you can't compare a 200 megawatt project to a 300 megawatt.
I really
I'll
don't
lose
like
every
even
time.
comparing it to any other project. I mean, this is your project. I just want your
Good,
best offer
1,800.
and be fair. And that's not your best offer, nor is it fair.
Well,
it's very-
first of all, it's a
Because you
better
even
offer
said-
per megawatt than you currently have in your current project. We're up over $300, $300 a megawatt better, okay? But let me make a suggestion, and I'll do two things.
Are you looking for Exhibit C?
Yeah.
Exhibit C.
You got it? Good. Yeah, can you go to Exhibit C?
Where's the PVC look like?
Looks like this.
Page
I read that thing
I
through
know.
through.
34, and then
Yeah, I did. I read that
I've got
through
it
and through.
right
And
here.
I know you even gave us an explanation on that at one point in time.
And I could revisit all of that, and we could talk about $2 million in the roads, that adds another 1,250.
Yes, but you
I've
know-
talked about all that, but I think it is germane, and, you know, I appreciate your comment. And I'm also, I've been very candid in sharing with you that when the oil people were making those proposals, energy prices were 3 times higher.
So what does that tell you right now?
You guys are getting a
That tells
great deal on
me-
energy.
Yeah, I know, but where are we? We're on supply and demand. What is that telling us?
That these projects are still viable, but
But not as viable.
Yeah, you're very lucky, you are very lucky that this project has a PPA. There are a lot of places in Kansas that are really working hard to get a PPA, and you are very fortunate.
so
as well.
let me walk you through this this proposal so you understand it again, and then let me make a couple suggestions. And I had a long conversation, in fact, I've had 2 conversations with my partners, and they're sitting there trying to figure out what we can afford to pay and still get the project done. And what, I'll give you what they have authorized me to offer to you. I did want to wait till we got through the discussion before, because if there were we picked up another $500,000 or $1 million there, hardly that comes out of the same pot, right? Right. But
Has anyone calculated that? Calculated what?
so, if you look right in the middle where it says property tax calculation entire project.
Where you, which page you on
I'm
now?
on
We're on this,
Exhibit C.
and he's in the skinny column in the middle. Skinny column in the middle.
Yeah, got it.
And what is very direct about this, which we tried to make simple, is the only thing we've got control over in the pilot, and you have control over, are the numbers in the green. And those are pilot payments. The first column, which is essentially 2/3 of our project, would go into the Doyle lifetime exemption turbines. That's where the money would flow through.
Which means, yeah, turbines that will not be subject to property tax.
Right. And for the life of their
Existence.
existence, right?
Right.
The second column, where it stops after 10 years, is the new CUP 7,
6.
6, where we would have, we believe, about 1/3 of the turbines. The column that says property tax calculation entire project is, I think, valuable for you because you can see what the project can make over time. And then the very last column is just a simple addition between the two columns of project, the Doyle and CUP 7, okay? You see how they're split?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm suggesting is that we increase the $1,800 to $2,000 a megawatt. So roughly $360 becomes $400,000 a year. We continue to split that payment 60% to the county and 40% to the school districts. And we would also agree that in the 16th year, we would, and we believe this is possible, but Trish wasn't sure she'd ever heard anybody offer this before, that we would eliminate our tax exemption on the Doyle project. And essentially what you would have would be, and if you go down, if you follow the year numbers and go all the way down to between 15 and 16, that number, if it's an estimated property tax, is $969,000,
So in the skinny column,
right?
under 15,
Yep.
that's, and this is what you estimate the property tax
Right,
to would be.
right.
Okay.
So if we eliminate the last, in here, 10 years of the pilot, that 969 would compare against 853,000, or about another $120,000 a year of revenue coming to the county and the school district.
You're saying that starting in year 16,
Yep.
you voluntarily let go of your lifetime pilot exemption on those Doyle
On
turbines?
all the Doyles.
On the
all the
Doyles,
Doyles.
you voluntarily let that go. And
So
in
then-
lieu, you start paying property taxes.
Yep. Which is that 969, in other words, all the projects.
Yeah, just to clarify, so I'm sure as well, we were just talking about that. It occurred to me the other day, and I had never brought that up, and I apologize. If that becomes an element of the agreement at year 16, the distribution changes, then it's going to be the statutory distribution, will it not? We won't be using that
Absolutely.
60/40.
Absolutely, there will not be any, we will pay our taxes the same way everybody else does.
And that
Payment
would
in
be
lieu
just-
goes away.
And that would be distributed out to every taxing district
Yeah.
according to law.
By statute.
Right. So,
I'm not sure is that an advantage or not.
I'm
It's
not sure
not.
either, to be honest.
I don't know if it, I don't
It's
know that
not.
it is.
It's not.
Because now you're splitting the pie.
For a lot of ways.
Do it that way.
And I don't-
I mean, some
There's all
of them
the
get
tax
money out of this too now. They get money from 2 wind farms.
Right.
That would be distributable.
What about if we,
Center School District is
To all
getting
the
money.
schools.
And it should, I mean, it is not an advantage to the county entity, although there are a lot of other government entities, or there might be potential government
benefit.
entities that would benefit
Sure.
in that area.
Still the
And that's all-
dollars.
Yeah, yeah, so that's,
It's just a matter
So
of where
you're
it's
saying
going.
that by going off of the tax being exempt is not an advantage to the county, is that what you're saying? Because I think the.
Well, it's the
to-
county
to the-
organization
I'm making the distinction between the county organization
versus.
versus
Collective.
collective. So if there is a fire district in that county, in the project,
Right.
that would be a very nice thing for them probably.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm just making, so I think that's just, I'm not, this is so complicated already, but I'm just saying.
I'm not
But,
following,
but
I'm sorry.
it would just, it might be less for the general fund, even though they might be paying.
what about in lieu of that, then,
I mean,
that doesn't necessarily,
So
we
the
move
school
the pilot
district.
up.
This
They
could- yeah,
would-
yeah.
would
Let
get
me-
more money.
Let me make sure that, yeah, I think that what he's proposing,
They
if,
get
you know,
less money.
in year 16, there would be
No,
more.
he's gonna change that. So
Yeah.
you'll have to explain.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If in your,
You do.
if the value flows through, continues to flow through on the pilot, instead of the 528, 529, if we increase that to 628,000, another $100,000 there, that would all stay with the county and school districts.
So you're saying in year 16, you would increase the annual pilot to add an additional
To
$100,000?
$5,000 is what it actually works out to be.
To add an additional $100,000?
And keep the exemption?
Yes.
Yeah, because the exemption is contractual in terms of what the pilot's going to pay. We go off of that, now we're going back to the statute. Whatever we collect ad valorem gets distributed to all the various entities that benefit from the taxes that we collect.
Right.
And that's going to change the number that the county organization, this group right here, would be receiving. If we continue with the pilot, we perpetuate that percentage, and they're offering to increase that by $100,000.
I think that maybe.
On year 16, right?
And year
Yeah.
16.
I don't know. My perspective is legally, it might be simpler for everybody to just keep it in the pilot, because I do not even
Yes.
know if the
That's what
board,
you just
I don't
said.
know if the Kansas Board of Tax Appeals would even let this
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that
That's-
would be a disaster for what everybody.
I do not want to go and appear on this, and of course, 16 years from now, I probably won't care.
Yeah.
So, and let me respond to your question earlier about asking us to go to 4,000. What I'm telling you is in year 15, we'll go to 5,000
Thank you.
On,
on the Doyle properties.
Mhm.
The other properties
right, are on the tax rolls.
are on the tax roll, we don't have any control over that.
Okay, so I still want to discuss some more money on this, but are you sure you're lifetime exempt on those Doyles?
Yep.
Yep.
And so, Senate 91 bill in the 2015 session, you have no concerns with that at all? So you're absolutely positive?
Well, I mean, so VODA, right, that's the legal entity
Yes.
that you actually apply for, and then they
Right.
grant the order. And
That's right.
So they will need to grant the order, but under the current law, that project fits what all the other projects have been getting exempt on, so.
And in the beginning of this, in this discussion, there, it referred to the Senate bill and things like that. That's why they do have clawbacks that protect themselves for that very reason. Because-
We put that
Because
at the outset.
everyone's doing this based on what law is now, and so of course, and so just like the zoning is grandfathered, the clawbacks kind of help them protect themselves if there's tax changes.
That would be about $1.4 million of an increase over this time period.
For the life of the
So
project?
25 years, but understand, on a third of the project, we've only got control of it for 10 years.
CUP 6 goes on the tax rolls if you're allowed.
Right.
Along with your road improvements that you're putting on to start with. The last time, we didn't get to do any of this. We didn't get to sit here and visit with the company. We didn't get to do that. And I'm pleased with some of our negotiations so far. Yeah, ready to.
What do you mean so far?
Haven't voted on it yet.
You're still not to the end of the money, Pat.
I will tell you, I can't,
Yeah.
you know, the
This
guys
is-
that are writing the big checks have said,
Okay, here's one I'm at. I'm not doing rocket science. I'm going on past history of initial payments, and I realize that the wild card in there is we don't know exactly what's in all of those pilots. But if I take the last 4 projects, throw Diamond Vista out, I come up with $2,372 pilot payment. Now, with what the other items that we've discussed and continuing the pilot, I'm good with it.
So, what I'm gonna state is this, okay, so with a lifetime exemption, that means for, I don't know what your lifetime is, 20 years, 25 years, whatever this is supposed to be. I know
How long are your
leases
how
are
long are your
40
leases?
we
years.
actually control the property for 45 years.
Okay, so it could be up to 45 years, but let's just say, whatever. I do know that with all the federal government subsidies and the fact that you're tax exempt, you're gonna have millions and millions of dollars there. There's documentation all over the place on that, okay? Now, I don't care what, I don't care what kind of profit
time
you
out.
make, that's fine.
Commissioner, can I just respectfully suggest, the first thing I heard you say in the first meeting I was here is that all these wind companies are going out of business.
I never said that.
Yeah, you
Because
did. You
they're not
told
going
me
out of
about the
business.
one that was in Oklahoma that was a Chinese.
Oh, that was the Chinese one that went
And then you
bankrupt.
told us another
Yes.
one down in Texas.
And they had problems too, yes.
Yeah.
Those 2 isolated ones, I did say that, and
Well,
that's a fact,
there were-
that's a
well,
fact.
Okay, but let me, I will tell you, if we are making 1/3 of the revenue that we made
Mhm.
as recently as 6, 7 years ago, we can't be making millions and millions of dollars. This is a tough business.
Well, I'm sure it
And
is.
working in places like Marion County is a good example of that.
I'm sure. But, okay, so I'm gonna go back to my original
All
thought
right.
right here. You're not in this for your health, and neither are we. You're in it to make money. And I know you're not a stupid person by any means. You're a very good businessman and a very good negotiator. And I do know also that you're gonna lowball us. So I think really you can afford, you signed a contract with the Doyles last year. You knew what they said, okay? People down in his area supported this project heavily based on the promises that were made, and not by you, but by Rex, okay? God bless him, and I would too. But having said that, you knew what you signed, and these are signed legal binding contracts, okay? Now, I'm willing to negotiate, and this right here says $4,000 per megawatt, okay? I would go down to maybe half of that amount, which is the 4,000, okay? And I think you would still make lots of money, I really do. I think that's a fair amount, because for a lifetime with all the subsidies, with all the tax exemption, there's a lot of money involved in that. Now, I don't know how much it is exactly, and I'm not saying, I'm not trying to limit what you can get. But I do know that other counties are making lots of money on wind farms. The county benefits, and I want to see a benefit from the county, for the county. That's all I want to see is a benefit for the county, okay? I respect the project, I'm willing to work with you and stuff like that, but I don't want to take it into shorts again. And comparing it to Diamond Vista is a sore subject with me because we got the shaft up there, big time. And I don't want to repeat that same mistake. So if I'm being rude or nasty here because I want to do the best I can for the county as a whole, then forgive me. But
And I
that's
can
where I
only
stand.
do
That's
what
where
I can do
stand.
for our project, and
I got that. I got
can't-
that.
I'm a little frustrated, but when you said you go half of the 4,000, that's 2,000. That's what we offered for the first 10
No,
years.
well, to the Doyles. Well, I'm comparing it to the Doyles.
Yeah, Doyle's at 4.
At 4,000, but that's right, but it's
No,
times 5.
we're doing 2,000 for all of them.
But see, you're calculating the Doyles differently than what I'm calculating. From the way my attorney calculated them and the way you're calculating is 2 different ways. So I'm saying the Doyles are $800,000 a year, so I'm cutting that in half. But that's what I'm saying. And we didn't really get to.
So that's 400,000 a year, and that's what we're offering
No.
for our 200 megawatts.
Times 5 is what I'm doing.
No, that's not right.
See, that's not even a number that
That's your opinion, but that's, you signed 5 of them. You agreed to all 5 of them.
I.
And you do have the lands to all 5
They-
of them. You do have the CUP to all 5 of them. You
Commissioner,
don't want to just give me
they
one.
are all on a per megawatt basis. And I can tell you that if you try to put 200 megawatts into each one of those CUPs,
Mhm.
you're gonna have 350 turbines in that property. Does that make sense?
No, I just disagree with you. I mean, I've talked to too many commissioners over the past several weeks, past several days, I'm sorry, about their pilots and what they did.
No.
And I talked to the
Using-
people at the Kansas Power Pool, and so, I mean, I'm
Commissioner,
really trying to
using
gather
the
facts.
calculation that you just gave us, the 5 CUPs that they had, 200 megawatts for each one of them. Right?
What did Neosho Ridge just get? I think they just got it nice. Does anybody know? Do you know?
I think they're getting $1 million for the 9 years and 500,000.
And that was just pretty recent, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had extenuating circumstances.
How do we have that?
You know.
Apparently not. I'm just saying, compared,
I-
see, I hear
I
this
think
all
we
the
need to,
time.
we need to move on. We've
Yeah.
we've gone through
You know, why I
this
can't
detail by
believe you can throw
detail.
the county under the bus so quickly. But it's up to you, you're the chairman. I want more for the county, and I believe it can be there.
Mr.
Other
Chair.
counties are getting it, but hey, this is Berrien County, why should we not?
Randy?
In your comments about lease agreements with Rex, I don't have one of my supporters down there that's got a lease agreement say that they haven't got what they wrote for. So they're getting paid what their lease agreements are already.
I don't wanna get involved in the
Well, that's what
personal
I'm saying.
leases, that's
But you
none of
brought
our
him up, and that's
business.
what I'm saying. So they're, everything's going through with them, all right? That's why they're wanting the
No,
rest to move
the
ahead.
EMS is not getting theirs, the fire department is not
So-
getting theirs,
That's on,
St. Luke
that's
is
on the
not
pilot.
getting theirs.
That's on the pilot. I'm
That's
talking
what-
about
that's
the
what
lease
we're
agreements.
talking about,
I'm
is the
talking about the
pilot.
lease agreements is what I addressed, okay?
Okay, but we're not
So-
talking about the lease agreements.
So with
private
that being
entities. I'm
said,
talking
I'd
about
like to
the
make the
pilot.
motion to move ahead with, have the written agreement that Pat just made a while ago, the last one with the $2,000 per megawatt. And then stay on the pilot, Pat, is that correct? Stay on the pilot,
Yeah, let's
100,000 after the
restate
15th
it
year?
for you, just so that we're clear.
So we would increase,
We'll start at the beginning. What's the entire? Full sentence.
increase
Starting on day.
all projects, they're all turbines, the first 10 years would all be at 2,000 per megawatt. Okay. Beginning in the 11th year, the Doyle projects would go to 2,500 a megawatt. And in the 16th year, Doyle would go to 5,000 a megawatt. And they would all stay on the pilot program.
So section 2.2A
So
and
then-
B would be 2,000 rather than 1,800.
So, Pat and
C
Trish,
doesn't change, and then D would be 5,000.
and the non-Doyles stay on the same schedule originally presented?
The non-Doyles in the 11th year go on the tax
They go
rolls.
on-
Okay, sorry, my mistake.
That's okay.
Is both of you attorneys correct with that?
Yes.
So 2.2A and B, the 1,800 goes to 2,000. That's the first 10 years. 2.2C, that's the 2,500, it stays the same. D, that's starting in year 16, it was at 4,000 and Pat's saying 5,000. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Say that last one again.
4,000 to 5,000.
Okay.
It was
in a year.
4,000 in D.
16.
Yes.
And there'd be a corresponding adjustment to Exhibit B where it says illustrate with the illustrations.
Yeah.
But that's
In
obvious.
the financial commitment.
Right. Yes, in the financial commitment, it'd just be a corresponding adjustment.
And that's along with your road commitment that you'd already made. everything else with that.
We would, yeah.
Every project does that.
Yeah.
Diamond Vista did the same thing on the roads up there. It's not
Yeah,
a
but
big
you-
bonus.
Okay, are we ready to move?
I guess
Well,
if-
you are.
If both attorneys are on track with that, if there's any questions you'd like to ask of them now.
Not that we haven't already raised that I can think of. I guess procedurally, what I'm looking for here depends upon what your motion is. Is this to, in the form of a consensus that they come back with this so we can get it approved? Because your financial agreement, I mean, your whole agreement, we've had some few revisions to be made in. I'm just trying to determine how we're going to do that. If they're very minor, you can do it, subject to staff review and go forward. But if they're, they're significant, and obviously the calculation considerations can be, even though they seem very clear, then you get the whole agreement.
But looking through even though we talked a lot about things, I don't have a lot of actual changes to the
I've got
documents.
about 6 or 7, and it's
Yeah.
not a huge number compared to what I thought it might be.
Right, that's my count too.
And with that being said, bring a proposal back to us with those 6 that we could just finish on and decide to agree with this.
So, should we make a motion to go ahead and approve moving forward with the wind agreement as detailed and agreed upon or discussed?
It's up to you. If you do it that way, you're in essence approving it. You're not necessarily looking at the final document. That's the only thing. It's obvious. Or if you want to by direction, say, okay, I think conceptually we have this done, like the final agreement, so it can be approved, then those changes that get made, I would assume by Monday we'd have.
I could draft them here if we all want to hang out for another couple hours. I have my laptop.
The problem is, we've got other stuff to do here yet today. Okay.
I'm gonna just let them do it because I'm just so disappointed.
I'm in agreement to move ahead with the conceptual changes.
Okay.
Be brought back
I
to
just
the
feel like they're
commission.
not taking the time to do it right. I really do. I feel like we're giving the county a shot again. That's my opinion, and that's why I just feel that way. I mean,
Okay, next item on the
Wait
agenda.
a minute. I'd go ahead and make that motion with that. Go ahead with conceptual. What did you say, conceptual?
Conceptual agreement on the changes.
On the changes.
And the dollar amounts.
And the dollar amount. That's my motion, so.
It wouldn't even necessarily have to be a motion unless you're looking
That's
for
why I
it
said-
binding today.
Okay. Okay.
No, I think if we agree by majority for them to bring that back with those changes, then we can approve it.
Yes. But again, you're not binding yourself until you do that with the agreement in front of you.
Right.
Which is the normal way we would do that. On the other side of this, it's a minimal number of changes if you want to do it subject to staff review. The other option.
Both sides clear?
Which way did you do it?
You have 2 options to, maybe option 1 and option 2.
Yep. Option 1, basically you're approving it subject to staff review, meaning with any of the changes that were noted here today would be made, and you
That would be a
trusting.
motion and a
Yeah.
vote.
Option 2 is simply directing that those changes be made, have it come back to you, final written form with all changes already included, so you're approving the final document that you intend to use. But you're directing, and again, conceptually, you're directing that those changes be made that we've
So with
discussed.
option 2, you'd have a vote later.
Yes.
Do you have any disagreement with the 6 or so that's on the table?
I have,
See me scowling?
I didn't really, a lot of them I think were things that we thought were in the agreement already and we just didn't get approved. We just are clarifying. We're adding road use, adding the road agreement to item Q on that 3.1. I don't think they were.
Or their designee
Or
as
the
needed in order to deal with those issues. Adding the traffic engineer language in 3.1. There was a little clarification, 2.4 on professional fees, 2.3, I'm going backwards here. If the state levied some independent tax, we talked about the no offset, and Sharon had asked me a little bit about making certain that we incorporate their acts disclaimer. I just thought I was going to call you on that, Trish, because planning and zoning already has that in place to give us some protection on the issues related to Diane's concern, which I think is legitimate, about animal issues in terms of the dust and some other things. We can incorporate elements of that in here.
Yes, I didn't feel like there were substantive changes as we went through it, just clarifications is what I felt.
Not until we got to the money.
The money, obviously, which
And And if, you know, if you're thinking that Pat's gonna sleep on it, come up with more, then I suppose you can just hang on to it.
Go ahead and make the motion to stand with those 6 contractual adjustments, minor adjustments, whatever you.
I wouldn't even say 6, the various.
I guess the advantage to doing it that way also is he can't change his mind either, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
the
it's-
advantage on both sides.
Right.
You wouldn't notice a difference anyway from 2,000 to 1,500, so it wouldn't matter if you did.
That's my motion.
$200.
Okay, motion's on the table. What, did you not get that,
I
Bill?
didn't
Go
quite
ahead and
catch
give her your motion again then.
Make the motion that we accept what Pat has offered, the extra, go up to $2,000 megawatt, plus the extra money on the 10th year, and then through the 15th year it changes.
It changes at year 16. Yes, sir.
Yes. And then also with the 6 minor adjustments to
I wouldn't even use the number, just the other minor adjustments.
the other minor adjustments to the contract.
Okay,
Or adjustment.
Chris, have that? Okay, motion's on the table. All those in favor?
Oh, do you need
Wait,
a
wait.
second?
What did I say?
Good second.
Oh, I second. I will second that. What I did. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And I'm so disappointed in the county. I really believe we really threw the county under the bus again.
Okay, next item,
But you have to live with it.
the resolution confirming prior vote approving the development plan. You have that?
Somewhere. But I make copies of printed these on.
Excuse yourself.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much. I hope I was helpful. I appreciate the
Thank you, sir.
I'll talk to you soon.
You bet.
I'm sure.
All right. See you later.
Appreciate working with you.
Is your job done now?
Unless they
Have
want
you
to
done all
go.
the damage you can do?
It's a hard, it's difficult without knowing exactly what's gonna happen.
I had a good time yesterday.
This is.
They approved the development plan, but not passed the resolution.
Okay, so then we need, so this one just.
Okay.
I looked at it, that's fine, it's fine.
Yep, thank you. Shall I just move this to?
I can see. He doesn't want to make some
She's gonna
copies.
go make copies.
Okay. It's been crazy.
I printed them all off and I emailed them over here, but I didn't make copies of that 2-pager. I wasn't sure how far we get.
We're all brain dead.
Fresh.
Fresh, there you go. Fresh Trish.
That's right, I'm ready.
Could have 5 minute recess.
And you still can call it if you want to.
No, I gotta be out of here.
We should make that the second.
Yeah.
Diane, did you see your copy of Mr. Road?
I
laid
did
it
not
over-
see anything.
I laid it over there earlier.
Well, I had some stuff here, but I thought that was just like sharing this. What is the document?
This document
Well, we
is-
have
We're gonna
some- they have
discuss it,
some
but I wanted you to
other
have that in front of you.
development plan. Okay, so
You're
what
welcome.
is that?
No, right.
Guys, good luck
Excuse me,
with
Jesse.
that. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Maybe I'll come, I hope I get an invite when you guys get to CABS.
So you were getting on the chair every time you said, oh, I can stand.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, do you have a resolution number
It'd be 2019-16.
16?
Do you want to explain the plans?
Yeah, this is the resolution approving that, the development plan that was discussed the other day. We've gone ahead and approved that conceptually also, but had not formally done the resolution. And that, in this case, incorporates all elements of that and lays out your footprint in terms of the plan itself.
Okay. This is a resolution approving a comprehensive development plan and a wind energy conversion system for certain lands located within the unincorporated areas of Marion County, Kansas, under the authority granted by the Marion County zoning regulations, Articles 12, 19, 24, and 27. And I will move to approve that.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm going to sign this one. Sign that.
Diane, you're not gonna sign that?
No, I'm not.
We need to,
Put the additional notation on the bottom.
I have made a change on there are some resolutions that were submitted for Monday's meeting, and I made 2 columns, one for approved and one is for opposed, but on this one I didn't have
Okay.
it, so I
Okay.
didn't have a chance to do that.
whatever you can do toward it, because that way at least when somebody comes back 10 years from now knows that whether she didn't vote or what, it shows what she did vote no.
Yeah, on
Or
this
it's
one,
Randy or
since she has
Ken or
declined to
whoever.
sign it, then that's what I would note on this line.
Yeah.
But on when I get your board packet later tonight, sent out for Monday.
Sometime.
Then you'll see on the resolutions for Monday that I have the 2 columns. They each have 5 commissioners' names on
Okay.
them, and so you can sign on the column of whether you voted for it or opposed.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
do you think that would work? Okay.
Well,
Okay, next item on the agenda, Madam and Mr. Road Maintenance Agreement discussion. Brad?
I've handed out to you, and I know, sorry, Diane, I didn't see that, you hadn't seen that earlier, I did distribute.
Well, I seen there was a package of stuff here, but I assumed it was what Sharon asked me to pick up.
And
since
it
I
should
didn't
have,
a chance
it's
to get
commingled
everything-
in there somewhere.
So it's commingled in there somewhere, yes.
And Bryce has faithfully hung around on all of this today, and I'd asked him if he could be present.
Yeah, thank you, both Bryce and Tanner.
Um,
He didn't have anything
And
to do
Tanner as
tonight.
well. On the Diamond Vista offer, this is their solution to, if you will, our continuing dispute with regard to the RFA. The cash offer of $150,000, and then I think you can read for yourself the other elements of that. I think that's subject to some discussion on your part, perhaps getting some input from professionals here in that regard to see if it's going to even come close to what we hope to need to address the issue.
Tell them to happily enjoy.
Well, yes.
Tanner, did you see this? Did you read this?
I haven't seen
Oh, the door has to stay open.
I know, but I was just kidding. All the way
That
out.
has to be open.
Okay.
Definitely further than that. Sorry. You're gonna give me a heart attack over here.
No, it wasn't a closed meeting, it was just mostly closed.
No.
Bryce, you had access to this, so you want to jump in?
Well, where this came from was when we talked, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, or will be this coming week, about, would the commission entertain a, condition like this. I actually did not contact them. They contacted me and said they were all for it. So they talked about, they originally called me and come up with these conditions, and I said, look, ultimately, it's not my decision. This needs to go through Brad to the commission, because obviously we would have to modify the agreements or however that whole legal process works out. So that's what they submitted, and obviously you've got a copy of that. Jesse and I have talked about it as far as the agreements or the monies, whatever the stipulations are. Honestly, that's up to you. There's a couple structures out there that we know have steel plates on them. Don't think that's really going to be a huge issue. I think we can deal with pipes or whatever else. We actually had talked about, one of them out there was actually falling apart. It was falling apart when we started. Obviously, it hasn't gotten any better. But we had actually talked to them was when they had their equipment out there, would they remove the old structure, we'd supply the pipes for the new one, and they could put it in. Well, that kind of really fall through. It just never materialized. So anyway, this is their proposal to come back. You can accept it, ask for more, whatever the case may be. But based on the issue that even once Kirk and Michael does get through with the post-construction inventory, that they still have, was it 30 days to request or whatever else, and then they still have another 180 days to fix it. So that all things considered, this could be drug out another 7 months. Where this would basically come back and would say that we will accept things the way they are now. Kirk and Michael would essentially be done, would not have to do any more inspections. Obviously, we would face more, or by doing that, we wouldn't have the extra inspection costs and time. I mean, Tanner said best guess be the end of November before everything was done and documented. And
So we've collected all the data. We're actually entering the data into a report right now. Is there a time frame on when this has to be? I'd like to put together a list and come
Yeah,
up
no,
with a
they
cost.
did not. I had told him once I received it, obviously noted strictly confidential. I've chosen to do this in open so far because I figured that number is going to come out anyway. But I hope that's not going to create issues for them. They listed it as non-binding, so there was really not a time frame in that regard. And when I talked with him, I made him well aware that there had been no meeting on Monday. He said he understood. He said we would do an initial discussion today. I did not commit us to any other kind of a time frame. Several of these things in here are based upon discussions. I said there's some things that are non-starters. And so that's kind of why those were thrown in there. We can certainly expand upon this as needed. The biggest issue I have candidly is getting that list and getting some sense from you guys, because that's way out of my league. It's above my weight class in terms of what kind of value would we reasonably feel we could accept, and because there's certainly advantages to not having to continue to deal with it for another 6 months on the other side of it. I just don't know if we've got enough in here to cover what we need.
So we've ran into this on another project. Seems like Annelle likes to settle.
They want out.
Most of the other project contractors come back and they do the work. Blattner Energy with NextEra, some of the other contractors do the work themselves. A previous project that we worked on, it was up in the $1 million, and they shot 300,000 and they ended up selling for 750. So I'd like to get that list together.
I agree with you. I think that's probably appropriate.
Give it to you guys.
This was our first offer.
Yes.
yes. Well, and the other thing too, that obviously the rock has value. One of the things I would be interested in is, I know in the last several weeks to month with all the rock that's been hauled out, there was like a big push to get this reverted back to the landowner. I'd like to have some sort of date as to when we can get that rock off there. That's the one thing. But as far as the expense, I mean, yeah, we really don't know, but we've kind of, I don't know, I guess assumed that we'd probably have to be going back, and maybe a lot of this stuff was we had to, we actually go back and had to fix before winter time because we couldn't just carry it any longer. I mean, it wasn't a huge issue, but we're just, and Rez is gone, and I don't know if there's anybody else out there that's even around. I mean, or that'd be the other thing, is that, because it could take us that 180 days just to get somebody to come back to
Well,
do
you're stuck now just with a project manager, and that's it.
Yeah. And so anyway, but I mean, it was, Tanner said they've done this before, and we had talked about, if we did get a lump sum, what that amount would be. That's obviously gonna be up to the commissioners to determine that essentially, but at least this is a start. So
they're receptive, in other words, to trying to do this if they can, and there are advantages to us to do that. However, the biggest issue of this is that we're not holding it back.
Yeah, and I have no problem with this as long as Kirk and Michael are the ones to do some of this, because, you know, they're not gonna throw us under the bus.
Yeah, no, we
And he'll
usually,
get the most for us that possibly can, so as long as he's involved in it, I'm okay with it.
Well, we can also, if you'd like, do an indemnification agreement with them, that any amount over what they decided should be, that it costs us, that they're gonna pay.
Well,
I love that silence.
Silence is golden. Well, and honestly, I mean, Jesse and I really, there's really no major bridge structures that are affected by this, is that correct?
you know, our gentleman's looked at the structures. I know there are a couple structures that were plated.
Yes.
That,
I think two.
again, we're diving into his data that
Yeah.
he's collecting, so I don't really, I can
Yeah.
give me,
Yeah.
Sure.
give me a couple more weeks, and then.
so I don't know how you and Jesse made that determination.
Well, I'm just saying is, the $150,000, if they had damaged a bridge, we could be looking at $500,000. I mean, a span bridge or something to that effect. Even if we took a concrete structure that was damaged and we replaced it, we'd probably be looking at
Spend that much.
less than $50,000, and that's a
No, I don't know about
substantial.
that.
Oh, trust me. I mean, these two structures that are bad, basically, we could replace them with pipes. They're not that big of structures. But it's, like I said, it's their offer, again, it's for you to consider, but.
And I do
Tanner said he has
Yeah.
the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll allow him time to tabulate that.
Yep.
Are you thinking a couple of weeks, Tanner?
Yeah, I was gonna try to get to you by the end of November.
And so will
Why
you,
don't we, I'll use that as a response to him, tell him we've discussed it, are
Yeah.
interested in continuing discussion, but we're gonna need that from you before we can even begin to make an educated
so, and
determination.
you'll assign a cost to that based on construction costs?
Yeah, so we got the pre-construction, we have the post-construction. We compare the two, we put the photo that was on the pre, the photo was on the post, the description, and estimated cost.
Okay.
And then you total all of that at the bottom, and sometimes
Do we
it's up
need
to
to-
$1 million, sometimes it's 50,000.
Do we need to correspond and say we're in receipt of this letter, we'll
I'll
be
do
back
that.
with you in the next?
You'll probably get an email from me tonight, just
2 to
letting you know
3
that we
weeks or
raised it,
whatever.
but we're gonna need the additional time to get that put together. Make sure if he wants to
So
disagree with
Tanner,
that,
you
he can do
know,
it.
Thanksgiving is that gonna interfere with anything there? Because you're gonna miss a couple days,
Oh,
Thanksgiving.
he said he was gonna work Thursday.
Yeah, he'll work on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
We're like you, we're trying to get this project over,
Yeah,
so
I
we're gonna
understand.
do a good
I-
job, yeah.
I know, you
And then, yeah,
treated it
Well,
so bad, but.
Yeah, and I can also say too that, I wanna spend a lot of time out there too to try to get this thing rolling, you know, help them out. If he comes up with an issue, I wanna go look at it right away. You know, trying to be as proactive as I can to try to get this going too. Whether you end up, going with this proposal or we go the original contract, either way, so.
Okay.
Because ultimately it is Marion County and obviously my responsibility for these roads, and so,
Okay. You all on the same page?
As long
Okay.
as we know,
All right, very
I'm
good.
waiting for you.
Just-
Thank
That's what I
you.
asked
I'm
today
waiting
was
for you.
to make sure that we heard from you, so I'm glad you was here. I didn't.
Okay, thank you
Yeah, I
guys for
told him,
taking
you
the
told me.
post
Yeah,
today.
thanks for the
I
invite.
did, because it's like, why is he not in the loop?
That night.
I don't understand that,
Yeah.
so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay,
Yeah, you can keep that.
one
Is that it?
more item. We
That's
gotta
long,
certify-
Tanner.
We gotta
As long as I
certify the
get one
canvas.
cap.
Oh, here.
Sorry.
We're not gonna do that?
The canvassing board made a motion to do that
Okay,
Monday
to do
morning
that
at
at
8
8
o'clock. Yeah,
Okay.
So
That-
that's-
That will be listed as an agenda item at
Yes.
8 o'clock.
that's right, it'll be
Okay.
8 o'clock.
You guys can
I don't know
start.
why we can't do it.
So when were we supposed to
Go.
bring our computers in? Was it Monday?
I wanted you to bring your computer today because Lloyd wanted to copy over anything you had on it into the new one. Did you happen to bring yours with you?
Yeah, I did.
Great, can you leave it? Or
Well, then when will I get my information from Monday back?
are you getting it on that computer?
Well, yeah, you always send it to me on that computer. Sometimes Terry sends it to me on my other one, but I never know what you're gonna do, so I always check them both.
Well, we always send it to official county emails, so.
Yeah. So if you can send it to my other one this time, that's fine with me. If not, then I'll bring it on Monday. I mean, is Lloyd gonna work over the weekend?
He's always at work.
If you people work
Just like the rest of
24/7.
us.
You want me to bring it in on Monday, or you want me
Okay.
to, what do you want me to do?
That was the last item on the agenda, so I'll make a motion to adjourn. Wait a second, all in favor?
Aye.